Hello, good morning. Hi, your fave. Hi, Jayani. Tell me if I said that wrong. Hi, Candy. Hi, Birdie. Hi, Annabelle. Hi, Ray. Hi, Mink. Hi, All Help Brooke. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, Care Bear. Happy Friday. Hi, Sparkles. Hi, LaAsia. Tell me if I said that right. Ooh, nice, Annabelle. Hi, Sparkle. Where are you going to go eat? What type of cuisine? Okay, great. I like to say y'all's names right. Thank you so much. Oh, Italian. Okay, what's your favorite thing to get? My daughter's mocking me. Hi, Athena. Hi, call me Kate. Hey, Kay. Hi, Fatima. Hey, Tabora. When I used to eat gluten, so I don't eat gluten or dairy anymore. Thank you, Annabelle. My favorite dish was lasagna. That was my favorite thing to have. Hi, Kita. Thank you so much. Hi, Olivia. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hey, Mish. Hey, y'all. Hey. Did Miriam hop in yet? Miriam was on me, y'all. And I love that for me. Thank you so much. Hi, Amina. Athena, they're so whack. I mean, to be fair, I hopped on hella late. I just got on. Hi, Emma. Good morning. Good morning. It's still morning for me, too. I know it's not morning for everybody. Well, I consider it morning. It's only 11:30. You have some things to get off your chest, Athena. Hi, Tina. Another Tina. Period. Hey. Hey, Anaya. Hi, Z. All my folks is in here. Hey, y'all. Hey. Okay. Hi, Exit Solo. Hi, Mia. Y'all. Hi, Ash. Oh, thank you so much, your fave. Listen, Amina. I read the Essence article. Did anybody else read it? And now I feel a little bit more calmed down. Hi, Miriam. Thank you so much for being on me. Whew. Oh, Ray, thank you for subscribing. Listen, y'all. You don't need to, because I did. You don't need to, because I did. Period. Alan is blocked. Okay, from henceforth, that man is Alan in here, y'all. Alan and Michelle. Listen. I know, Pia, I was not expecting it to be this fast. Like I said, I was like, wait until after the reunion. I think a lot of these relationships will change, but I didn't expect for it to be this fast. Clock it. Okay, so here's the thing. In the article, overall, fine, right? If you're somebody that's not a person like me, that don't be doing too much. Oh, Alan is Ace's government name, Shanika. That's his actual legal name. Oh, thank you, Sean. Hi, Huda. I was not if you're a person that just be reading shit and you don't be doing too much. Hi, Nay. Thank you for subscribing, Nay. If you're not like that, then you're probably just oh, it's fine, right? And I will say that subs, I am gonna make some content and go deeper in for y'all. The Essence article, Hikaru's fan. Hi, Monjama. It was funny because when Essence even posted, so Essence is what came up in my Instagram timeline. When they even posted about it, they were like, in their caption, they were like, prior to more recent events, like they were letting us know, like, y'all, we already did it, so we got to put the shit out. Don't come for us. Hi, Toy. I don't typically watch him, Athena, but a couple of people have sent it to me. Have been sent to, her name is Avi, A-U, I think apostrophe V-I. I think that's it. But even Essence was like, please, y'all. Please, we don't want to be in it. Huda, I did see that. You know what? I would say this at this point. I honestly don't even care if they were together before, because that doesn't change anything about how I feel like they're moving right now. For me, at this point, it's like, whatever. If y'all knew each other. I saw that 20v1. It's so corny. Woo! But for me, it's like, I don't even care what happened before y'all got to the island. You did enough on the island and post island for me to be like, yeah, that's weird. You're being weird. But I will say this, y'all. Overall in the article, I did see Speedy saying that, Care Bear. I think that Speedy is just a dark-skinned black woman hater, and he should be quiet. Because he's been on Nicolandria's top basically since they became a couple, but didn't have the same smoke for Iris and Pepe or Amaya and Brian, and they coupled up at the same fucking time. But they fucking, so you think it's real? Speedy, please, enough. Enough at this point. If you were gonna tell it, then just fucking tell it. Otherwise, don't talk about it anymore. I don't want to hear it. I'm not one of those people that like gets hooked in by people being like, I know something you don't know. I don't care. Either say it or fucking don't. But don't tell me what you know. No. No. I don't want to hear it. And it's giving, again, it's giving like the way that media will mule black women, right? Because it's like, they're not making Olandria do the work, but they are getting a lot of attention and airtime off of Olandria. Right? And that's whack on their part. I'll say this, right? That Essence interview, y'all, it made me understand why Alan is so angry about some things. Because when he was talking, they asked him at one point, like, what's next for you? And when I tell you that that man listed almost every single thing that Nick is already out here doing, I know he's sick. He's sick. He's sick. Because he want to be a DJ. He want to host. The only thing Nick ain't doing is rapping, that he said. Everything else that he said he wants to do, Nick is already literally out here doing. That man is sick. Sick. Okay? Another thing, and I'm going to talk more about this, subs. Y'all have a video coming later today. Another thing I noticed is when they asked them the question of like, oh, what's like a cute thing that like has made you like fall in love more, or like something that you like more about the person, talking about each other, like since you've left. Hello, son. Thank you, Fontaine. And what he said was, I know, baby. Chris is like, you finally got on. I know, babe. I took a nap after I dropped our kids off, and then I only woke up because Kaylani went out to take her walk, so I heard her lock the door. So then I woke up from that. And I was like, oh shit, let me get myself together. But I had to eat breakfast and shit. Anyway, let me not get off track, y'all. Sorry. When they asked them like the cute thing that they like noticed about each other or whatever, I noticed, if you decide to read it, maybe you'll notice too. I noticed that what they named, Shelly like named something about him that like she clearly thought was like admirable. Hi, Lady Aries, about his character, right? Like she named like the way that like he doesn't like wait until everything is perfect and like he'll just go after a thing. Hi, smut me please. Like he is like a go-getter, sort of. In so many words, this is what she said. Cute, right? And then he was like, the fact that she can cook and like the fact that she pays attention, like based on like what she had done for him for his birthday. And I just thought it was interesting that what she liked about him had to just do with like him as a human, and what he liked about her was about what she could do for him. Y'all are clocking it. Y'all are keeping up. Y'all are keeping up. I was like, huh, that's interesting. This was in the Essence article. This is in the Essence article, y'all. Don't do it. You don't have to. I already read it. I was like, okay. Thought that I'd been on for like maybe almost 10 minutes. We're talking about the Essence article with Alan. Not red pilling and Selly. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. On the rim. Yes, it is. Hi, my name is Dee. So I thought that was very telling, right? That her something she really admired and loved more about him had to just do with him as a person, just something about him, and his was about what she could do for him. And to me, that is always very telling. See, I didn't watch the video, Huda. I only read the article. So I know there are some people that were saying like he was basically like almost talking over her, but I didn't watch any like video of them. I only read the written piece. And that's the other thing. At this point, Cookie could have had that man. Apparently, he's still following Cookie. So that's interesting as well. Yeah, Giselle, what he said was that Michelle said that she really liked like his go-get-it attitude. Like he'll just go after it, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't have to like be perfect. He sure does. And then he said that he really liked the fact that she can cook and like what she did for his birthday, like the attention to detail that she has. So he named things that she does for him as things that he learned about her that he really enjoys. And she named just like a function of his character, just who he is as a person. And I thought that was telling. The other thing I thought was really telling in that article was when they asked him directly about like the labels, whatever. I'm sure he blames Michelle for getting them kicked off the island. You know what? Listen, I'm going to speak to that, Antoinette. I'm going to speak to that. Okay, so the other thing, they asked him about like the label thing, right? And they both explicitly were like, it's nobody's business. Like, we're going to move at our own pace. Like, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, what? Like, what? Because was he not just, was he, what? He was just all in their business. Now why we can't be in y'all business? That didn't make no damn sense to me. That made no damn sense. Correct. They're doing what Nicolandria, the fake couple, is doing as well. Also saying, we're not going to put on no fake front, whatever. Listen, it's up to us. We're not defining ourselves for anybody else. Like, and Michelle talked about that. Oh, I know people are like, well, how can you say I love him and he's not your man, like he's not your boyfriend, whatever. But you know, I'm not going to deny, do they realize that's a feeling? It doesn't come with the label. And this goes back to, I think I might have only made this for subscribers, but I talked to y'all subscribers. I said, I can't tell if it's like an I love you, like I'm in love, even though I know she said that, or if it's like I love him as a person. But she said, your girl is in love. Like she said that. I know what she said, right? But it's like, or do you just love him as a human and you're confusing that with being in love? Because some people don't know the difference. They feel love for people, and so they feel like I must be in love with them because I love this person that I'm also sexually attracted to. But like, I love Chris. I love Chris as my friend, period, and also as my man. Like, it's different though. But like, I just love him as a human, and I don't think that she knows that there's a difference. And so I'm wondering if she thinks it's the same and is clocking it as the same. Twist of Lime. This is giving 10 years later. We still don't need a title. We know what it is, child. Do you know how many men and women end up in situations, and not just men and women, but men and women end up in situations where I've known some people, 13-year relationships, finally get married and then be divorced in 6 months. No, and we're going to do a panel today during the daytime. Because I don't think I'm going to come back tonight, y'all. Okay, what did I say I was going to speak on? Oh, him thinking that Michelle got them booted from the island. The more that I have read and seen from him, the more that he gives me... No, he didn't say that. No, somebody asked me in the comments. Somebody asked me in the comments, or they said in the comments, he's giving like he probably thinks that Michelle got them booted from the island. The more that I read and the more that I see from him, the more that it gives Taylor, but just a younger version. Do you know what I mean? Y'all know what some of y'all that be in here, you know my suspicions about Taylor. You know my suspicions about diagnoses with Taylor. And I have said to y'all, there's a reason why we don't diagnose certain things until certain ages, right? But the more that I hear from him, the more that I think once he hits that age, somebody should be curious. Because, oh, I don't watch anything with 3D. What interview with 3D? Or do you mean his live? Does anybody even care what 3D has to say? Who's interviewing 3D? Oh, the 20B one? I never watch those things. Listen, y'all, that shit is like a humiliation ritual, which is perfect for 3D and Clark. Perfect for them. And that's what she likes, Dresky. That's what he likes for her, I'll say. Hi, Ebony. Hilarious. Like, what? Y'all are doing YouTube shows? This is why you're mad. Not much, Ebony. Me talking about the Essence article, but don't worry, you're a subscriber, and I'll be making a detailed video later today with like clip-ins of the article and breaking it down, so you'll hear my thoughts about it. Right up Tark's alley. I love calling them Tark. That is such an ugly ass fucking ship name. And one day it slipped out, and now I say it. LaRonda, yeah, every day, everywhere. So it's like, yeah, I'm not watching no 20B nothing. I wouldn't watch that even if it wasn't them. To me, again, it's a humiliation ritual. It's so gross. Seriously, but Ace and Taylor swear they don't need or care about the money. It's exactly Cookie. Exactly. They swear that they don't need the money, but then why are you doing such... It's given I do got to get a bag wherever I can get a bag. I don't think she's leaving him at I think y'all are giving Clark way too much credit. I know people want to believe, right, that like she is like just in it for the money and she's going to get out as soon as she can. I don't know that I believe that, because she has done some weird things all on her own at this point. And so to me, it's given you are divinely aligned in some ways, though I do still think she is a victim to him. Don't misunderstand. But she definitely has done some corny shit all on her own. I'm not absolving her of her own choices and behaviors and actions. Hi, Kepsov. He helped, not only did Alan help Taylor love bomb Olandria, but y'all are seeing a lot of that in real time as well. Thank you, Lambdy. That's why he thinks Taylor is a good guy. Mean Janine, I don't know if they've like officially said they've moved in together, but I ain't seen her be from up under him yet. And oh, this is another thing. I know y'all didn't read the article, right? But Alan told us, oh Lord. This man is just so self-involved. And like some of it is youth, but some of it is not. You know what I mean? At one point they asked them something about like how they take care of themselves or something like that, right? I don't remember. I clipped it. And Shelly said whatever like about how she's like doing things to take care of herself, blah, 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 whatever. Things that she loves. And then Alan said, we've been spending a lot of time with my family and friends. And so that made me wonder, has she been home with her family? Because I know that she went to LA and I don't know that we've seen her go home either. So again, this goes back to the more that I see and I hear from them, the more it's giving younger version of 3D. Exactly. And what's wild is that Michelle is 28. She needs to know better. But I think wasn't he in New York with her when she was there? Listen, people told me that that's how Haitian dads act, but her dad, no, she's 28 now. She was 27 before she just turned 28. To me, her dad seemed like he didn't fucking like Alan. To me. Okay, she did go to Miami. Okay, was he with her? He didn't seem into it. But everybody was like, no, that's just how Haitian dads are. And I was like, I don't know. Okay. I thought it was obvious that he didn't like him. And yes, to your question about who Alan is, yes. I don't know. His face just looked like I came here to see my daughter, read her this letter, and I'm not fucking with none of the rest of this. Her mom was so enthusiastic, right? And what interested me about it, right? This is, and I talked about it in the family. And I made like a family day video after the episode. But what stuck out to me was like, she was like, oh, he reminds me so much of your dad, but we didn't see any of that from dad. So if dad typically acts like that, why wasn't dad acting like that? To me, it was giving he wasn't fucking with it. Yeah, maybe Mookie overcompensating. Okay, you think it was a Haitian dad face. Okay, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I truly don't. I truly don't know, but he definitely did not look interested in being in that moment. He did not have any, I didn't even really see, I feel like I didn't hear the man talk outside of reading the damn letter. Like on some real shit. Do I think that Michelle agrees with Ace? I don't know if I think that Michelle agrees with Ace, but I think that Michelle has done enough weird shit on her own where I as a fan, am taking a step back. Most cultures don't agree with the guy being younger. Oh, okay, that makes sense, Amina. I mean, and this is a prime example as to why. They said, okay, A Wonderful Life blog says they showed photos after and he was smiling with Pepe's dad. If he was happy, he could have shown it. Alan quite literally is like little brother age in comparison to her. No shade. No shade. Hi, son. No shade. Thank you, Breezy. They get so mad at me when I say it. I mean, nobody in here, right? 28, 23 is not the same as 30, 35. I don't give a fuck. Because that's his actual name, Trish. That's his real name. Little brother age and little brother act too. Exactly. Hi, Yanela. And just the way that Alan flip-flopped so much, even in his interview to Speedy, his interview with Variety, his interview with Essence, and what we saw on the show, it's just like, I just really am believing that he's not a reliable narrator. And I would have never, as much as I didn't necessarily like, and I will say this, I'm going to say a couple things. Number one, I was never like an Ace fan. I wasn't a hater, but I wasn't a fan. To me, it was just like, he's a person existing. I'm not really fucking with it, but whatever, you know. I liked Michelle, and so, you know, I was never going to hate on her couple. He was sort of just like meh for me. Personally. Okay? And for me, because I was never a fan, I didn't really like keep up with stuff that he was doing after they left the villa. I watched the first initial interviews with him and Michelle together, right? But I wasn't like looking at interviews or like reading things he was saying. Yeah, it always gave him serious. I told y'all before, it was giving Energizer Bunny when he came into the villa. And then when I found out how young he was, I was like, there's no way he's ready to actually lock in with somebody. So he about to have fun this summer, and that's cool. But then he kept trying to drive home this narrative that he was looking for his forever. And I'm just like, that's not believable to me. That's not believable. It would have been one thing if he was 22 and when he came in, he was on some like very mature, keeping it cute, I'm trying to really get to know you. He was like, oh, every time a bombshell came in, he was, boy. Could stop. Everybody's your type, Alan. Everybody. So for me personally, it was never giving he's about to be with his forever person. Hi, boo. Your favorite show. Y'all are so funny. That has been the weirdest thing this season, seeing unreliable narrators in real time. Exactly. Cass, I am suspicious about that only because he said that he chooses to go by that nickname for like very sentimental value, whatever the fuck he was talking about, right? And I know that his dad's name is that. So I'm pretty sure he's a senior and he's a junior and maybe he don't fuck with that or something. I know that y'all are saying Avi's dad said that Alan wanted Alandria the whole time. Alan never gave me he actually wanted anybody so much as he wanted to taste the flavors of the rainbow. It never gave to me he actually wants to be with somebody in here. It gave, I want to be able to have access to everybody in here. Which is, see, I don't even think he wanted Huda. He wanted to have access. I want to be able to if I want to. To me. And so for him, the issue with Jeremiah and Hilda locking in so early was because now you're limiting access. Whether I actually want to be with her and want a relationship with her, I should be able to have access. He wanted, it was giving, when somebody asked, when somebody, we were talking about like being the LA guy, it was giving LA light-skinned man. Hi, Jasmine. And so somebody asked me what that meant before. They're like, help, I'm not from LA. So I grew up in Los Angeles, lived there my whole life. Thank you so much, Rachel. Lived there my whole life, right? I started clubbing with grown folk I started clubbing when I was like 16 years old. Might have been 14 years old. Because we had teenager clubs, okay? But I started clubbing with the grown folk like 21 plus when I was like 18. When I tell you that the number one pickup line from a man in the club would be, I got this, I got that, let me take you home. Like they would try to flaunt what they had and they thought that it would gain them access. And so I could believe absolutely that Alan was from LA. Calling him a weirdo. I could believe he was from LA and he thought, whether he's talking about I didn't come in wanting to try to be an entertainer, he came in thinking that because of who he was, he should have a certain level of access. Because that's what they're raised to believe in Los Angeles. That's another good point, Jazz. So Alan thought he would run the outside world with the classmates the way he ran the villa. The other thing to remember about Ace, right, is that Ace grew up like in Long Beach, Watts area is what he tells us, right? But went to school with a bunch of non-black people. He was definitely the cool kid at school, y'all. He was used to being the cool kid. And LA culture is a certain type of culture. And so I'm sure he came in the villa thinking that that's who he was going to be and he was going to have, and I'm sure, you know, again, because of the way that LA is and the objectification and fetishizing of black people in predominantly non-black spaces. Hi, baby. How was your day? You look cute. I'm sure that he thought he was going to come in there and he was going to run it. And when that wasn't happening, because again, it was, somebody started comparing him to Houdini, to hula hoop, right? They started comparing Alan to hula hoop. And I do think that in some ways, they both thought that they were going to be able to flitter around the villa the way they wanted to. V said, Tina, I think he saw how much Alandria was putting into 0.5 dreads and wanted that. He likes to chase. I mean, he said to y'all, right, men don't get their flowers until they're dead. Or whatever the fuck he said. Something about men, I get the flowers. So yeah, I could see that. Like he thought that he deserved that level of effort. Which is why he felt so, oh, that was the best thing ever when Michelle made that little date at the fire pit. Period. Jam T, light skin, super cute, LA bred, everything checks out. I'm an old head from and living in LA. Yes. Like he definitely thought that he was gonna, he didn't understand what he was getting into, I don't think. And he's young enough to be dumb enough to think that it was gonna go the way that he wanted, you know? I think he's cute, and I told y'all this before, and I know that this is like my own bias. I think he's cute as like little brother cute. He wouldn't be like someone I'd be like, damn, he's fine. Like he gives like LA cute. He gives like little brother LA cute to me. Like he's very adorable. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody asked, do I think that he and Nick can make up? I don't see how they recover personally. And somebody mentioned it in one of my other lives. I think he did this with the intention of never having to recover. I don't think he wants to. Yeah, I really don't think they can. I think at this point, it's like he took it too far. He took it too far. And people are like, well, you know, he did go to Nick. But clearly not about everything, because why is Nick caught off guard then? Do I think he wants to recover with Alandria? I don't think he respects Alandria as much as he says he does. I don't think he would have done what he did in that villa if he actually did. And I don't know, y'all watched the interview, right? I watched it twice. When he's telling back the story, it's funny to him the same way that shit was funny to Honda Civic when she was watching back her shit. She's laughing hysterically. There was no remorse about how he moved. I don't think he actually respects her. I don't think he actually gives a fuck. Kismet, no, I haven't yet. Because for me, it's like he was peacocking a little bit too much for you to actually feel badly about what you did to her. And so for me, I don't think that there was an intention to try to recover the relationship, which does make me wonder what conversations he and Michelle are having about Alandria. That he didn't feel like he needed to handle that with a little bit more tact. That's like the biggest reason why it was weird, Amina, because they were so giddy about it. It was like, oh, I'm like letting you in on a secret, and it was like, fuck how this may land for someone, or how emotionally it might impact them. I think this shit is funny. And to me, that suggests that you don't actually care what the impact is. Hi, Violet. And I know Denise, my sub, is in here. Hi, baby. Who thought that like maybe Alandria wasn't caught off guard, but for me, she wouldn't have said what she said in that tweet if she wasn't. She wouldn't have said what she said if she wasn't caught off guard. To me. She wouldn't have reacted probably at all. Ultimately, I feel like it's not a way to, I did answer the DMs. Y'all are funny. I don't know how they can recover, if I'm honest. I really don't. Do I think he wanted to punish Michelle too? I don't think so. In the original, Yvonne, originally, Alandria had posted and said, child, anyway, my time at Tuskegee was great, or my event at Tuskegee was great the other day, blah, blah, blah. She has since deleted the tweet. I don't think that he was trying to punish Michelle. I think he doesn't want to be core 4. He wants to be top 2. Thank you for the follow. I don't think that she'll move in with Michelle at this point, because it's one thing to be friends with somebody and you don't like their man. It's another thing, I'm going to live with you and I don't like your man. Michelle is Shelly's actual name. Do I think that Michelle and Alandria can stay friends at this point? I've said to y'all before, and I will say this. Hi, Chocotella. I will say this. I've always said that I feel like what we might be, like, right? We all have different definitions of the way that we perceive friends. Perpy. We all define friends differently, okay? And what I thought is like what might be happening between them is like, you know, that person or like you grew up with and y'all are bonded together. You love them because of the experiences that you've shared, but you don't necessarily like fuck with them. You don't necessarily like hang out with them. You don't necessarily like kick it with them. Like you just have like this deep emotional bond and connectedness because of things that you've shared. That's what I felt like they would eventually move to. Like if they see each other in public, it won't necessarily be like, fuck you, bitch. You know, like it'll be cute, it'll be cordial, but they won't necessarily be kicking it. But I thought that before this interview came out. So I truly have no idea how that impacts them now. You know, like does it speed up that process? I hear y'all about like it depends on how much like Shelly knew. You know, yes, Miss Joyce, please drop your question. Miss Joyner, you can drop your question. If I forget to answer it, just drop it again. I understand like yeah, it's about how much like Michelle knew, and Michelle does stay very diplomatic and very neutral. So I was on a live last night and they asked me whether or not like what happened between Taylor and Alandria, like what that could do to someone's psyche. And so I said the far end of the pendulum would be, oh, I'm just gonna shut myself off. The healthier, more healed version of that would be like, oh, I need to like use my discernment a little bit more. I need to like really pay attention to the signs. And if she's on that side of the spectrum, I do think that what has happened here, even with Michelle often being very diplomatic, I do think that she would say, okay, like this is like a sign. This is like a check mark that I need to tally this, right? And however everybody's gonna navigate that differently. Some people have like a certain strike rule, whatever. It doesn't matter that part, right? But this, I think, would definitely be like a tick mark of something for her to pay attention to in their dynamic. Do we all think they scammed? Wait, Miss Joyner, hold on. Let me go back and read the first part of what you said. Sorry, y'all. Hold on real quick. Something isn't adding up about Michelle and Alan. In essence, set them in 22, when Alan would have been 20. Is that what it said in essence? Because they've said repeatedly 2023. But that he was liking photos of her back from 2022. I mean, ultimately, y'all, and I'll say this again, like, I actually don't give a shit at this point. For me, it's like, I don't give a fuck if they knew each other since high school. At this point. Because what they've done since they were in the villa and leaving the villa, that's enough for me to be like, it's weird over there. And I'm going to choose to step back as a fan. That's enough. I don't give a fuck if they was scamming on us from the beginning. Like, none of that matters to me personally. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Get your bag. You know what I mean? Whatever. But that said, they've done enough weird shit since leaving where I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I can't really fuck with it. That's a great question. Do I think that Nick will stay friends with, I stepped back from Shalace Paris. Do I think that Nick will stay friends with, I have not watched her whole take, B. Do I think he will stay friends with Taylor? So here's the thing. I always, y'all know this, right? I've said to y'all already, right? Plenty of times, wait until the reunion. I think a lot will change after the reunion. Because I wanted to appreciate that people have contractual obligations. They may not be trying to cause more buzz or whatever, right? Like, just wait until the reunion airs and then let's see what people do. I always thought that his relationship with Hula Hoop and I did too, Shrek Khan. His relationship with Hula Hoop and 3D was going to end. I always thought that. I thought it would come after the reunion aired. And what I did not expect was for 3D to be the one that drives the ending of the relationship. But y'all, listen. I'm about to say something crazy, but y'all will be all right. Y'all, let's like up the live. Let's get to, what time did I get on? 11. let's get to, y'all are doing great already on likes. Like you're hitting what my hourly goal is for likes. If we get to 50K, I will, when we get to 50K, I will open the panel. Okay. I'm about to say something crazy, but y'all will be all right. I think part of the reason why Taylor or 3D might have gotten on this train around Alan in this whole situation as easily and as quickly as he did is because he thought coming out of the villa that Nick was going to be a little bit more on him than he has been. And this is his way of like punishing Nick for not being more on him. And so because Nick has not done that, now he's willing to back Alan in this way. Not what do you mean though, Paris? I think she will move on. I think she will forgive to move on, not to forgive to be in a relationship. What I think is, right, it's, yes, he thought he was the prize, right? And so I thought that exactly, Buddy Smiles, they thought Nick was a pushover just because Nick doesn't move like them. Mm-hmm. And so when they were on...
And because he's white, too.
And because he's a white boy. Chris is right about that, too. I have that video, right, where I talked to y'all about how black men used to act when I had white boyfriends, right? So when they came out that villa, and it was, oh, you know, if Alandria had said something, and it was wrong, and I would have and then Nick probably, because I believe that Nick said to 3D something outside of that interview. I think they weren't expecting Nick to move like that about her. I think they weren't expecting him to move like that, period. And so they didn't, so when he didn't, it was like, oh, fuck him. He's weird. He's moving weird, because whether y'all want to believe it or not, and I know people don't like to hear me say stuff like this about Alan, because a lot of people are still very loyal to Alan, and that's fine. You can feel how you want to feel. You're entitled to that. But Alan was always giving performative. I've said this to y'all before, right? And so I think that they're a little bit more, like Amaya said, like player vibes. I will give her that. I do think there is a little bit more, like, again, they want to have access to everyone. And so when Nick did not move like that with them after the villa, I think that is what caused some of this icing out as well. But they could never say that out loud. They can never say that out loud. And I will say that I appreciated him, like, you know, doing dates for her in the villa. He was the only man doing that. I appreciate that. And you still chose Amaya. Like, it didn't make any sense. So to me, it was always giving, why are you doing this? Thank you, Denise. So I think, you know, and I know that one astrologer, and I never was like making predictions about the friendships in the villa, but I definitely can understand why they would have dissolved the way they did. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. I don't know if he thought he had a chance with him. Oh, it's okay, Denise. You can still like him. And thank you for saying that. Yeah, that's the thing, Miss Joyner. The mask is always going to slip. I did. It's on my YouTube. And it's on my YouTube. The mask is always going to slip. We first saw, what's that boy's name? 3D's mask slip at the Stand on Business Challenge. But it's always going to come off at some point. They can't help it. They can't help it. And then once we got, like y'all are saying, right? Once it got out of the villa and things were not, which is crazy because it could have, we were calling them our top 4. This really could have been like a let's link up and let's capitalize on that. Hi, Jules. It could have been let's capitalize on that, but that's not what happened. Okay, y'all, we just hit 50K, so I'm going to open up the panel. Reminder that, thank you, Jelly, that subscribers always get prioritized for coming up. Subscribers always, you get 5 minutes to share your thoughts. Non-subs, when you come up, you have 3 minutes to share your thoughts. Ann says, hey, babe.
What's up? What's up, y'all?
And then I will rotate out because last time I had like, oh my gosh, they're so cute. Last time I had like over 50 people request or something. So I will have to like keep rotating out.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Rachel says hi too.
What's up, Rachel?
But they could have capitalized on that. They could have been like, we're going to be doing top 4 shit together.
Isn't Jules in here?
Jules is in here, yeah.
What's up, Jules? Hey, man, your boy's on right now. I'm watching him.
Day, it's okay. They said, no disrespect, your man is fine, sister. Okay. Do I think this will throw Nick into a state of hyper-awareness that Alandria seems to live in? I'm going to be honest. Nick, as an ADHD person, might already have some level of like hypervigilance around how he is perceived because of the way that ADHD people get related to by, oh, thank you for subscribing, Fontaine, by neurotypicals. So like all throughout the school system, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, he told us, right, his name was always getting called over that fucking loudspeaker at school, right? So that probably already exists to some extent. And rejection sensitivity dysphoria, I do get curious about like how he might have really taken that. Like that I felt that in my body. That like, when you're someone that's just trying to show up as yourself and people then speak ill of you, it definitely can create the feeling of like, damn, like y'all really just don't even like me. Right? Like, I can't just be myself. You're going to reject me. Yeah, I know. I felt it in my body, so I know that some of y'all are probably feeling it in yours, right? It's like that identity piece, right? That's why y'all feel it in your stomach. Shrek Khan, I hope that Brian has reached out to Nick, being that he was advocating for mental health. I hope he did so too, and also had a Cash App. Okay, that was to lighten it, y'all. But yeah, I definitely felt that in my body, and I can, that's hard. It's hard to be like, I'm just being myself. Oh, Jen, I'm so sorry, because I know that feeling, friend. I'm just being myself, and now you're rejecting me as myself. That is like, oof. You know? I love y'all down. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, perfect. I have my first. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, perfect. I have my first panel. Let me bring you all up, and then I'll do timers. Amina, and I think that that's the part that people keep forgetting, right? Like people were crying, yes, because like empathy exists, obviously. And a lot of people registered that in their own bodies because of our own experiences, because of, you know what I'm saying? Like it registers in a different type of way. You know what I mean? So yeah. Okay, y'all, I am going to say this because sometimes I have to remind y'all to keep the likes coming while we are on the panel. Don't leave it all to like 10 people in the chat, y'all. It's 350 of y'all in here. Y'all got it.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, I'm bringing, sorry y'all, it's like moving in slow motion a little bit, but I am bringing you all friendship betrayal does hurt. Honestly, friendship betrayal sometimes hurts more than like a regular breakup. And the fact that when he left the villa, Nick repeatedly talked about how much he respected Ace. He was his brother. He loved him so much. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Ebony, I love that too. That Jeremiah was like, actually, I text both Alandria and Nick today. Nick is always going to be my guy. I'm cool with everybody, but Nick is always going to be my guy. And so for me, it's like, if nothing else, just the way the man has talked about him, I don't understand how you felt unsupported. I just don't understand. I don't understand that claim at all. And to say that like production was pushing us to do this or influencing us to do this. Thank you so much for subscribing. It's like, yes, and you still have free will. So are you really that nigga? Yeah, I really be on that shit. Yeah. I'm standing on what I believe in. Or are you a pushover ass nigga? Like, which is it, Alan? The map is not mapping. Which is it? You thought you was doing a gotcha to production, but now you're talking about like, oh, I did this because production made me. Well, which is it, dude? The reality is that's a part of your character. You just don't want us to clock it. Yeah, that's his real name, Peter. You just don't want us to, but that's a part of your character. That's why you were so willing to go along with that shit. Tell the truth. Okay, enough of me. Ivy, please share your thoughts.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I cannot stand Alan. But the podcast was an excuse. Like, he's using, production. Oh, Nick said whatever 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, you've been ignoring Nick's calls for 6 weeks. This has nothing to do with that. You're mad because you didn't make it into the final four. You thought that I'm wondering, I don't know, because I was watching this girl, her name is Avi, and her dad like reacts to Love Island. I love his takes, and he clocked Ace like first, second week, like, and he was like, yeah, no. And he said, even in regard to the friendships, he was like, yeah, Nick and Olandria, like, none of these people are their friends. He clocked Shelly. And yeah, I see it completely. And I also think that Ace has some type of, I don't know if it's like they all do, maybe even Taylor, but it's like, and it's because of some type of sexual attraction to Olandria, but she never played into that Jezebel trope that everybody expected of her. Mm-hmm. So they're mad, and they thought like, oh, like they could just be in the villa playing around, and they didn't realize like, oh, Nick is actually serious. I don't think that they thought that Nick wouldn't play about her. They thought that it was just like a little crush, just the way that I feel like Alan has a crush on Olandria. In the podcast, I don't know, Olandria's name just kept being in his mouth. He was saying her name like, every time he mentioned like her and Shelly, it's like he was saying her name first. Like it was very weird. What else? Jeremiah, shout out to Jeremiah for standing up for Nick. I thought that was very nice. He made like 3 separate videos on his Snapchat. I guess people were coming for him or something. Maybe people were coming for him. But he made it very clear, like, no, Nick is always gonna be my friend. I thought that was so nice. Ace is Alan is a very bitter, jealous person, and I think Michelle is his equal. And everyone is expecting her to leave him. I don't see that happening. I think she's going to stick by her man. And I think she's already made her choice and made her decision. And unless Alan actually stops her bag, or her pursuits or whatever, I don't see that happening. I feel like that Essence shoot was a hot mess. I don't even know. I'm like, what was that? The background, it just looked like JCPenney. It just made no sense. And Taylor or Three Dreads, the Lockless Monster, like whatever you want to call him, like he is extremely upset and envious of Nick, and that is like I don't even know, like he's like, what was the guy name who betrayed Othello? Like, yeah, he's like that, like literally, like he been scheming this whole time. I don't care what nobody say. Yeah,
That's what we
like
got.
literally. And I think that he was getting intel for Alan. I think that Brian was also getting intel for Brian. I mean, for Alan. I truly believe that, because it's very strange that Alan would be mentioning Brian of all people. Like, when was y'all ever close?
I have a theory. I'm waiting till you finish.
Yeah, and I find it very strange. And it's like, how are you gonna say, oh, Brian been calling and checking in on me? Nigga, you haven't been answering Nick's calls to check in on you. Like, literally, it's just like he contradicted himself so much. It made no sense. Like, you contradicted yourself so much. You're so real. You're so this. You're so that. But you were a productions plant, just the way we thought. We literally said, "Oh, he was a production plant," and you proved yourself. They didn't even have to, like. They probably promised that you would make it into the finals. Like, nigga, they gonna do what they want to do. But yeah, I rest my case.
Thank you, Ivy. Jelly made a good point. Did y'all notice that Charlie implied that Ace is a monitoring spirit? Yeah, he literally said that, right? Like, you're asking us for information, but you're not sharing us openly. And that's when I realized I needed to keep my cards a little bit closer to my chest. Like, he was definitely letting us know, if nothing else, he thought that Alan was like playing the game. You know what I mean? As far as Alan being close with Brian, I want us to remember who Brian is. Thank y'all for sending gifts to my panelists. Brian is a player vibe. He's a scumbag. So again, and Taylor 3D, we're watching him in real time be an abuser. I won't use the other word, but y'all know what I'm suspicious about. So the fact that he's saying that those are his people, it's because he's like that. Birds of a feather. That's why I think, you too, Jules, that's why I think he was naming Brian, because the reality is, like, are y'all really? Or that's who you vibe with. That's who you connect with. Like, as much as he wants to sell a narrative about Nick, and whatever, maybe he thought that was true about Nick, right? We all thought that Nick, like, Nick said he came with 7 shirts, right? He definitely probably thought he was gonna come in there and have a hot boy summer and go home, right? So yeah, whatever he thinks he knows about Nick, I think when they got out of the villa, as it became obvious that that was different than what he thought it was, I think that contributed to the disintegration. And Brian definitely is on his hot boy summer, right? He broke up with the Mayan a couple days later, was in Miami, and already had the allegations of cheating before that. So yeah, of course you vibe with him. Of course you do. I want to go to Erica, but first, real quick, thank you so much to all of my subscribers. I am going to shout y'all out real quick in here. Okay. Mir, thank you for just subscribing. Fontaine, Nay, Ray. It doesn't have a name. It just has a bunch of flowers. But if you've been in here before, thank you. Moni, Tristana. Tell me if I said your name wrong. Correct me. Apple user, Zariah. Y'all all just started subscribing today. Welcome to the fam. Thank you so much for subscribing. Z, Bad, Jasmine, Violet, Athena, New, Ebony, Toy, Kimberly, Mama, Gemma, Zena, Bay, Rachel, Denise, O11VN, Jojo, BB, Camilla, Mtia, Miriam, Ray, Ruby, Jules, Trini, Jelly, Sheila, Sun, Ivy, no name, but it's like the little bursting stars, Mika, Carmel, thank y'all. Oh, Carmel just subscribed today. Justice just subscribed today. Minaj, Social Butterfly, Sarah, Polka, Pocketbook all started subscribing today. Thank y'all so much for being subs to my community. Welcome into the space. I appreciate that y'all care enough about what I have to say and appreciate enough about what I have to say that you would choose to subscribe to my content. That really does mean a lot to me. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all probably saw that I was on like a batch making like thing yesterday because I was so behind, because I do give y'all, okay, Tristana, thank you for correcting me. I do try to give y'all content every single day. So I dropped like 5 videos yesterday and I'll have 2 today. I think I already posted 1, but another one is going to come today about this Essence article. I'll go into more detail. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, and if you want to subscribe, I will pin it. It's $2.99 for the first month. You get a discount. And then also if you pay for the whole year, you get a discounted rate. There's 2 tiers, $2.99 and $5.99. The biggest difference between them is that the $5.99 tier is it includes a book club and a Discord channel. So please feel free. Yes, exactly. Brian Taylor. I have to say this. Brian Taylor, Chris, and 3D are all the same misogynistic people. Chris was a T Lane's supporter. So we know some things about the character, right? So yeah. Anywho, thank y'all so much for subbing. Thank you so much for being part of the community. I am probably going to be increasing the sub price at some point. I told y'all that. And so if you pay for the year, obviously that locks you in at whatever that rate is. I think it's like $20 if you do like the lowest level. $5.99 is like less than 50, I think, if you do the whole year because it discounts it. And then, yeah, but anyway, thank you. Okay. That's all my like little spiels and my housekeeping stuff. Continue to like the live. Y'all are doing so like amazing. Like we're gonna get like, this is amazing. Y'all are doing great. Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry, Erica, please share your thoughts.
Oh, okay. Hi. I don't really talk on lives much, but I want to just say that I love you. I found you in the Love Island discourse. So let me just say, like, Alan Labubu didn't have me really jacked up because, I mean, I was in the middle of a State Farm call during an allocation and had to pause my thing and say, honey, you might not get an allocation today because I know you just didn't say that. I know you did not just say that about Nick and Olandria like that. Like, how dare you? And it's just like a monitoring, like it's a monitoring spirit because what you have been picking up these little tidbits probably for weeks from other people just saying, "Ooh, well, what's this? What's that? What's this?" When all you had to do was pick up the phone, be a man, and talk to Nick. That's all it had to be done. This could have been a quick 15 to 20-minute call. And if you still didn't get what you wanted from Nick, oh well, end the friendship and move on, son. That's it. Let Love Island die. But you couldn't do that. You had to be the egotistical little bastard that you are. And that's sick. And it just upsets me. And then also, you keep wanting to blame the producers. I felt like that interview was at most like, that's cute. All right. But nothing you said was revolutionary. What he failed to realize is you watched the show, but you didn't listen to the commentary of America. You probably should have watched the commentary that went along as as the show went on. We didn't like you. You screwed yourself. You made Amaya Papaya that made her win that show. It had nothing to do with you as a couple. You did that because that last show for everybody was when you said something that stand on business challenge. You should have shut up and set your little short behind down, but you didn't. And that was the issue. So you made her the people's princess, technically. She's not so much, but that was you. But in retrospect, that was your fault. So you should probably watch the commentary. And a guy, I wanted to send it to you, a guy who was on previous season 5, before USA was what USA was, talked about, he said, they make suggestions to you, of course. Like somebody said also, 30 years of reality TV history, and we always know producers have something going on in the background. They always have agendas. You didn't say nothing revolutionary there. You just say you thought you was about to come out and be Beyonce and Jay-Z, and you gave off Papoose and Remy. That's what you gave off. And that's the simple fact of it. Like Papoose and Remy, we already done the Black Love Experience and saw that failed miserably. You should have packed it up and left it where it was. You talking about scammers while you are the biggest scammer in the room. It never felt genuine. You said that earlier. It never felt genuine once on that screen. I sat there and said, that's cute. That's nice, but I never felt nothing for it. Like and I said, maybe am I tripping? Because I should not have to defend this white man on this internet like this. I'm upset I have to because you couldn't keep it together for 10.3 seconds. Like it was sick. You just sick in the freaking head for no reason. And he really has had me jacked up for days. Somebody has not gotten their bills, their allocation done right this week because he didn't have me so jacked up while I'm on my calls. Because I'm just like, how dare you? How dare you get on there and do that to Nick and Landry? And you darn near brought up the like another thing is you almost treat her like she could be nothing more than a fetish. And that is just sick. Like you put basically like, oh well, she's attracted. Excuse me. I don't think anybody on this God green earth has walked up to somebody and said, yeah, you my husband and wife, and that's it. Attraction is the first level of liking someone. You think they're cute, you talk to them, and maybe you'd be like, yeah, that's great. You'd be like, yeah, no mind, never mind. I'm good on that person. But that's the first level. Why are you trying to dismiss him for what is the normal steps? And you're tripping about them being a couple, not being boyfriend, girlfriend, or an official couple, or da 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 da. I'm sorry, nobody scammed the whole villa and was dating prior to that. I didn't even believe that, but now you're gonna make me believe it. You're gonna put it in my head because like you did that. You 110% probably were dating her, and y'all still ain't boyfriend girlfriend. And I believe Ivy said it. Yes, that interview was a mess. It was a mess, and it's sad that you thought you was gonna hop us off Nicolandria train, off this delusional train that we were on for the whole season, and hop on you, baby. That was never happening. You could have gone ahead and wrapped it up. Wrap it up, son, because we're gonna ride this fake dating. I'm gonna go ahead and say that fake dating to the ground. And you just gone over there and you do what you want to get on there and dance up a bar because we don't care. Shut up. Paying you dust. All right. Thank you, Tina. Bye.
Y'all are funny. Okay, I have to user. You're hilarious. Dropping these fucking nicknames to the chat over and over again. I'm screaming. Twinkle twinkle little dread user. Really,
Yeah, fuck that, man.
really. You're doing a lot, friend. Y'all are so funny. You know what? It's like it's again like someone else had said it on Threads to Erica's point, right? Like, Alan, the Nicolandria Nation calls themselves a cult. They have been surviving all season on breadcrumbs. They were shipping Nick and Alandria before Nick and Alandria were shipping Nick and Alandria. Nobody gives a fuck if it's for clout. We want to be scammed willingly. We don't care. We don't care. Because the reality is, and to scam me more, Pia, right? Like the reality is that ultimately, whatever anybody feels about it, right? Whether it's real or it's fake, what people are getting to see in real time is, and I'll speak for like Black community explicitly, is like number one, Christina, a real life romance novel, right? And Jen, he treats her well. Nobody gives if that man, he said to us himself, whether I'm your friend, your lover, or whatever the third thing was, right? But like, whatever he is in her life, he has done nothing but lift her up. Partner, thank you. He has done nothing but lift her up. So if her being scammed looks like her being lifted up, her being put into model shoots, building her portfolio, being supported, yes, I like that. I like that type of scamming. I like that kind of fake. Scam me again next season, he said, right? Like, we like seeing that. And what he doesn't understand, and this is, I was going to say no shade, all tea, but it's a little bit of shade. It's a little bit of shade, right? I like seeing a man scam a woman into going to Greece and planning her perfect date of her in a hot air balloon, having dinner. Like, I like seeing a man scam a woman like that versus I'm going to have you doing club appearances. I'm sorry. I like that kind of scamming better. Scam me into what I like a man that when I say I want to model, he says you will model. I like that type of scamming. I like the type of scamming where you speak positively over my life, where you edify me. I like that type of scamming, not the one that has me in a section. or doing 20B12s. Exactly. Got me brushing horses at 2 o'clock in the morning and mushing my head on live. Give me the other scamming. If that's what's real, give me the fake. I will take it. I'll take the fake. And demanding I move to Oklahoma because he bought me some fucking jeans and shirts. Boy. Shut up, Chris. Not talking about let me cancel this section I just bought. Shut up. But like if scamming, if fake love, if scamming is soft life and it's softness and it's putting it we ain't bought sections since we was in our 20s, Jules. He is fucking around. I don't do that buying section shit no more. But yeah, like if that's scamming, good for her. If that's fake love, good for her. May it find all Black women. May it find all people. We all deserve to be loved like that. You feel me? So that's what he doesn't get, is that Nicolandria Nation was never going to be like, oh my God, he said they're not in a real relationship, which keep it a buck. But neither one of them have said they are. We're saying that as the public. The public is saying that. They're saying we still don't have labels. We're moving at our own speed. We're just dating. That's what they're saying. How do you fake not having a label? How do you fake not being in a, like that? What? But anywho, if that's fake, then I love that for her. Period. It was never gonna make us get off the ship. Exactly. They're dating and doing life together. That's what they said. We're doing life together. Like, he's still courting her. Exactly. Whole time you telling this girl you love her, late to her dinner party, so she's upset with you, but I brought roses. Shut up. Okay, sorry. Rachel, please share your thoughts.
Hello, everybody. It's always a pleasure. I wrote down my thoughts this time to keep me on track. So as the previous panelist has said, yes, I've been on Ace's little short man's neck, and I've been laughing so hard at some of these pictures that I've seen in the last couple of days, comparing him to Dr. Evil, like with his little legs swinging off the villa couches and stuff. I said, but I really feel I was, like I said before in the last live, that I was giving him a chance as far as being a Black man on a reality TV show. I gave him as far as that, and I did the same way as you, about as far as them coming out the villa and seeing what happens to their friendships, or I would call them more acquaintances at this point. So one of the things that I had been very focused on is how Ace continues to want to push the narrative about production, production. My thing about it, as I need to go back and watch season 7 again, is that to me, I felt like there was an alliance somewhere in the villa. I think initially it was 3D, or whatever you want to call him, 3 Dreads, you want to call him, whatever the case may be. They did an alliance. I think it was him and Taylor along with one, and everybody else. If they fit into their end game, then that was fine. If not, but I really feel like Ace feels some type of way because he probably sat down and actually watched the show and saw how production saved these two that they conveniently voted off, brought them back in. And then they're like, oh, when they came back in, they were like, oh, they brought them back in and kind of let them have a secret date and was trying to see could there be some type of connection. And when they came in, then America picked them over Ace and Alan and Michelle. I think he still feels some type of way about it because he wants to sit here and blame production, saying production made me do this and production made me do that. But then in the same breath, like he did on the show and like he did at the reunion, about how he's like, what, no grown man can make me do this, no grown man can make you do that. But then literally you're wanting us to believe that grown men, which we know most of the producers probably were white men, are making you make a Taylor or making you keep around Olandria. I'm like, I'm calling BS. Because if that's the case, if you're standing on business like you supposedly say, then you would have held your friend to the fire. You would have told your friend, let her go. Don't keep her around, because keep her around till something better comes for you. And I really feel nobody can convince me otherwise. Taylor did not like her because she was not the right shade of brown for him. He keeps on saying, well, I'm not saying that Clark isn't pretty, but to me, I've seen other women that look like her that are just as pretty as her, but that are more country like. Because I was raised in Alabama. I went to college in Alabama. That's why I understand where Landry is coming from because my best friend went to Tuskegee and her daughter went to Tuskegee. So I've been around Tuskegee a lot. Tuskegee is very country and it's very Alabama. So you have to be very strategic because as a black woman in Alabama, you get more flack for dating outside your race than a black man dating outside their race. It's like you have to prove that your relationship is all these things and a white man is not a fetish, like fetish to them. Because I know, like when I was in Alabama, full time. I live in Georgia now. Black men would say, "Oh, you're pretty for a black woman." What is that supposed to mean? What the f is that supposed to mean? I'm pretty, period. And though you would have to stop them, but they would come at you because they thought you were kind of fetishy or that you were something that they couldn't get because a lot of the women they look, very blonde, blue eyes, or whatever the case may be if they're white. Or in Alabama now, everybody kind of has the same, the fake hair, the lashes, and et cetera, a lot of makeup, et cetera, et cetera. They all kind of look the same. So I can get where Olga is saying, I don't want to be one thing, and that's why she was very hesitant. But then I would also even say Nick and Olga, they were very standoffish because they were both kind of being respectful of their friendships with Alan and Taylor. Because that's why I felt Nick didn't come after her because he thought, quote unquote, that Taylor was for her or trying to be with her. And then all along, he just kept her around until something better was in his lap. Um, let's see. And as far as Ace, I really feel like he's coming. That short man complex is coming out more and more and more. Then it's the same thing of last thing I will say is when you have shared experiences, I equate it to like military. Like when you go into basic training and you have, well, not basic training now, but basic training of old. You have your phone and you met these people that came from all walks of life and you built these friendships. And then once you get out of these experiences, it will determine what category they will be either acquaintances or friends for life based off of their actions. But they have to decide what that is in their 20s. When I was in my 20s earlier, I used to call people friends more quickly, but now like you're an associate. You're an associate based off of how you move and everything, not necessarily, even though I know they're all going to be in the same spaces per se. So I know that they can't be like, oh, scorched earth, but they know they're going to have to be in the same space because they're on the same reality show. So we'll see if things will get better or if they're going to unfollow, even though they said Orlando's tweet got deleted today or whatever the case may be, or deleted in the last couple of days. But I'm willing to see if she will ever address it or how they want to move going forward. But I definitely think they underplayed Nick and how they just pushed him over and they thought all this coordinated attack was going to work and they all thought it was going to work out in their favor. And I think that Ace is getting the day that he definitely deserves. And I love this for him.
Thank you, Rachel, for your thoughts. Y'all, I am going to rotate out my panel after this panel goes because I know I have more subs in my queue. Mier said, do you think Alan was insinuating that he is Ola's type in that podcast to try to one up Nick? I hope not, because I wouldn't believe that for a second, that when Alandria has described her type that it would be him. I think he was trying to just say that Nick is not her type. I think that's what he was trying to insinuate. It's like Nick is not her type. But it's like, you can say that, boy, but we saw her kiss that man on the first night. So she still thought he was cute, even if that's not what she typically dates. And he did say like, she said that like she's tried different things, blah, blah, blah. But what he was getting at to me is that because Nick is not Black, he can't possibly be her type. Here's the thing though. I don't know if y'all listen to it in the Modern Love podcast, but Alandria explicitly says like, Taylor is cute, but he's not a guy I would go for in the real world. She basically was like, he ain't my type either. Right. So like that wasn't that wasn't necessarily the other option. You know what I mean? And like, so yeah, like, and I think ultimately what she wants is to be treated well. She wants a certain type of behavior and obviously attraction, right? But I think her type is also very attached to behaviors as well. And so I think that she is having a great experience, whatever happens for them long term. I don't think 3D is anyone's type. I don't think he's his own type, honestly. But like, yeah, he needed to. He was just trying to shit on Nick. Is how I saw that. Like he ain't black, and so that can't possibly be her type. And somebody said it looks like Koi from last season was her type. And that might be true. That might be who she typically goes for. But it's not like she thinks Nick is ugly. He's just not her typical what she would be attracted to. You know, like as far as like maybe not who she would like date long term, right? She might think they were cute. But again, we also heard her say that she had this experience of feeling like they fetishize to Rachel's point, right? They fetishize. And so even if she thought he was cute, I think in some ways she already kind of, hi Solar Shan, she had already written some things off in her head anyway. You know what I mean? And okay, Avi's dad is saying that he thinks that Alan was targeting hi K Camp Michelle because he thinks that it's Michelle's fault that they got kicked off. I could believe that because again, y'all, I'm saying like I do think that he is more like Taylor than like he's like a young version of Taylor. So I could definitely see him like shifting the blame in that, but I personally didn't perceive it as like him trying to punish Michelle as much as I just think he's so arrogant. Like I don't think while he says that, so here's the thing. He says he's not strategic. And I think he is to an extent, but I think he's not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, though I do think he is smart. And so some of that, I think, is just ego. Like he couldn't, it wasn't as precise as maybe people are thinking it. Like, I don't think all of his shots were like precision shots. I think some of them were like, he's just so fucking arrogant and he's so egotistical that it's coming out. Exactly. Perfectly stated, Pia. He doesn't have perfect strategy execution, right? So it didn't execute precise. A lot of that came out was just ego and he couldn't stop himself, right? And then the people with lots of critical thinking skills are like, oh, they're able to sort of put the things together. I actually, and I know somebody said it in here, I don't think that he actually wants Alandria as much as he wants access to Alandria. I've talked to y'all before about how people will want to be in relationship with people for the sake of social capital. We heard him say in the villa, how are we going to be Beyonce and Jay-Z if you don't have your shit together? He wanted to come out and be a power couple. And he was frustrated that it was top 4 instead of them being top 2. And so him wanting Alandria would really only be about having access to her for the sake of that social capital. Joan, thank you. Joanna, thank you so much for subscribing. And that's it. I don't think to be perfectly fair, he's so full of shit, in my opinion, when he's saying things like, my first girlfriend and my last girlfriend. You were far too lustful over every woman that came in that villa for me to believe that at 22, you're ready to stop fucking other people. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the way that you acted at 22, you're ready to not fuck anybody else for the rest of your life. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so, personally. Yeah, you know, Nashi, you just gotta ignore them people. They be in here being weirdos. Okay, Zariah, will you please go ahead and share your thoughts, my friend?
Hi, my name is Zaria, but it's so nice to finally meet you. I've been watching you for a while, so I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. So my thoughts, what we're seeing with Nick and Ace, breakdown of expectations. I think Ace taking a step back in the press run and all that, I think he expected Nick to kind of do damage control and be like, no, I wasn't the ringleader and this and that and third. But the gag is he did. That's why I'm kind of confused as to why he was like, you didn't have my back and defend my character. But we saw in like the Keke Palmer podcast and many other podcasts, he would make a light joke and be like, as much as I want Ace to be Gru and I'm the minion, that's not what it was. So I don't fully understand what else he expected of Nick, because even then he revealed that they had a conversation and he felt like he wanted him to defend him and he was dismissive. But again, it's like, I think you wanted him to defend you in a certain way, but at the end of the day, he wasn't thinking about Olandria at that moment. Because Nick, I feel like Nick is giving PR answers to kind of make sure there's no heat coming their way. Because there's already the racist heat they're getting from Huda's fan or Honda Civic's fans, and also the heat of you're fake and that you're scammers and this, that, and the third, which is quite funny now that they're the only couple together from the Final Four. That's people not clocking, but okay. They're scamming or whatever. And I think that's where it's at. And could there be envy there? Possibly too, because I think again, I think him and Shelly had this expectation that I'll come out and be like this big couple, but it ended up being their friends, aka sidekicks in their minds, because they're like, wait, they just got together. We've been day one. How come we're not getting these opportunities? And I think it all stems from, even if you look at their Instagram engagement from the Disney trip, I think Shelly Ace, they had a joint post and they got like maybe 800,000 likes, versus Nick and Alandria, they got 1 million. They got 1 million on their Disney posts. Like things like that, I think there is that envy of, I'm celebrating you, but I'm also kind of disappointed that you're doing better than me. That I can't help but peep as I'm watching them move. Because even then, I didn't want to see it as Shelly and Landry having a one-sided friendship. But as we're watching her move, I don't know. Like, even the whole, when they asked excited to see, Landry was like, I'm excited to see my bestie, my soul Shelly. And Shelly's like, I'm excited to see all the girls. Like, things like that, I'm like, okay. Like, what's really going on? Because again, and that's the thing about going back to Ace, I think it was just so disappointing that in that podcast, he said some really like powerful things about how these Black women help themselves, and how the Black people were kind of made these therapists. Like he said some really good things, but that was overshadowed by him trying to take shots at Nick. But it's like, dude, you know, Nick and Alandria have been fighting for their relationship and fighting these fake dating allegations, and you put more fuel in the fire, which is so weird to me. Because how can you care about Olandria but throw shots at her relationship? Because what, you felt like Nick should? That's where he lost me, because it's like you have to take Nick that you don't do yourself. Because if you were so pressed to defend your character, why didn't you go in the podcast and defend your character? Because Kiki revealed you were invited and declined. Like, you sitting here, you have this expectation that you want Nick to do all this, but you're not even doing that for yourself in your own relationship. Like, you got Shelly doing press reviews all by herself, and I'm like, okay, Ace, that's where you lost me, bud. Because I was really trying to be optimistic, because I was really into the whole core 4 type thing. But it's like, bro, you lost me, bro. You lost me with this. Because again, how can you have these expectations of Nick, but you're not even upholding your own expectations? And how can you come for Amaya for making short jokes, but you throwing shade at your close friends, quote unquote, relationship, after you just got on Amaya for feeding into the narratives of you being short and quote unquote bullying? Like, you just showed everyone that you're hypocrite, and that you only stand on morals if they benefit you. Because again, you were just on Jeremiah for being a scammer, but you just admitted that you let producers basically tell you what to do the whole time. So that was my observations.
Thank you so much. Tell me one more time how it's Zaria. Zaria. Hold on, you broke up. Say it again for me.
Zaria.
Okay, thank you, Zaria. And y'all, again, if I ever say your names wrong, please correct me. Thank you, Zaria. Bella Rose, hello, good afternoon. To V's point, it is now 388 of y'all in here. Please tap up the screen. Please like the live. The panelists are always, they're very vulnerable when they come up here. They share really openly. They are exposing themselves and their thoughts, right, to everybody's criticisms or agreement, right? And so please like up the live, please show support in that way for the live. To a lot of y'all's points and to Zaria's point, like we did not see Ace defend anybody in the public, right? And to someone else's point, they do think it was about the Jeremiah vote, but what's unfair about that ask from Ace for him to defend, for Alan to want Nick to defend him around the Jeremiah vote, basically he wanted Nick to lie on himself in order to protect him. That's weird. Why would you ask him of that? When have you ever seen Nick? We saw Nick sit down with Hula Hoop and say, I don't want you to feel separated or isolated, but I did think you should go home. Like he's always going to tell you the truth of it, whether or not it's what you want to hear. So why would he think that Nick was going to go on a podcast and be like, no, yeah, we made that decision together? Nick was telling his truth. He was also standing for himself because Nick very much wanted to maintain that relationship with Jeremiah. He talked about coming out of the villa and wanting to like having reached out to Jeremiah, like wanting to explain himself to Jeremiah. Why should he have to fall on the sword for you, especially when that wasn't even the truth? He did defend Jeremiah. Y'all outvoted him. And then to Brandy's point, he took the heat. He could have very easily in the villa been like, man, this is not what I wanted, but ultimately this is what the group decided. That's not what he did. He said, it's not personal, blah, blah, blah. Like he acted as though he did not vote for Jeremiah to stay so that it wouldn't look like it was only Taylor and Alan, even though it was 3D and Alan. So he already took the heat all season long about that shit. He does not need to keep fucking falling on the sword for you. Big man, get off of your fucking curated image and you speak for yourself then if that's the case. But the fact that he never spoke out against all the hate and the shit that Nick and Alandria were getting, but he wanted Nick to keep falling on his sword for him, it's giving, you can only be a friend to me in the ways that I say a friend can be a friend to me. And if you fuck up even one time, I'm not fucking with you. I'm gonna throw you to the dogs. I'm gonna drag you through the mud because I didn't fucking like your ass to begin with. That's what it's giving. And he needs to just be honest about that shit. Because people were on Nick's ass all season because we all perceived, well, I was on his ass, but we all perceived Nick as being closest to Jeremiah. And so we're like, damn, you gonna do your friend like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, so he took all season. He does not continue to owe you that after the season. And every time somebody brought up you being the ringleader or whatever, I know that he wanted seriousness and he was playful about it on Watch What Happens Live, but he had already been serious about it on Kiki's podcast. He had already been serious about it in other venues where he had spoken about it. And again, at this point, Nick had already told us like he was tired of talking about some of this stuff. He was tired of defending certain things. And so I think it's unfair for Alan to keep asking Nick to do all of these things when Alan did nothing. Nothing. V asked, what was Speedy insinuating Ace told him about Nick? Speedy wasn't insinuating shit other than he wants some more views from us. Speedy can... Athena, please share your thoughts.
Okay, this is going to be kind of like a stream of consciousness because it's hitting on a lot of different points. So just stick with me. First off, like you said earlier, if Nick Alandria is a scam, scam me. If Alandria is scamming, scam me. I support Black business. Scam the fuck out of me, girl. Because Alandria's scam has her in Greece modeling national campaigns while 3D has Clark on the Chitlin circuit, okay? So scam me, please and thank you. Second of all, Ace saying that he's close to Brian was a dig at Amaya because he can't come for Amaya directly. That's what that was. It was a dig at Amaya. First, the reason, I think somebody alluded to this, the reason that people were coming at Jeremiah was because Taylor announced on his little funky live that him, Ace, and Jeremiah have a group chat. So that's what he said, right? A private group chat that Nick is not in. So he literally set up a hate train for Jeremiah. That's what that was about. And I also agree his issue is about the Jeremiah vote, which doesn't make sense because they're going to show the footage on at the reunion. So I don't understand why he insists on Nick lying to protect him. Meanwhile, Nick already said it happened during the season, but I was never gonna be like, oh well, they voted you out and I didn't. So I let Jeremiah think it was me. And he said that. He already took the fall for you. Like, what more do you want? Like, this man is so selfish, it's ridiculous. I hope that people realize that Ace is lying when he says he cares about Alandria. He doesn't give a damn about that girl. He can't because he blames her for saying and for taking Shelly's spot. So he doesn't like her. He's pretending to like her, but because as a black man, he can't visibly come out and say that he doesn't like her, he's going to put all his ire, his external ire on Nick. But when people are saying, why would he say that knowing everything that Alandria is facing? That's exactly why he said that. Because he wants to do damage to Alandria, and that's the way he can do it, but he can't do it directly. Ace is such a liar. His excuse for why he's mad at Nick about Nick not publicly supporting him. First of all, we know that's not true. Nick has been in his comments. Nick has been hyping him up. Everything he posts, Nick likes. Nick has been in the interviews defending him. And then so he says it, which is not true. And then he says that Nick's answer about the Final Four, meaning Nick told him that him and Shelly deserves to be on the Final Four. But when Nick was asked in public, he said he gave a PR answer. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Ace was the one that said that he didn't need this. He won already when he left with Shelly. So if you already won when you left with Shelly, you didn't need the money because you were on Jennifer Hudson. You had all this clout. So what is the problem? But meanwhile, in the Speedy interview, you know what he said? He said, "This is my life." So is it your life or do you not care? Which one is it? Because it's not making sense to me. I also want to say that Alan has been ignoring Nick since before the Final Four thing came up. He never I clocked this. Every time Taylor or Clark posts something, he likes it. He never likes anything that Olandria posts. He never likes anything that Nick posts. This is way before 2 weeks ago when the Final Four question came up on Watch What Happens Live. He never does that. Even though Nick has been liking his stuff and commenting, Alan never does it. If you guys notice, and if he's mad at a PR answer, I don't understand. If you guys notice when Shalise initially left the villa, they were getting interviewed. Their first interview, when they asked them who they wanted to win, they said Nick Alandria. They said Nick and Alandria, blah, blah, blah. By the time they got to After Sun, they said Bramaya. So initially, what I thought was that they were giving a PR answer, right? So let's say it was a PR answer. How come you can give a PR answer, but Nick can't give a PR answer? I'm very confused about that. But now I'm starting to think, because you know how they do all those interviews one after the other? I'm starting to think that they got these interviews and they kept getting questions about Nick and Alandria. And they started to peep whoa, maybe this Nick and Alandria thing is a big thing. And they got their phones back and started seeing that Nick and Alandria were a big thing, and they started hating. So when I saw that interview, I thought maybe the interview had been chopped and screwed to cut out them maybe saying they want Nick and Alandria or Bramaya. But now I think maybe they just did say Bramaya because they were hating since then. Because as they're getting more and more interviews before they get to After Sun, and every interview they're talking about Nick and Alandria, they must have been okay, what is going on here? So I'm thinking the hating started probably from since then. And I'm going to say that Nick saving Alandria messed Ace's plans up. Ace is a producer. He likes to pretend that he stands on business, but he doesn't. Janae told us that the producers can't force you to do anything. They can suggest, but they can't force you. Just like they suggested Leah, they wanted to keep Leah and Miguel apart. They didn't fall for it. They wanted Janae to do certain things. She didn't fall for it. That guy Keenan from season 5, who was a demon, apparently, from what everybody says, he even says that's bullshit. The producers can't force you to do anything. So I think, all this talk about Taylor being forced to be with Alandria by influences, no, I think you wanted that. You helped him because you were a producer plant and you thought helping the producers get what they wanted, which was to humiliate Alandria, would get you a favorable edit or would get you in the final. And that's why you were so pissed when you got sent home. That's what happened. And Nick saving Alandria fucked up Ace's plan because I think he wanted Alandria gone because 2 Black women going far would split the Black people's vote. If Alandria was gone, all the Black people were going to vote for Michelle. That is the issue. I'm telling you, I think that is, and I think that's where Ace's problems messed up. Because he wanted to form a storyline. That's why he wanted Coco to stay. So that way Coco would be the foil to him and him and Michelle. The same way that that other girl was the foil to Serena and Cordell, so they would have something to overcome. And the reason why he initially wanted Olandria and Taylor to stay together was because, yeah, even if Taylor and Olandria stay together, the audience is going to see that Taylor is not really into Olandria, so they're never going to vote for them. So yeah, it'll look like he's helping his boy out by having him stay, but the audience is never going to vote for Taylor and Olandria because they're going to see that Taylor doesn't really like her. So that's not a threat. But now after Taylor has Clark, he has to get Olandria out because he can't have 3 black girls in there. That's really going to split the vote then. So he needs Olandria to go. And also, when we look at the vote, it was Nick, Pepe, TJ. On camera, we heard them say that they want to keep Olandria. We didn't hear Austin say, but I know Austin wanted to keep Olandria. That's his bestie. How would it look if the only 2 black men in the group voted against a black woman and 4 white men voted for her to stay? That's why him and Taylor had to switch their votes. They could never be caught on camera going against the 1 black woman when the 4 white men were voting for her to stay. So they were forced to change their vote. So Ace and Taylor had to change their vote to save Olandria because it would look messed up. It would look messed up. Also, another thing, when Shelly encouraged Olandria to keep going after Taylor, I was like, this is terrible advice. But now I really think she was setting her up. Because if she could keep Olandria going after Taylor, it would keep that triangle going. She would know that Taylor would never choose Olandria, so that whatever the next elimination was going to come up, she would go. Every day, the more I think about these things, Shelly is looking worse and worse. Nick has been getting killed online for weeks. I have never once seen Ace come on to defend him, to speak on his character, to say, you guys have Nick wrong. You might think he's a Republican, but he doesn't act like whatever you think. He's never said anything. So the way he expects things from people that he is not willing to give just infuriates me. This man is selfish. Ace says his problem with Austin is that he was acting one way with Amaya, but acting another way behind her back. How does he know that production didn't force Austin to do something? The same way he says that production forced Taylor to do things. Maybe influences were forcing Austin to do something. So how come you don't respect Austin, but you can respect Taylor? I'm not understanding. And also the way he says that he feels bad that he couldn't tell Olandria that production was forcing Taylor. Well, Taylor found a way to tell you, so how come you couldn't find a way to tell Olandria? If Taylor found a way to tell you, how come you couldn't find a way to tell Olandria? Is it because you and Taylor were in it together and it wasn't really forced by production? You guys did what you wanted to do? Is that what it is? And you had no vested interest in Olandria knowing? Could that be what happened? Okay. Then in the interview, he says that Sierra is basically after clout because since she's left the villa, she's been chirping and speaking on other people's relationships. The only person she's been chirping on their relationship is Nick and Olandria. Now let's see. If she's a clout chaser for speaking on Nick and Olandria, what are you? What are you? Turn it on, Steven. What's not clicking? Turn it on. Okay? His issue is that he's mad that he's a failed producer plant. He went in there producing, tried to produce a storyline for him and Shelly, tried to get all the other villagers in line, and then at the end of the day, it failed. He thought that because he was doing the producer's bidding, it would at least give him a good edit. So not only did he get dumped, when he got out, he saw he got not a bad edit, he got the edit he deserved because they showed him doing what he was doing, and that's why he's so mad and bitter. He's mad and bitter that Nick Olandria stole the storyline that was supposed to be his. Boy meets girl, they're kept apart by all these situations, but in the end, they overcome adversity and come together. You lose. That's not what happened, and you're bitter and you're mad that Nick and Olandria are the ones that came out on top. And you're so mad. You're so mad. And honestly, he makes me sick. And the more I think about this, there's no way that Shelly didn't know what was going on. So I said I wasn't going to, I was off my Shelly, whatever, and I wasn't going to publicly bash her, and I'm still not going to do that. I'll bash her here though, in a safe space. I will. I'm not going to do it online because I'm not. It's still protect Black women, but I'm not. But I'm a basher here. So this is my Shelly bashing stomping grounds. This is where I can safely bash Shelly and light her up and give her what she deserves. okay? Because it still protect Black women. So we keep things in house. But I'm honestly so disgusted. But at the end of the day, I'm grateful that this happened so that Nick and Alandria can open their eyes. I just thought it was Taylor, but it's clearly everybody. So hopefully they can just clean house. Just screw all these people except for Jeremiah, and then stick with whatever friends that they already had before this. Please and thank you. I'm so sorry it took so long, but I've been dying to say these things.
You told me, you said I have a lot to get off my chest, so I knew it was coming. Y'all are so funny using these fucking. I love when y'all use the stickers. They're so funny to me. But yeah, I will say this, y'all. Like, even Athena, like the bashing, right? Like, we never go too crazy in here, y'all. But the reality is, we will speak honestly about people in here. Where maybe, I won't say as much in the public eye. Like, my subscribers know that I say certain things to them because I don't want to put it into the public. I don't want it to end up on an FYP, but I will say it to them, right? But that said, somebody asked me if you have to subscribe in order to get on the live. You don't have to subscribe, but I do prioritize subscribers. So like, you'll just sit, I will bring you up at some point, but I will bring all the subscribers that are in the queue up first. So thank you for asking that. But yeah, I agree. At this point, it's like, I think we would be dishonest to keep saying that, Michelle can't have known anything. Oh, smut me, please. I didn't watch the finale yet. I haven't watched the finale. Have you watched it? Yeah, Beyond the Villa. Thank you, Athena. I'm going to drop you and bring up another sub. Okay, Anne, give us your thoughts, friend. Okay, smut me, please. I have to watch it.
Hello. First, I'd like to give some hand claps to Athena. That was so beautifully articulated. Also, Tina, love your nails.
Thank
Now that
you.
that's over, Michelle, girl, get your shit together. I'm mad at you. Now you Michelle. Michelle, what the hell, Michelle? Listen, I believe that you are the sum of the people that you keep around you. Michelle, you are friends with a known racist. Also, I'd like to say, Alan, now you're Alan, because fuck you. Alan, sir, you keep an abuser around you, which tells me a lot about yourself. Here's the thing. Tina, I saw some discourse today on TikTok, and basically this lady was saying that the Jeremiah, that the reunion was the most healing for him. Now thinking back, seeing him processing in real time, I realized he was real life gaslit by Alan and his minion Taylor, because they were basically projecting their love bombing thing. I watched my girl Blue yesterday. It was a long live, but Blue did say that Blue said, what did she say again? That Ace was love bombing by saying she's my first girlfriend and she's gonna be my last girlfriend. That's future faking. I said, ooh, clock it, Blue. She is an EQ coach. I did not catch that. Now when I think back to, like you were saying, Tina, about Jeremiah processing in real time, I think it's because he was having a little bit of cognitive dissonance, and his head was turning, not his head, but his eyes were turning, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. So I was like, oh my God, my boy really going through it, like fighting his truth and the truth they're trying to place on him. So I'm glad that I saw homeboy go to therapy. And yes, I love Jer Bear and his book club. I love a nerd, period. Y'all mad. He went to therapy and he said, first of all, if I did this and this and that, by definition, that's not love bombing. Then Huda's bitch ass, I'm sorry, Honda Civic, is like, you could do it and it's unintentional. But girl, do you have any proof that it was unintentional? Was she able to come up with any proof that it was love bombing? Absolutely not. You did not. And another example, you said that she was bullied on the island. They asked you, can you give us any examples? I believe that was Ariana. Thank you, Ariana. Or if it was Andy, shout out to you, Andy. You know I like Housewives. Whoever asked her, she's like, oh, I didn't feel bullied in the villa. I saw some clips and the way that they were talking about me, it made me feel bullied. you wanted to run with the narrative of that you were being bullied based on what your fans had to say. Now Jessie Woo did a live as well, and she brought up a picture. Like she's like, because she's all about protecting Black women. Honda Civic posted a picture. I believe it was before the reunion. Don't quote me on that. Of her saying that
She had a lot to do.
I don't have time for this, and it was the back of her in her dress. And mind you, that is a specific dig at Ola, because you kept saying at the reunion, there's just a lot going on. Yes, that's what the post said. There's a lot going on. I believe that she didn't want to defend Ola and Shelly in public because, and this is another thing, there's some really good pieces out there on TikTok. She said that she caters to a white audience, so she's not going to defend them because she doesn't want her audience to turn on her, and that's her bread and butter. So you would rather sell your friends down the river, quite literally, so that you can have your audience. The lady said, if your target audience were Black women, you would have made a post immediately defending these people. But here's my thing, like I'm a Sagittarius, and I guess I'm super loyal. I've been through friendship betrayals. I'm the type, I'm gonna defend you to your face and behind your back. I would never do that to my friends. I simply don't give an F. Like, and I'm gonna tell you something, Tina, as a Haitian, like a lot of our parents are narcissistic. I'm just gonna tell the truth. So I know from experience that image is everything. I recently had like issue with my mom, like bringing up my weight, and I had to set boundaries because of it. Like, I get it. They believe that image is everything. And Ace, if you didn't want to be a villain, why go on that podcast and be a villain? You're obsessed with your image, which tells me, I'm not gonna diagnose them, but you're given very narcissistic tendencies, that you're obsessed with the way that you're perceived by others. And the last thing I'll say is, and me and my mother were like, my mother's like, he gonna get his karma, watch. Ace not gonna win. He gonna be off the show for kicking out Jeremiah the way he did. Because my mom loves Jer Bear. But that's not the case. The point that I'm saying is, Alan has been playing from the very beginning. So I was hella confused. No, Alan is not Haitian, because he could never be one of us. What I'm saying is, I was so confused when Alan matched up with Amaya. You've been showing interest in Michelle since day one. Why not just match up with her? And then you got with Amaya, you set your boundaries. Okay, cool. And then you basically like was standoffish with her, didn't really care because you ain't really want her. Meanwhile, Michelle is, trying to gaslight the audience into believing that she's into Austin. Girl, I saw right through that. Stop fucking lying. You're not into Austin. Meanwhile, Austin, low effort white man sitting there like, I'm tired of being in this love triangle. Austin, do something about it, my guy. Honestly, Austin just didn't get kicked off because, not even because he's a low effort white man, but because he's so non-problematic. And to be honest, he kind of goofy. The man kind of funny. I had a few ha-ha-ha-has because, I don't know, he's just goofy. Anyway, Alan, you've been playing since the very beginning, bro. You did this to yourself. You hand-delivered her the win. Yes, Alan is Ace. Yeah, I just found out today. He's Alan now. Also, guys, I'd like to tell you, I unfollowed Ace on TikTok. I followed him for that bitch-ass live where he was trolling us, but I did unfollow him today. Also, I did see the Complex interview. Not really interview. The little cute Midnight Snack video. I didn't realize it was Complex at the time.
Yeah.
Tina, do you know where I can find the essence? Is it a video or an actual article?
It's an article that I read. It's on essence.com, and I just searched on their site and put out, I think, Shelly's name, and it popped up the article.
Oh, I was looking for a YouTube video. Okay, thank you. Did you make a video about that for the subs, Tina?
Not yet, but I'm going to when I get off. I am making a video for
Okay, great, because I'm not going to waste my eyes reading that. Appreciate you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Anne, for your thoughts. Thank you. Okay, yeah, so somebody else already said it. I'm gonna let Anne stay up for a minute so people can give gifts as they like before I drop her. Okay, so I will say this too, right? That so yes, y'all, we're calling them Alan and Michelle. Those are their actual legal names. So I will say that Alan and Michelle, y'all, I've always said my panel is goated, Lilac. Like, my panel is the shit. I'm sorry. Like, my panels be, y'all are a cut above the rest. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. Y'all are a cut above the rest. I be in other lives and I be hearing the panels, and y'all just chef's kiss. Okay, anywho, sorry. I'm glazing them right now, but I love my panels. I really do. But I will say about Alan and Michelle, I've always felt like they are a 3 to 5 year plan for each other. And I think it could be like a mutual understanding around that as well. At this point, I do. I always thought they were 3 to 5 years because I thought, like, age-wise, they were going to get to a point where it just wouldn't work anymore if they did not go to some sort of like therapy. But the more that's come out, the more that I don't believe that Michelle is oblivious to what's happening. And I think that she is an active conspirator in some aspects of their relationship, and not necessarily like the hit pieces. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, like, I don't think that she is unaware of completely who he is. I think that it's about, they understand about image, right? And so I could see them doing a 3 to 5 year bid with each other in order to try to develop things. And so I could see them locking in and, okay, we're going to do this. Exactly, Jess Silver. He would need to go to individual therapy if that were a diagnosis that he were to receive. He would definitely need some individual therapy. It's not impossible. Thank you so much for subscribing, Kulchi. Y'all, I feel like you just hit the other goal. I keep having to increase it. Okay, there's 2 more. I keep having to increase it because y'all keep subbing. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, so I could see them doing, at first I thought like 3 to 5 years because I could see them being long-term, but I couldn't see it being forever. Like I've never foresaw them getting married. Again, for me, when you're 22 and I watched you move like Dora the Explorer in this villa, and she's your first girlfriend, she's not going to be your last. You're not ready to stop fucking other people yet. I don't care what you're saying out loud. It's giving fake. It's giving not real, period. I'm sorry. As someone that got married for the first time when I was 21, like, it's no. And so for me, I was like, yeah, I don't see this being like a get married sort of situation. That said, now that more is coming out and we're watching them engage with more, I could see them being in more cahoots than people realize around what they're going. I think the only way she'll disengage sooner than that is if there is truly an impact to her bag around it. And honestly, it would have to be both of their bags because of the way that he likes to do big grand gestures, and she likes big grand gestures, right? And so if his bag were to get stopped where that became less possible, and her bag got stopped and she started to like really feel the impact from the public on that, I could see it ending sooner. I think if that does not happen and they're able to coast, and let's just be honest, y'all, that a lot of people will continue to root for Alan and Michelle simply because they are a Black couple. A lot of people will do that. That is going to happen, especially in Black community. They're going to continue to support them simply because they are a Black couple, and they can ride that wave to some success. And so if that maintains, I could definitely see them being in it for a 3 to 5 year time frame, for sure. Okay. Jules, we are coming to you, friend. Will you please share your thoughts? And y'all, I'm going to step away, but please keep talking.
Hello, family. It is so good to be here. Alan Green Jr. Alan Green Jr. That's why you don't want to go by. That's your daddy name. That's your daddy name. I get it. The daddy issues. I get it. Okay. I have a little song for him because it reminds me of my wise mother, Mariah Carey. Why you're so obsessed with though? Boy, we want to know. It's clear that you're obsessed with her, and everybody knows. You lying on Nick and O. You lying on Nick and O. Finally found a girl that you couldn't impress. Last man on the earth still couldn't get that. You delusional. You delusional. Boy, you losing your mind. It's confusing, Shelly. It's confusing, Shelly. Why are you wasting your time? Got you all fired up with his Napoleon complex. But we see right through him like we waving in wind. I mean, like we bathing in Windex. My bad, y'all. Boy, why are you so obsessed? Okay, now that I'm done with my little rendition, my singing / poetry slam moment. Let's get into the gag, y'all. Okay. First of all, let's talk about Speedy little ass, Speedy Gonzalez. The complex, like that rollout, they thought they was real clean with that, and Speedy working with Complex and getting that little gig, like that was real cute. That was real cute. I have to give him that one too. But I just find it so funny because when I saw Ace pop up on my For You page, girl, I got Tina Weeks. She linked over. She can't, she can't even get up. But when I saw that little thing pop up on my For You page and I saw that it was to Kendrick's song, I was like, oh, they trying to be messy. I already knew they was on some messy shit. And the irony of them using a Kendrick song is mad funny because he think he Kendrick and Nick is Drake. But the thing is, what do Drake got? Hits. He got real hits. He got numbers. He got streams. You know, not to get into that whole thing because I like Kendrick too. But it's really funny because, you know, it's a certain type of black person that really really rocks with that beef between Drake and, you know, Kendrick. I don't really care for the beef. Like, I feel like they need to squash that. But anyways, next topic. We're going to go to Taylor and Clark. Arby's and 20 versus 1. They got Arby's and 20 versus 1. And Crown Royale, honey. Or Crown Royal, whichever way you want to say it. How black of them. How urban of them. Nothing about elevation. Y'all got chicken, Zeus Network, and liquor. Y'all might as well do some crack next. Cause that's really what the epidemic was. Liquor and chicken. Okay. And we really need to leave Clark mumbling, cackling ass that she want to be on an air mattress. We need to leave her in the dust because I don't want to see Clark it no more. I don't want to see that no more. Please stop saying that, y'all. I don't want to see that in the chat no more. She need to Clark herself. Lock in, ho. Over here got you sleeping on an air mattress and you giggling and cackling with Arby's and 20 versus 1 and Crown Royale. Girl, she gonna have a gut by the end of the year. Next. So we're also want to talk about the irony of that Essence cover. They gave them pickle juice. I know this is gonna be a long. I'm gonna go over my time a little bit. I'm sorry, but I just want to get my 1, 2, and then you can take me down. But the Essence cover was mad funny to me because those poses, they really played onto that cougar theme and like him holding his arms around her like a little badass kid while she posed up looking all, you know, matriarchal and goddess and regal, looking like a little ass kid on her. That was real funny. And then the Ace crouched down with his legs in the air, posting himself up while Shelly dragging him by the arm like a badass. Okay, bring your ass on. That was really funny. Essence is a key for that. They truly are. That photographer said, get on your knees and show her who mommy and daddy is. Mommy and Kitty. My bad. Mommy and Kitty. That was really funny. I also want to know, Ace, where is your mother? Like, where is your mama, boy? We didn't see her at Family Day. And I really, really made a mental note of that she wasn't there at Family Day. I thought that was real interesting. And then to see the way he act now, I'm like, where is your mama? What is she doing? Is she proud of this? Is this the example that she wants for the green bloodline? Is this the legacy that we want? I can't imagine it is. This is shameful. This is really shameful. Next point. Let's go to Nick. and Ace. Ace been mad at Nick since goddamn day one. When he came up to that podium and said, I'm 22, and Alondria said, oh, you a baby. You a baby. You still got breast milk on your breath. He was mad that Nick turned around and sunned the fuck out of him. Sunned him in front of all the girls and made them giggle. And he said, well, I'm 24. I'm like almost grown. I don't got breast milk on my breath. So what's up? That's what he said. Nick said, what's up? He said, what's up to Alandria on day one. That's why Ace Alan Edgar Poe Jr. is mad. He is mad as hell that he got sunned in front of all the girls. And he ain't get the pick he wanted. I don't know, y'all. I don't think that Alan Edgar Poe Jr. wanted Alondria on that level, but he was mad that Nick shitted on him in front of everybody and in front of the queen. Okay? Last point here. I don't really like this whole narrative that Ace. I need to stop saying his name. But it's so like ingrained at this point because he's good at branding, honey. He's good at making sure you know that name with them fat ass letters across his back. But Alan Jr. Let's clarify. Alan Jr. I don't like this narrative that he tried to spin on that podcast interview, whatever it is, with trying to insinuate that men are just attracted to her and that she has no like substance, because that's basically what he was saying. Like there's nothing that he can really be attracted to outside of her looks, and I didn't like that because he also in the same breath insinuated that Nick has a fetish on her, and I don't know why people are starting to believe that and run with that narrative. And let me tell you why I don't believe that to be true. Because like we said in the beginning, Nick really studied Olandria and what she truly desired and wanted. Because when they decided to really take a chance on their love connection, what did Nick do? But continue to get to know her. He barely touched her. We were all fiending for them to kiss and cuddle and put her legs on his lap and all this other extra stuff. He met her where she was. He knew who Alandria was so much to the point where he didn't even press that. All he did was give her hand kisses and hugs and really show her the respect that she deserved by getting to know her as a woman. So I don't like this narrative that the media and Ace has perpetuated on Alandria, with that she's just a pretty face and a perfect body and that's all that she has to offer, because Nick really sees the value that Alandria walks into every single day, that she shows up in our media and that she shows up on the TV, and that just being in her space that she provides for Nick. Like I really, really hate this, and it's really getting under my skin. And how are you her friend, Alan Jr.? You said she was handed some bad cards, some really bad cards.
That he fucking dealt.
But you had a play in that deck that she picked from. You knew that the producers were pushing a certain narrative for Taylor and Alandria, and you continued to fuel that. But she was really handled some bad cards that you were responsible for. So how the fuck are you her friend? That's all I got to say. Thank you for my time, and I yield.
Thank you, Jules. Okay, y'all, I'm going to bring Gigi up real quick. She's going to do her PSA for us. Y'all know Gigi is one of my mods, one of my first subs ever. And y'all know she likes to be together. Hello, Gigi.
Hi, so I just have a couple quick PSAs for you all. First PSA is thank you for getting the live up to 176,000 likes. I am in the office today. I know these people made me come into the office today. Oh Lord, so I had to actually get dressed. So I can't be too loud as I usually am. So I have my customer service voice on. Just so that you guys know, keep tapping the screen, keep tapping the live, keep sharing it out. If you haven't been able to do so, please make sure that you check out the subscriptions. We have 2 tiers of subscriptions. We have the Yappers, and we have the one that includes the Discord and the book club. So please, and it has exclusive, both tiers, I believe, give you subscriber videos. So please, 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 please make sure that you join. We have 2 different tiers. The longer that you purchase a subscription for, the cheaper it is. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, I just have a point of clarification for you all. Ace Green does have a new name. His official name is Alan Labubu Green, or Alabubu for short. Thank you. You may return to your regularly scheduled programming.
Thank you, Gigi. Y'all, I did pin the subscription. Thank you all Hell for extending. Like Gigi said, yes, you are welcome into our community. I know that it's quite a bit of y'all in here, like 420 of y'all in here. I know that some people are in here simply to lurk. You're probably like screen recording the live because y'all want to clip little things out of it. That's fine. Tap the screen while you're in here though. The people that were asking for the last person's handle, Jules, will you drop yourself? Like, will you comment so that they can click on you? Again, yeah, we got a couple of followers, some watchers in here. That's okay. You can lurk, but tap the screen while you're in here. Okay, all right, Miss Miriam, will you please give us your thoughts? Miriam, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, I can now. Okay, go ahead, give us
Okay,
your
I'm sorry. I didn't turn the microphone on. Hello everyone. Hi Tina. Thank you for having me. And I just want to say that I'm piggybacking off of Athena and Jules. I had some of the same things written down, but I just want to focus more on Nick and Olandria and their relationship and the fake relationship, as everyone wants to say. I just want to go back to the villa, and I know everybody was caught up in all the kissing and the kisses that they had. I did too. They made me believe in love again. But what I want to talk about is we gotta just. I really watched a lot of conversations that Nick and Olandria had over and over, and I watched a lot of the confessionals over and over. And what I would say is, when both of them were dumped from the villa and they went on that dinner and they had those conversations, they decided to come back to the villa together. Even though they had these other connections, they decided to come back together. And what I want to say about the confessionals and the conversations that they had, in the confessionals, Nick said over and over again about how loyal Olandria was. And at first, I wasn't really sure about him saying that. I'm like, is he saying that because he think he can like cheat on her and she'll still be there? But now seeing a whole lot of other things going on in the villa, I understand what he was saying now, because she was there for Austin. She was there for Honda Civic. She was there for everybody in the villa. That's why he kept harping on her loyalty, right? And then they would have these conversations, Nick and Olandria, and just they were always talking about being there for each other, right? And so what I'll say is, when they tried to get rid of Olandria, right? Nick was not having that shit, okay? And he stood on business, and he will always have my vote. I will always fight for Nick because he fought for Olandria to stay in that villa. And for 3D to sit there and say, oh, she may want to explore me. Dude, are you serious? Like, WTF. You stood on business and told the whole villa and the nation you chose somebody else. The fuck? Are you serious? Right? And then so Nick saved her. He was instrumental in saving her. And Olandria saw that. When she went up those steps and she sat next to Nick, what did she do? She put her head on his shoulder. These moments, I think they mean so much to both of them, right? And then when Sierra was taken out of the villa, Nick didn't know what he was going to do. He didn't know if he was going to be staying, right? And he and Olandria had a conversation. Olandria said, I will be here to support you, whatever that looks like. Whatever that looks like, right? And so I know I'm moving fast. I'm just trying to stay within the 5 minutes. So we roll around and we get to the recoupling, and Olandria has the opportunity to recouple with someone, and who does she choose? Who else is she going to choose? I know she gave, Zach with a K a little conversation and whatnot. Who else is she going to choose? Of course she's going to choose Nick. The dude who kept her from going home, why would she not choose Nick, right? And then after that situation, what did Nick say? Time and time and time again. I just want to take care of her. I want to take care of her. I want to be there for her. I want to support her. He telling all the guys that he keep repeating that over and over. And Tina, just like you said earlier, in the final speech at the final, what did he say? I'm going to be here whether it's a partner, a lover, or just friends. I'm going to be here. And I just felt like through their time in there, they created this, they built this beautiful bond. And even though Nick was trying to hold on to a Lulu, I like that, and 3D, he was trying to hold on to that, but it was Olandria. Olandria, it was the one. She is the true friend that has been there for him. And he understood that. And what I loved about Nick was when they came out of the villa and he had that interview on the podcast with those two YT girls, Nick was ready for them. He was ready for them. And he really impressed me with that. And also the other thing I want to say too, going to the modern love conversation, Nick said, like you said earlier, we're going to, live life together. Right now, that's what we're going to do. We're going to date. We're going to live life together. Nick said, I don't know if you call it, boyfriend and girlfriend, but I call it a strong relationship. And I appreciated that. And my last thing in regards to Honda Civic and her adjacency to her YT audience, I just see her as this avatar for them. And it's just really interesting what we see in this space with Honda. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Miriam, for your thoughts. Thank you. I appreciate it. I agree. So I agree with so much of that. Again, somebody said in the comments, and I really appreciate you saying this, is that no matter how long Nick and Alandria's relationship lasts, it's still going to have been a success. And I've talked about it on this podcast before around how we really need to reframe how we define success and failure, right? Because and I was saying this honestly in the context of Shalace at the time, right? But this is true for all relationships. If you were loved, if you were cared for, if you grew, if you developed, if you felt supported, that still was a successful relationship, even if at some point you all decide for it to be over. Now, we're not doing no struggle love, okay? But what we've been able to witness, at least, what we've been able to see, I think that they are a success in the way that they are doing it. And, goodness forbid something really tragic or horrible or horrific happened between the two of them. If they decided at some point, nothing else is there and it just doesn't work, it doesn't mean that it wasn't beautiful while it lasted. And y'all know, if that were to happen, that the people are going to love getting on here and being like, we told y'all they're such a failure. Because rather than focusing on their own couples and what they're excited about with their couples, they're all just Nick and Alandria watching. It's weird. And I said it on my video to y'all about this interview, but the reality is a lot of people just want to see Alandria embarrassed, because so many of them were on that train of how she was delusional. Oh, she's chasing after this man that don't want her, blah, 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 blah. And so they're so frustrated that now she's having an experience that's different than what they saw with her and Taylor in the villa. And they need to be right more than they care about her actually being well as a person. So that's when it's going to be important for the people that support her to know that the status of her romantic relationship doesn't define her as a human, nor does it define Nick. I mean, albeit again, maybe some wild thing happens, sure, right? But if they're just not together, that doesn't mean that somehow now they were scammers the whole time. You know, like it just didn't work out. That fucking happens sometimes. Not every relationship breakup is fucking tragic. You know what I mean? Okay. Joanna, please share your thoughts with us.
Hi, Tina. Hi, everyone. This is my first live, so
Welcome.
okay. So first off, I think it's the first thing that sparked that I wanted to talk about was I think it's so interesting that if Alan was going to blow up all of their lives and their bag, like that he didn't even do the bare minimum research. He didn't listen to anything since the villa. He probably didn't even watch back to see the conversations that Nick and Alandria had or anything that he could reference, you know? He just went on and said, well, the last conversation I had with Nick, he said XYZ, right? But the bare minimum would have told him, you know, what we all have seen is this thing developing. And the fact that they have, how they've even defined their relationship, you know? It could have informed, even if you were going to be an op, it could have, you know, you could have done it in a more strategic way, but you have now embarrassed Shelly. You've embarrassed yourself. And, you know, they're probably losing deals left, right, and center because even Essence had to caveat in their, you know, Instagram posts, you know, that this was before recent developments, you know? So you've caused yourself harm and your so-called girlfriend for life, you know, your partner for life, your last girlfriend, you've caused her irreparable harm and probably your own bag because you refuse to talk to Nick and you refuse to put in the minimum research to see what's actually going on, right? And so we're good. We've seen it. We've seen the words. We've heard what they had to say about each other. And we've seen the body language, right? We've seen that it's natural, it's not forced. And, you know, as you said, even if it doesn't work out, and even if it is a scam, like we're fine with it. Like we're okay with how we've seen it developed and how they are with each other and their genuine like and respect for each other. So we're in it. And there's a whole world out there that's in it with them. And, you know, also, I never saw Shelly and Ace fall in love. So that my biggest problem was always the where of it all. Like, where is the moments with them, right? We were just supposed to believe that they fell in love and that's it. And they were the black love story. But where was it, you know? And I was always blaming production at first. You know, production probably cut out the whole thing. They were like the supporting cast. I think people have alluded to that fact. Like, you know, even maybe Alandria and some of the other, you know, people on the show, right? So I just thought that was, you know, what production was doing. And instead of him going, you know, here's your opportunity to talk about it, instead of saying, look at what they did to us, they didn't show us falling in love, as other reality TV show contestants have done. They've come out and they've said, look at what they did us a disservice, they didn't show us falling in love. Instead of doing that, he comes out and he complains about somebody else's relationship, right? So come out and sell your own relationship and talk about why you fall in love with Shelly instead of looking at somebody else's relationship. So I'm wondering, you know, if part of this interview wasn't to deliberately break up Shelly's relationship with Alandria. Is he deliberately isolating her? Is this a tactic, you know?
That's a great point.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm worried for her, quite frankly. I don't know how I feel and how I land about Shelly, to be honest. I still want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I think she's being overly influenced by a 23-year-old with this performative romance. And it's worrying, you know? So I really hope she has family around her that is cautioning her and warning her this I love yous that are way too early. Because, yeah, it may have been from the beginning of the villa, but it's still only since the summer, you know? It's still way too early, especially with all of this drama that's happening. So yeah, maybe she's in on it. I don't know. I'm hoping to give her the benefit of the doubt, but we'll see. We can only see. But I just wanted to really finish with Alandria and Nick, and I just thought it was beautifully brave of Alandria to open up herself like this on national TV, especially the episode where she chooses Nick, and just seeing that vulnerability on her face and her bashfulness. I know she describes, or people have described her as being shy. I do think she's perhaps an introvert. And, that's a whole other story. And also Nick, seeing how he's really matured over the space of the summer and really mature to match her so that he could be a supportive partner for her. I just think it's so beautiful. And even if they don't end up together long term, I think they've both, made each other better as people because of their relationship. And I'm just, I'm really rooting for them. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, Joanna. Okay, someone asked a question that they said they were asking in good faith, so I'm going to answer in good faith. The question was, is this a bash Shalace live and lift up Nicolandria live? No, there are people in here that are still fans of Shelly and Ace. I don't know if anybody on my panel is someone that feels that way. We'll see as they continue to speak. There are people that are in here that absolutely, I have subscribers that still support Alan and Michelle. That doesn't bother anybody in this live. You get to have whatever thoughts and views you want around the couples that you have, or any of the Islanders for that matter that you have. What we do in this live is what we do in this live is that we hold everybody accountable, even our faves. So we've gotten on Nick's ass before in this live. We've gotten on probably the only person that hasn't. Well, we've even talked about Alandria and how she might need to consider some things and what might need to happen for her, right? So accountability is not criticism. Accountability is not bashing or bullying. But we do make space for that in this live around whoa, these are what your actions are. This is what I'm now understanding from those actions. Maya, can we talk about how Alan is friends with Brian, a scammer, and 3D, Three Walking Dreads? Yeah, we've talked about that, right? And we've talked about that in relationship to Michelle. We've talked about that in relationship to Nick. You are the company that you keep, and choices do have to be made. And so, we definitely have chatted about that in here. Thank you, Joanna, so much for your thoughts. After we run through this panel, y'all, I am dropping people so I can bring more people up. So, Bad, will you give me your thoughts? Hi, Jamila.
Okay.
Hold on real quick, Bad. Let me start your timer over again. Yes, that is a recent picture of Alandria, y'all. It was just posted to her Instagram story if you want to go look at it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone. I have so many thoughts and I hope I get them off in the time frame. I tried to make notes, but if I get off a little, I'm so sorry. The first thing I wanted to say is that yesterday, or I don't remember what day it was, but the last live I think we were on, my feelings were so hurt for Alandria. As a Black woman, I hate that she's never considered and always ends up being collateral damage in other people's mess. And I hate that Nick has pointed out so many times that Alandria is so loyal to everyone and no one shows the same loyalty back. So that it really was pissing me off. But today, I think my feelings have been more hurt for Nick because I know what it's like to be abandoned by someone that you think was your close friend, and especially in the name of something else or someone else that you would have never thought would have came between you. So I'm just it's just so upsetting that this is still a thing, honestly. I think it's really weird that Ace wants Nick to shield him with this white privilege that he thinks he does hold it, but
But Nick has also been receiving hate too, and just because he's a privileged person doesn't mean that he's not someone with feelings that doesn't deal with his own issues with receiving negativity online. So I just think it's I don't know, maybe it's he's not being thoughtful about what he could also be going through. And Ace also hasn't even addressed his friend Cookie Monster, who was talking mad crap about his girl Michelle. So him expecting Nick to come to his defense, crazy. Also, my other point was, I agreed with what Erica said earlier, that I am so out of whack. I'm agreeing with Austin, Charlie, maybe worst of all, the Shade Room comments. I even saw Yulissa earlier on a live making some sense. So I guess it's true that even a broken clock is right twice a day. Because
True
this
story.
is crazy. This is crazy. Then, Jules, I love that song. That song, it was expressing all my thoughts and I am not that creative, so the song, it ate. Also, you're so right. Where is his mother? He's clearly never been taught the value of just shutting the F up, because he's always running that mouth. Always. Like I said, I have so many things that I want to say. It's just too much going on. I also was upset because I think the timing of his interview coming out right after the Modern Love podcast, where Alandria made it very clear that it's hurtful to her when people speak negatively on Nick, and then Ace comes out with this whole hate campaign, not thinking about the fact that now this is going to also be hurtful to Alandria. Even if he didn't know that she said that on the podcast, just bringing that up in general is hurtful to her, and now that adds to it. So that was really annoying. Also, the thing about them being fake, like you said, we don't really care about that because this was never supposed to be real in the first place. So them being fake, whatever. If I'm being scammed, great. This kind of shows my age, but I don't know if anyone's seen the Lorax. I said just call them O'Hare because they could sell me air in a bottle. Like, I literally do not care. I would pay for air if it was from Nicolandria. So it doesn't really matter if they're fake or not to me. Yeah, I think that's pretty much. Oh, I was gonna say that Alan and Michelle have been running stuff in the villa, as we saw from the clips of the discussions during Jeremiah and Hannah's elimination, and they expected to do the same thing on the outside, and now he just can't believe he's getting slack for being a so-called leader when he thought that was going to be what people liked about him. And my last thought, he thinks that he got the villain edit at the reunion, but I saw so many videos of people having empathy and sympathy for him and feeling bad and being like, maybe I misjudged Ace, I shouldn't be so hard on him. Like, people were really coming around to him, and then he dropped this and ruined it by being bitter.
Yep.
So that's my last thought.
That they love your voice. I agree.
Thank you.
It's so sweet. Bad is one of my subs, and I love when you come up and you share your thoughts. Thank you. And I will say this, y'all. So let me be super clear about, y'all know how I feel, and I'm not getting on you, Bad, or you, Jules. Y'all know how I am. I'm always just gonna offer some balance around it, right? I want to be clear that, like, it's not about like saying that his mother needs to continue to be responsible for him. At this point, he is a grown-ass man and he needs to be accountable for his own actions. I will say though, like, where are his people in general? You know what I mean? Where are his people in general? He needs, well, hold on. Because I don't know that I think that Alan actually, like, okay, I have complicated feelings. No, I know, Jules. That's why I'm clarifying, because I know that some people, I was reading the comments before, and I think people misunderstood that. That's why I'm offering that clarification. Like, it's like, where are his people? Where are the people that are saying, like, hey, whoa, chill the fuck out? So that's the thing, Lilac, is like, I do think that he is very receptive to feedback because he seeks it out. But I think it has to come from people that he really respects and trusts. I don't know what his dynamic looks like with his mom, because all we got was the phone call on Family Day. So we don't know, like, what their dynamic is like, you know what I mean? But yeah, I would never push any man's actions on a woman, but definitely not a black man's actions onto a black woman. Like, he wants to be the big boss in charge. You know, he's boss baby. He gotta be accountable for the shit that he's doing and saying. Okay. Jamie, will you please give us your thoughts?
Hi, everybody. Tina, you know, I've been following you for a while now. Your page is Chef Kiss, honey. Everybody gave such great points. I was trying to make notes over here, mental notes. You guys call him Alan, his government name. I call him with his little Polly Pocket built body ass. He just gets on my nerves so bad. He just has shown how disingenuous he is. The moment you do not do what he wants you to do, he casts you off. And he's moved like that in the villa the entire time. The moment you disagree with him, you didn't do something he wanted you to do, you were no longer of value to him. And that's how he portrayed himself. And in that interview, he just showed that he's not a good friend. Because the moment Nick did not do something he felt like he should do, he not only wrote Nick off, instead of having a conversation with him in private, like, hey, I didn't like that. I felt like you didn't have my back, or you didn't speak up for me, which, side note, Nick did multiple times. He spoke highly of Ace in every interview that he did. He never said a bad thing about him. He showed that he supported him when he liked his rap song, his little diss song, or whatever that was supposed to be. He wrote him off because Nick didn't do what he wanted him to do. Instead of thinking, hey, this man is sleep deprived, he's been going through it with what the hate train he's been given, what Alandria has been dealing with, he totally disregarded him. And instead of showing that he moves with integrity, I'm going to spew all that I know, which now he doesn't see that he's a bad investment. You know what I mean? But I guess I don't think he thinks like that, because this is a person that doesn't have a frontal lobe, that he doesn't understand that now you are a bad brand, because you prove that, hey, if we invest in you, if we do something you don't like, you're going to talk about everything behind the scenes. You're going to spill the tea. You know what I mean? So, which is hurting your pocket. You're hurting Shelly's pocket. You said that Olandria is your friend, but now you're hurting her pocket. Because if this Olandria and Nick thing is a scam, why would you say that? Because on the show, which is my other point that shows how disingenuous you are, on the show, you were pumping it up. Like, I've been for this. I want them to be together. Look at them. While him and Michelle were sitting next to each other. Look at them. Just, they look so good together. But now they're a scam. He told you that he didn't really like her. So you're showing how you are a liar, how you don't have any integrity at all. You know what I mean? That you were doing this for, that you were a scammer, because now he doesn't like her. You know what I mean? So I feel for Alandria, but I feel like she said the good prayer, because if you saw her talking at Tuskegee, she was talking about God and in the Lord. I think she said the prayer to God to reveal to her who's for her and who's not, because as you see, these people are dropping like flies. They're showing their true colors on the type of people that they are. And I think it's best for them to be out now, to show their hand now, because I just feel like they're just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger because she is a brand. Look at her face. Without Nick, she was going to do it anyway, but Nick moved with intentionality, and he heard what she wanted to do, what he wanted to say, whether they remain as friends or more, because right now they're dating. They're in the real world now. This is not the villa. Real people in the real world is not going to say I love you after 8 weeks. Some people do, but I'm talking about, you know what I mean? They've only been dating for a couple of weeks, but he is listening to what she wants to do, and he's using his connection to make those things happen for her, which I haven't seen anybody else do. And you're talking about their relationship as a scam, but didn't Brian not do the same thing with Amaya just now? Because Brian, Amaya, Iris, Pepe, they all got together the same night that Olandra got with Nick, but their relationship isn't real. So I want to stay on the time. I feel like I just said so much so fast, so I'm sorry, guys. But I don't want to go over my time. So thank you, Tina, for letting me speak. God bless you all. Mwah.
Welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Let me do my quick disclaimer because I see that we've attracted some trolls in here. And let me just be very clear with y'all that my moderators will mute you. You will have to shut the fuck up and just sit here and listen, or they will block you, okay? Y'all come in here trying to talk about people being old. Maybe you need to sit in the room with some old heads so y'all can stop being duped by the people that y'all voted for and rooted for this season, okay? Sit down and learn something, okay? The other thing is that's not actually the insult that y'all think it is for people to be grown, because believe it or not, Love Island is actually a show for grown motherfuckers, not for y'all. So, just be cautious in here. We are not, we move with intention in this space, and we are kind, but you know what kindness also requires? Taking in how people relate to you and responding appropriately. So do not think that you're going to come in here and act funky and ain't nobody going to get shitty back with you. Okay. All right. Also to my friend that was like, oh, I could never come up here. I don't want y'all making fun of me. We would never do that in here. Okay. You are always welcome to come up here. Okay. Lena, can we hear your thoughts, please? Hello.
Oh, I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm gonna try to keep it short. Little boo boo. I'm still mad at that interview. That interview still just brought me so wrong. It's just like so many thoughts on him, but keep it short. He showed his hand so bad. I feel like he went into that interview thinking, I'm gonna come out and everybody's gonna love me and Shelly. And it backfired. It was nothing like that. He contradicted himself so much. Even
Sorry, go
even
ahead.
to the point where it's like people already believe that you and Shelly were scammers. The way you worded things in that interview, it even fueled the fire to your scamming. He legit said, we met through social media. And I believe words mean things. Like you say things with intentions, whether you mean to or not. And he said, we met through social media. And then I saw her in person and we exchanged numbers. Oh, social media. You slipped up. You slipped up and you didn't mean to. And you tried to correct it and it was too late. And Speedy, even though he's a little BAN right now, he did not cut that out. He let everybody see you slip up. You went on that interview thinking that you was gonna be big and everybody was gonna love you, and Speedy did not have your back. I'm sorry. He did not cut anything. It was raw and it was intentional, and we got to see the real you. Just want to say, and I may be reaching, but I truly feel like he is trying to isolate Nick in a way. And I say that because when you look at the list of people he claims he's close to, it was Olandria, it was Brian, and it was Jeremiah. When have you and Jeremiah ever got that close? Jeremiah been on the internet going up for Nick the time. Now suddenly that's your best buddy. Brian is somebody Nick been saying, I'm trying to move into a place with. Now, suddenly, that's your best buddy. And Olandria is the person he's pursuing, but that's your sister. The only person he didn't name was Pepe. But I clocked it. I said, I feel like he's trying to isolate Nick in a way. He sent the Nick a message that your people is not for you. And that's what I picked up on. When I actually look back, I'm saying, why did he name them people? Because that's so, especially Jeremiah, that is so weird. But when you look at the people that he listed, those are everybody that Nick hold close to him. And I'm just like, I feel like he's trying to isolate Nick. He's trying to show Nick, everybody you think is for you is not for you. Even Taylor. We all saw Nick and Taylor tight. The whole after the villa, they was with each other damn near 24/7. He even went down and met Taylor's family. And that's why I didn't like how Taylor moved with posting the interview and saying, I'm gonna do a review on it. You seen that interview before you did your review, and you still did that. Ratty are you to Nick? Because you was just acting like that was your best friend, that was your lover, honestly. Like that was his everything. And you sat there and did that to Nick. That is so old. Like, Taylor is the fakest person ever. But back to Little Labubu, because that's who I really want to drag. Like I didn't like Taylor, but I really don't like Little Labubu at this point because you sat there and you really showed your hand when you said, I'm a man of my word. I stand on business. I'm a man of my conscience. At the same time, turned around and said, producers play me like a puppet. I was the puppet for producers. I did whatever producers told me to do. They told me to save Huda, even though I didn't like her. I saved Huda. They told me to help Taylor Lee O'Landrian on. I helped Taylor Lee O'Landrian on. You did not save yourself in that interview. And he really thought he was doing his big one on other people, but he did it on himself and he did it on Shelly. And I really think this is, like I said last time, this is going to be her resentment point. Going from here on out, this is going to be the breaking point for her. I feel like this is like the first strike for her. Now, everything else after is going to start piling up real quick. This is the biggest strike. Like people say, like women, we all like we have our strikes. We try it out, but once we get that one big strike, everything else starts to annoy us. It just starts to get on our nerves. And this is gonna be it for Shelly. This is her big strike, and everything he do after this is gonna get on her nerves because not only are you stopping her dad, you drawing hate to her. You drawing people thinking like we already thought bad about Shelly with the whole Sierra thing and her saying Taylor's her bestie, but Andrew's supposed to be your soul sister. And now this part is like, okay, you really aligning yourself with a bunch of losers, and now you're dating the biggest loser of them all. We have to side eye you, Shelly, unfortunately. And we don't want to because I'm all for Black women and I do not want to side eye Shelly. But it's like, it's too much stuff that is aligning with you and like you're in the pathway of it. And we have to now side eye you too because how can that you're not this clueless to the moves you're making, Shelly? And it's just sad. It's just sad, and I truly don't think she need to be with Ace anymore. I don't really see it lasting for more than a year at this point. First, I thought it was gonna last for a little while, but I think after a year, she's gonna be pretty much over it. She's gonna be like, "Yeah, this is not helping me any. I'm not benefiting from this relationship. Like, yeah, you do all the grand gestures, but you're not the only man that's willing to do grand gestures for Shelly. Shelly is a beautiful woman. She is somebody that men is going to gravitate to. He is not the only one that's going to do all the grand gestures that she want in life. And I don't think she's going to last with Ace. I think Ace is just a liability at this point. I think she's gonna be over it in a year if he's keep moving the way that he's moving. His ego is too big for him. He don't even. It's too big. He can't even control himself with how big his ego is. He couldn't even think about his actions prior to the interview and the things he's gonna say. It's like the same thing with Huda. Everybody say, call her daddy literally set Huda up. So like Speedy set Ace up. Speedy know what he was doing. He know what that man is a journalist. He know what he was doing. And Ace fell right into that trap. He don't even realize it, and it backfired so bad on him. I don't even feel bad because it showed like you're not a good person. You're truly not a good person. And the last thing I want to say is, but I know Little Boo Boo watched all of them interviews because you know everything Nick said about you, and you feel like it was wrong and you didn't like it. So you also saw that Nick was Olandria person coming out that villa. You saw that that was somebody that she leaned on. That was somebody that helped her throughout. They helped each other, but that was somebody that was truly her support system while she was going through the stuff that she was going through coming out that villa. And you still tarnished him. And not only tarnished him, but you tarnished her. You try to downplay the relationship they have with each other. No matter if they said it's romantic or not, they have a relationship. It's somebody that she is connected to. That is somebody that she leaned on. Somebody that, even if she's not in love with him, in a way she has love for him. For the things that he did for her, to provided her with comfort and support coming out that villa. For you to sit there and basically bash and say it's not real, that's just messed up. And it's disheartening, honestly. And that's why I feel like that's why a lot of people is against Ace at this point, because we all seen how Nick was her support system, and you try to say that's all fake. But you can't fake that because you wasn't there. You wasn't there when she was getting all that hate. You wasn't there when she was coming from Fiji. Like, you wasn't by her side. That was Nick taking her from her. Nick saying, I'm the fire to her water. I'm basically protecting her to come out of that shell for her, want to come forward and speak and have a voice, because this coming out the villa is way too hard for her. And you didn't care about that. You didn't care that that was her person. You just cared about your own ego and the fact that you couldn't speak up for yourself because you didn't want to speak up for yourself, but you expected this man to speak up for you. You're a grown man, like you said. You stand on your word. You're about your own business or whatever. Stand on your word. You should have came out the villa and defended yourself, but you wanted everybody else to do it for you. You're weak. That's what he's a weak little man, and he showed it in that interview, and it's very sad because we was all rooting for you. We was all rooting for you and Shelly. We was all rooting for you and Nick and Olandria. It was like y'all was the core four, and you literally looked over all of that and said, "You know what? Everybody loving all four of us. I want everybody to just love me." It's really what he said. He didn't care about Shelly. He want everybody to love him because his ego is way too big. It's way too big. So that's all I wanted to say. I feel like I wanted to say something else, but I'm having an adult drink, so I probably forgot about it.
Good for you, as you said. It's Friday. Thank you for your
Today.
thoughts.
So thank you. And thanks for having me up.
Of course, of course. I will say this, y'all. A lot. I'm trying to keep up in the comments. Somebody said that they wanted to see a body language expert's opinion on the interview. So I'm trying to find this creator that I follow. That's literally what she does, is she will watch things and she'll point out different things about the body language and what it means. So I'm going to try to find it, and then I will put her name in here. But I have a lot of people that I follow. So I'm trying to go through my follow list because I can't remember her name. It's something unusual. Yes, I will look into it, Ebony, for you. I will say this too. Lane, I know that you're in here and you feel a way about Nick. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. You think it starts with the B? I can't remember. Yes, she has locks, and that's exactly who I'm talking about. She has lots, light-skinned black woman. Here's the thing, here's the thing. Number one, y'all be saying shit for no reason. Y'all be saying shit because y'all are kids. I honestly feel like I'm just going to boil it down to age, because I feel like you must not understand how dating works. Because a lot of y'all, when you say that Nick is problematic, what y'all want to then talk to us about is what happened with him and Sierra, as if that's not how dating works in the real world. You date people, you might fuck on them, and then guess what? At some point you decide it ain't a fit and you move on. It happens, right? The reality is the girl left the fucking villa. What was he supposed to do? Go with her outside of the villa, not knowing what she had said, and attach himself and his brand to something that maybe he doesn't align with? Please grow up. Please grow up. Okay? Because that's not how life actually works. He's a grown up. He's still exploring, which means what? He needed to. He's actually not registered that. See, that's how I know y'all. You must be a hoodlum. You must be Potter Hood as HQ, because you out here spewing shit that it has already been debunked, right? And I typically wouldn't even address y'all because I know y'all are kids. Y'all just be in here saying whatever in the fuck. But that has already been debunked, right? But the reality is, y'all say that Nick is problematic. You come in here thinking that we don't know certain things or that we don't talk about certain things. That's where you would be wrong. You haven't followed me. You don't know me. You haven't been in here with us, so you don't know. But we've already had plenty of conversations about Nick and the post that he made when he was in college, first year of college, last year of high school, whatever the time frame. We've had those conversations, right? He doesn't actually play both sides. Y'all just be saying whatever. But I want y'all to understand, here's what I want y'all to get. Whatever you think about Nick, we're not talking about that motherfucker right now. We're talking about Ace. This is why y'all be failing your essays in class, because y'all don't know how to stay on the topic. You read the essay question prompt and then you wrote about something all the fuck else that ain't have shit to do with what the fuck your teacher asked you. Stay on topic. Stay on task, okay? When you get to college, you will perfect the skill, but we're going to stay on topic, okay? Right now, we're talking about Alan, okay? When Nick becomes the topic of conversation, we'll talk about that, but right now, we're talking about Alan. Stay focused, okay? Exactly, using the word count minimum, just spitting nonsense, just saying whatever the fuck, okay? So I don't typically even engage y'all because, y'all be so annoying. I typically don't even say anything, but y'all are not going to come in here acting like we don't hold everybody accountable. You just have never been in this space, so you don't actually fucking know. But today, right now, we're talking about Alan. So you can either sit and learn something. I can feel however I want to fucking feel. Guess what? Because I get access to all of my fucking emotions. And it's interesting that you perceive a Black woman raising her voice and speaking pointedly as anger. That's something for you to unpack. Not my business. Not my business. But you will know that you can sit in here, and we are happy to have you in here. You can think whatever you want to think, and you can listen and you can learn, but y'all not going to keep coming for the panel as if they don't understand nuance, because everybody that comes on my panel understands fucking nuance. But today, right now, we're talking about Alan. So stay on topic. It's Friday. Go catch a movie or something with your homies. Right. Whoever can't buy alcohol legally, get out. The thing is, I don't mind the young folk being in here. I truly don't. But I also want you to understand where your range is limited. I want you to be honest with your own self before you come in here trying to check the old heads and the grown folks. I want you to acknowledge for your own self where you might be limited in your range. And so when you don't understand, I want you to come from a place of curiosity rather than a place of accusation or demeaning or belittling. Don't do that to my panel. It absolutely is George Bush's fault. Like Gigi says all the time, some children should have been left behind. So you can come in here and you can have difference of opinions, but you absolutely the fuck will keep it cute or you will be on mute. Period. Okay? All right. Hi, Tiffany, my love. I feel like you just came in. Hi. Okay, Gigi, I think, wants to come up and do a PSA real quick because I saw that Gigi requested. Let me let her come in and do her thing.
So y'all got me in these people's office about to do this PSA again. All right. And my boss said that I can, so that's why I'm up here. Just to let you know, we have mods in the comments. We have mods in the chat. If you do not keep it cute, I will mute. You can call me Blockarella because we don't play about teen around here. Chris is up here too. Y'all don't want Big Chris coming up here with Big Chris energy. That is not what you want. Okay? Alabubu is not worth it. Okay? The baddest bitch is not worth it. We do not play about teen around here. All right, so we will mute if you do not keep it cute. If you have something to say, because we do respect opinions around here, request up. If you want to stay in the comments and act silly, you will get muted, you will get blocked. Okay, just when you come here, put your thinking caps on. If you're gonna put off doing homework to be up in here, put your thinking caps on. If you want to have an opinion, come up to the panel. We will respect your opinion as long as you keep it cute. You don't keep it cute, we will classy block you real quick, okay? Thank you. And I keep tapping the doggone screen and tip your panelist.
Thank you, Gigi. Yes, you are welcome to come up here. And here's the thing. Y'all are welcome to come up here. I'm not going to let nobody dogpile on you. You might get pushed back on, but that's okay, because if you want to engage with the grown-ups, that's the way we have discourse, right? This is how you actually strengthen your critical thinking skills that is so limited, unfortunately, right now in the school system. Okay, we can have some healthy debate. That's fine. That's fine. But request up. Be courageous. Get into the space then. Okay. Fontaine, you are my next subscriber that's up here, so I'm going to give you your 5, and then I will come to everybody else on the panel, y'all. Fontaine, please give us your thoughts.
Hi, Tina. Thank you for having me. I'm so glad I found your page last week, and I've just been engaging like crazy ever since. If I break off, please forgive me. I'm on a road trip. But I do want to say that Ace's biggest problem is that he has a superiority complex. And we saw that immediately less than 2 minutes into his interview with Speedy. He started to position himself as if he had the moral high ground, as if he had more integrity than everybody else. He stated how he already had the following, how he's been on GMA, how he's done Jennifer Hudson. He was already positioning himself as, I'm the big dog. Everybody else in his house just didn't matter. But when I clocked his first live within the meet the clout of the show, and I'm like, everybody who goes on reality TV goes on reality TV for the clout. So that's lie number 1. 2, you want us to believe that you've never had a girlfriend before, but you think you're going to find love on a reality show that's full of influencers. He was looking for his Beyonce on the show, somebody that can help elevate his brand. He went on the show to elevate his brand, period, full stop. But I don't think that he found exactly who he was looking for. He was just working with what he got. So I don't think Shelly is really the one, in my opinion. I don't think that that's going to last too long. I also want to hit on how his interview, we know that podcasts like Speedy's, the questions are sent ahead of time so that you can position how you want to answer them. You can determine what kind of tone you want to take. And I don't think that Ace really took the time to really go through to think about what he was going to say. He was just like, oh yeah, I got this. I'm going to just go off the fly and feel like it's authentic, because he likes to think that he's authentic, but he's really not. Now I'm losing my thought again because, sorry. But he's taken a hit to his brand with this. He's lost a lot of cultural equity with this, doing what he did. Not only talking about Olandria, but just talking about the producers as well. One thing he knows in being entertainment, his reputation is everything. And he has tarnished his reputation as a person in the entertainment industry. He's not trustworthy anymore. The way that he's throwing the producers under the bus, any big show or network is not really going to want to work with him because he's now a risk. And now Shelly is also a risk by proxy. I do think that later on he's going to develop more animosity towards Shelly because she's not going to be as impacted as he is when it comes to dealing with big brands. I don't think Ace's career is over. I think he can still do stuff on the internet. But as far as dealing with big brands that have a lot to lose, he's too big of a risk. He's too much of a hothead. He's not going to be able to do the big brands. He's always going to continue to be salty of Nick and Olandria because they are going to continue to get big deal brands. He just really shot himself in the foot. And so he's going to be a grumpy old man about it in a 23-year-old body. So that's my take. I don't have much else.
I appreciate you so much, Fontaine. Thank you so much for subscribing as well. Okay, Nurse Brain, I'll see you later. I don't see her live on TikTok, Divinity. I'm on her. I went to her page and I don't see that it says that she's live. She's live on her own page or someone else's? Okay, I'm bringing y'all. I'm bringing y'all up. Wait, whose page is she on? I want to know. Yeah, because I'm literally on it right now and she's not live. Shelly, they said that Michelle was live. She's not. Nurse Brain, I don't think I'm gonna get back on tonight. But it would still show that she was live, wouldn't it? And it would just say that it was a sub, like I couldn't get in because it's sub only. I don't sub, so I don't fucking know. I know that a lot of times they'll go live but make the chat sub only. But I don't see that she's live. Ace is live. I unfollowed all of these people, so I have to go. He's not live either. He's not live. Oh, it's a fan page. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's so many of you. Hold on, y'all. Okay, Just requested, and Just, I think you have, not he blocked you, Erica. No worries, Divinity. You were just sharing what you thought was accurate information. No problem. That's why we check. Okay, For Me Only, will you please give us your thoughts?
Yes. How are you? I've been waiting for an hour.
I
But
know.
I gotta do a second, so I'm gonna be quick. So from one therapist to another, I have a whole another different take about this.
Do it.
With with Ace, and I'm sorry because I was looking for a kid, but so where do I start? So let me just say, first, he's young. He's young, and so his perspective. When I listened to him, because I was listening with what we call a third. Oh, yeah, but I'm gonna be right back. Actually, can you take someone else, and I'm gonna come
I
back.
sure will.
I'm gonna pause
Yep.
it. Okay, take someone else, but don't
Okay.
drop me now because I've been waiting an hour. Okay.
I won't. Okay, T. Oh, thank you, Divinity. T, will you give us your thoughts next? Oh, hold on. Let me restart your timer.
Hello?
Hi, T.
Hello. I'll make this fast. I just have a couple points.
Yes. Go ahead.
So I really think the other day was kind of a hit job between Ace and Taylor and Speedy, because they seem to just be bothered by Alandria's presence. I think they just want to humble a black woman, and it was very obvious. And I actually don't think Shelley was involved. I think Shelley knew that it was issues between Ace and Nick, but I don't think she actually would have co-signed on something like that happening. So I just think that she's more worried about her bag. So she's not going to ruin her relationship with Shelley. So I mean with Alandria. So I just really think it was something that Ace decided to do on a podcast that she wasn't aware of. And I really just think this goes back to an earlier point I made. I just think Taylor's bad news in Nick's life. I think he's probably the one that's been feeding Ace information and making him even get more upset at Nick. And I think I think Ace started to get upset at Nick when he saved Landria, and then when it was revealed that he didn't vote for Jeremiah to leave, because that made Ace look like the bad guy. But really, Ace should have turned that on Taylor and not on Nick, because, it's actually Taylor who pushed forward. So you had a scale.
Oh, you went out for me, T.
sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep, you said you had a, and then it went out. So you had a,
You had a scapegoat that you could have used in Taylor because it was really Taylor that was pushing it just to get to Adriana. I can't ever pronounce her name, but that's close enough, I guess. But even though he didn't have a chance with her, but that's a separate subject. And then production didn't make Taylor do anything. Taylor didn't have a choice. Alondria was the only option. Nobody wanted Taylor. So that's just bull crap and had nothing to do with, and Ace helped him maybe because he wanted Taylor around as a number, but it had nothing to do with production. The other things did. I think he voted for Huda because of production, but that was it. And then if he didn't want to do it, and plus Taylor could have just been honest and said, we'll be a friendship couple, and he could have let her go when Jalen was in there if he's such an upstanding guy with great character. And I just wanted to say, outside of that, it was all the top 4 have fallen apart besides Nick and Alina. There's so many other people you could have attacked. It wasn't a good call on Ace's part. He could have been, close to them and been a core 4 that went like PPG, just 4 instead of the 6, and really made some money off of this. And that's why I think Shelly's going to be really upset. Because she wants to make money. Shelly, I still like Shelly. I'm not going to hold you on that. So that was my biggest point. And, I just, regardless of anything, I was happy to see the way Nick just valued Alandria as a person. I'd have hated that Ace kind of pushed that fetish storyline again, which was really kind of grimy. And I think I really like how Nick just valued her as a person and saved her when he had no reason to. And then, I think that's what embarrassed Ace, because he rallied all them white men and embarrassed him and Taylor and made them look real bad. And I think Taylor is just trying to do whatever he can to get some type of heat off of him because everybody hates him.
yeah.
And I just never thought it was a good idea for Nick to hang around somebody who hated his woman. And that's just, I'll never get past. I'll always think that was his biggest mistake so far. But it was great to see, an unexpected romance kind of brew. Because I actually stopped watching when Huda started going on her rampages and all that stuff. And it was nice to see something positive come out of a pretty dark season. And it's sad to see that Orlando just keeps on getting dragged for being a good person and being loyal to these people. But as the prayer she put in there and on Twitter and said the other day, all of this will help her remove these people. When people do you wrong, it just helps you remove them from your life faster. So
Yep.
it'll be
Well,
a
thank
blessing.
you. Thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate it. To the person that asked me in my comments if you have to subscribe to request, I do not require a subscription to request, but I prioritize my subscribers. So, unfortunately for me, only was I've been in the queue for an hour because all the subs come up, and then I'll do all my fans next, and then I'll do regular folks that are just watching. So you don't have to subscribe, but yes, you do have to in order to get priority. Because everybody has thoughts around this, right? And it's 375 of y'all in here. So it's a shit ton of people that want to share their thoughts. But I'm always happy to have whoever up here. That said, for me only, are you ready yet? Or do you want me to go through the whole entire rest of the panel and then come back to you?
Yes, do that for me.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. As told by Ginger, please give us your thoughts.
Yes, okay. It's Lynn, by the way. I changed my name.
Lynn, I forgot that you use this one now.
No, it's okay. Okay, so I have a lot of thoughts, and I'm gonna make them quick. I made a couple predictions on this live, and it's it's sounding it off to the universe. The first prediction I made is that they all hate each other, and what a prediction that has been. It is the one that keeps on keeping on. I'm shocked. I'm shocked by the interview. But I'm also not, just because Taylor is a weirdo and they're really, really close. So, and you always knew that he didn't like Landria, and I thought that was weird. The other one I said was that we have to reconcile with the fact that Shelly might not be who we thought she was, and that's okay. And that doesn't mean you have to like her or not like her, but maybe the person you thought she was, it doesn't align, and that's fine. this entire interview was a jealous man scheme. This is because Ace felt like he already had a following. He was going to come on the show. The following was going to go even crazier. And he was going to be the Serena and the Cordell of the season. And it didn't pave that way. Also, to speak on that, I feel like a lot of people want to place Shelly and Alandria in a Serena Janae kind of situation where if Shelly is their Serena, then that means by default that Alandria has to be their Janae and be this like sad girl that's always pining and wanting and is getting let down and mistreated. And the fact that that's not the case, I feel like it's hard for people to reconcile with the fact that yes, she was dealt a bad hand of cards, but this is a beautiful woman, and somebody beautiful found her beautiful, and now they're together. It doesn't have to be always this sad story for us every single time. It's weird that people think that it. Also, I want to talk about, for a lot of people, I think that Protect Black Women has restrictions. It's protect Black women until you don't find them attractive, or they're not palatable, or they're not what you deem them to be, or worthy to be protected. And that's what I see with Alandria. And I see that with everybody, even other Black women. You don't think she's worth love. You don't think she's worth protecting. You don't think she's worth because of her complexion, and you project that onto her and you throw that into the universe. And when the narrative does not fit how you personally feel about her, then you move on to the next weird thing, which is so odd to me. Like, get a grip. Like, it's okay for Black people and Black women to be beautiful and to be soft and to be loved. It's okay for everybody. Also, it's protect Black women until you have to protect them against a man you like, and then even more on top of that, a Black man you like. Then all of a sudden it gets muddy, it gets iffy, you don't know what side of the fence to stand on. I thought it was protect Black women though. What happened? Because you like this Black man, all of a sudden it's no longer protect Black women? That's very weird. And that's my spiel.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Y'all, I'm going to let Lynn hang out up here while y'all give gifts as you see fit. And Danae, did I say your name right? Will you please share your thoughts? And if I said your name wrong, correct me, please.
You said my name correctly.
Okay, perfect.
I usually get nervous speaking, so I'm trying to do more speaking on the lives. I like coming here and listening to your perspective. My first thought is I'm thinking back to, I've watched all of Nick's and Alandria's interviews. I feel like they've been great, so I don't know where Alan is saying that he's not being supportive. And I look at it this way. Alan has a woman, Nick has a woman. And like, if you look back to the episode of Stand on Business when Taylor said, I move for myself, or, you know, I should be moving for me. Who is Nick supposed to be moving for? He's supposed to be moving for Alandria. Now, if it was something way bigger that you felt like, why couldn't you do it behind closed doors? If he's supposed to be your best friend, why couldn't you do it behind closed doors? And if he didn't handle it the way you wanted him to, then address it. But you should have did it behind closed doors. Because now I'm at a place, do I support Shelley's? Do I not? Because like I was only supporting them because I'm Nick Alandria. I'm thinking they're going to be the core four. Like, we're all liking this. This is what it is. And for you to do that to her, like, I feel like Alandria has been saying from the get, has been showing only but true aspects on TV. Like, she's been herself the whole time. Like, I resonate with her. Like, and I just feel like everybody's just like trying to bring her down. And the only thing I see positive out of it is Nick uplifting her, saying you're going to be a model, you're going to be doing this, putting her on campaigns that he had previously. But we're saying, oh, he's just doing that. No, he did that on his own. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to put her on. He did that. And then by him doing that, they've gotten other campaigns. So I just feel like, if Alan would have really, like you said, go back and watch, really look at the interviews, you know, maybe he could have had a different perspective. And then also, I'm glad it happened because, like everybody says, if you believe in God, you believe in God or not. God reveals all. And that was supposed to happen so they could see who really messes with them, who really wants to be with them, who really wants to be their friend. That came out for a reason. And I'm trying to be like what Nick said. We got all these people being parasocial. Like we're so invested, but now I'm in a fact where I just want to support them, whatever it is, buy all the stuff, buy the makeup, whatever. But at some point, when you look at it, now you have all these people saying, "Oh, did you see all this stuff from Chalet?" It's like everybody's digging up all this stuff on Chalet, and it's like this is the point of if you just had a different opinion or really looked at what you were looking at, we wouldn't have all these opinions if you would have just stayed where you were supposed to be and just respect it. Yes, they got bigger than a program. Sometimes that happens. Somebody's gonna get bigger than you. It's okay. Just accept it, and we gonna be friends, and we gonna rock with each other. That's the point. But now I feel like they just gotta move for themselves. I feel like if people don't support them, just move for yourself, because that God, like I said, God reveals all. And thank you for bringing me up.
Of course. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you felt safe enough to be courageous and to speak publicly on this panel. Thank you so much. Y'all, I'm going to let Danae hang out while y'all give gifts as you see fit. I always appreciate when y'all gift my panelists. I appreciate that from you. Jess, I want to let you know that I know that you're hanging out. I'm going to go to Kev, Stop, and then for me only, I'm going to go to you because Jess, I feel like you have a differing opinion, and I want to make sure that we don't derail the panel. So I want you to be able to speak really to me about it, and you and I can go back and forth. Okay, Kev, Stop, will you please share your thoughts? Oh, let me send an invite for you to turn your mic on.
Hello.
Hello, hello. I'm going to restart your timer. Will you please share your thoughts for me, please?
Of course. Hi, Tina. It's lovely to speak on your platform. Okay, so I have so many issues with Ace, or Alan, as we're calling him now. I think the biggest issue I had was when I was watching, it was very disturbing watching that interview with Speedy. But I think the biggest issue I had was the allegation of herpes. I was just, what? I mean, I'm sorry. That was just too far. Like, he just took it too far. Like, what? I'm still, the implication, like, I saw a clip of Taylor's live as well. Like, what was that? Why that far? I just can't, like, because we all know, like, that I believe it was something to do with someone hit Nick in the face and Nick had the bruise on his lip. What? And it's very, like, several islanders have come out and say, like, oh, we have, like, severe testing. We're tested every time. There's, like, a lot of, like, caution. Like, even I believe Shelly, his partner, said in the GQ clip that no one ever got sick. So, like, what? And it was an outbreak of herpes. Everyone will get it. It's, like, so easily transferable to everybody else. So, like, why do that? Like, there was so much disregard, like, for people you claim to care about. It was weird. But anyway, there were so many issues with how he referred to Olandria. Like, first of all, they need to stop calling Olandria your dog. It pisses me. I'm over it. Stop it. It's stripping her of her femininity. It's like stripping her of, like, her womanhood, because they don't see her as a person. They see her as their plaything. They've used her all season. So, to refer to her in this way means nothing to them. She means nothing to these people. And the fact that he kept mentioning her name, Olandria this, Olandria that, Olandria this, Olandria that, it just showed to me that, like, he can't not mention her, because then he can't take the battle of, like, oh, I'm anti-black. So he has to mention her to be like, oh, I'm in solidarity with this person. So, like, it doesn't seem like I hate this person, but when he actually does, it's so clear that he does. Sorry, Tina, I'm actually going to go over time. I apologize. But, okay, I have to talk about Shelly. And I know I've mentioned I'm very popular in your comments, Tina. So I know I've mentioned multiple times that, like, I feel like I was watching a different show because I don't understand how people did not see Shelly's movements. How? I had a problem with Ace episode 2. I knew that it was not going to be my guy. I'm not someone who supports everybody black. I am so sorry I don't, because this year has shown me like oh, thank you for talking about my accent. It's so funny. I'm Irish, but my mother is Nigerian, my father is American, so I'm all over the place. But anyway, back to the point. I I am so I just Shelly has always I think I noticed it by like episode 8. Something was not moving in my spirit for her. I couldn't warm up to her. I couldn't figure out why. And I think it's because I always say, and I say this not because my sister says I can be harsh. I always say it. I keep it cute. I say Shelly lives in Shellyland because in Shellyland everything is about Shelly. There's nobody else. Like I never saw once where Shelly pulled up Olandra and was like, like actually being a friend, like carrying equal weight. And I noticed it towards the end of the show as well, where like it was so obvious Olandra was sad. She was sad. Like I remember that clip where she was in the background and she was laying and covering her face because she was just very over it. And she says it like in interviews subsequently that she was over it at some time. Not once. And when it actually hit me was the day that Shelly and the conversation where Shelly and Ola were talking, and she was like asking for, so when is the kiss?
Yep.
If you listen to that conversation very well, she cut Olandra off when Olandra is talking about the emotional part of her and Nick's connection. And Shelly cuts it off and goes like, okay, so tell me about, like, I want to see a kiss. What? Because I watched that clip again and again and again. And I'm like, that was not cut. She actually cut the conversation. Shelly cuts it. And she goes straight to like physical when Olandra is talking about the emotional. And then in the middle of Olandra talking, she looks across to Ace. She looks across like, oh shit, like something. Oh, sorry, I'm swearing. I apologize. I am a potty mouth. But she looks across to Ace like, oh, I'm getting this information, but like the information I'm getting is not what we have discussed. Something, I don't know, there was something in that exchange when she looks away from Olandra who's talking to her. And another thing I also noticed was, I have so many issues with Shelly. I'm so sorry. I'm not one of those people who defend her. I'm not. But there was a time in Casa Amor when Sierra was crying. And I always thought Sierra was interesting to me from the beginning. That's why I thought I was watching a different show, because like people really liked Sierra. They thought her fashion was great, which is hilarious because she looks like she's going to Coachella every day. But Sierra was crying and Shelly was comforting her. But like the way Shelly looked at her, Shelly has always been attracted to Sierra. No one can convince me otherwise. But the way Shelly looked at her was such a warmth that I don't think she ever looked at Ola in that way. So like I just don't understand. Anyway, I'm gonna move on from that part. Ace calls Shelly his ball in that interview. I know it's American slang to like that the young kids are using, but it made everything clear to me. She's his plaything. He is playing around with a 20-year-old woman. That's what he's doing. And I cannot, for the life of me, because I know earlier in the live, like I've been here since earlier in the evening, but earlier in the live, you were talking about like what his like tactics are with her. I do feel like he's kind of isolating her, maybe not from public or from friends, but from brands, because her attachment to him will be her downfall, and it will lose her money, it would lose her connection, it might even lose her management deal that she just signed, which is huge. I don't know what his plan is, but like I feel like he wants to teach her a lesson, and it bothers me. But I don't have too much warmth for her, so it doesn't bother me too much. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly move on. Sorry, I have a few other things. I apologize, but it bothered me just how many times he lied. Like he just kept lying. Like I know I talked about the herpes thing and that really shook my spirit. Something was very dark-sided about that, but he lied about petty things. Like the conversations about like, oh, did Nick like ever talk to you about romantically? I was like, yes, he did. There were so many times he was romantic towards, he talked about his romantic feelings to Ace. He said the baby challenge, he was like, oh, she backed up into me. I thought this was going to be platonic, but like, it's going to be more. Like I was feeling things, like my heart was burning. Like I had a warmth in my chest. That's not just physical. If it was just physical, you have a hard on. Oh, sorry, I can't say that. But like, it was more like warmth in his chest was more than that. Like, okay, fine, maybe that's not too literal. He talks about like the flutters. He talks about like, are you gonna pursue this? Like, he's like, yeah, this is what I've wanted the whole time, so I will. Very clear. Like, there was no, what are you talking about? It's right there. Fine, okay. Then I feel like no one knew who Nick was, which is so interesting to me. I've been watching a lot of lives. Like, I live in Ireland, so like I get the episodes late, so I catch up with everybody else and I come on these lives. But people did not know who Nick was. Everyone called him lustful at the beginning of the season. And look, we in this side of the world, like in Europe, we have the UK Love Island, so we know how this thing works. So everyone calling Nick lustful at the start was interesting to me because I'm like, no, he's not. This is the game. You're supposed to explore. Fine. Okay. Even if he had a wandering eye of sorts, everyone does. It's literally the name of the game. I don't understand this. But one thing I did know was that Sierra did not know who Nick was. Ace or Taylor did not know who Nick was either. They never really listened to him. They never really got him. Nick was very like straightforward. Like, he was very, I don't know, he was always very compassionate. Like, he was always very thoughtful. He was all like, even when people called him a follower, I was like, Nick? I just, maybe I'm crazy. I was like, what? Nick was always very, he had a mind of his own. He was very compassionate. Do you know how I knew this? Was the way he handled Huda's situation. Nick would vote to kick Huda out, but people were just like, oh, he's two-faced because he would tell Huda to his face. Nick is a nurse, a professional caregiver. He has to know that, like, this is an environment for Huda that is completely volatile for her, but I have to handle this with, like, very carefully because she's unstable emotionally. So I have to move carefully with her. He was always honest with her, but he knew this is not the right place for you. I have issues with Jeremiah as well, but I know people like him, so I'm just going to reserve my comments on that. But he told Jeremiah to his face, I lost respect for you for how you handled Huda. People forget that conversation all the time. I lost respect for you for how you handled a woman you said you care about. That literally his words, verbatim. What? I was like, do people know Nick? The only person who knew Nick well was Ola. Because, like, I remember the conversations used to be very interesting. Like, she listened to him intently, which I also noticed in Olandria's interviews. Like, she listens well. She talks really fast, but she listens very well. So I don't know, like, they just didn't get him. Like, Sierra tried to make him into this like Barbie doll Ken boy that would just follow her around. No, Nick goes with the flow. Like, he doesn't go with the flow, sorry. Nick is chill, but he's not a plaything. He's not a pushover. Like, he will let you think you have your way, but he'll come back with a vengeance. Like, just like the minute when people said Nick switched up in the Castle Moore episode, I thought that was hilarious because he didn't. Like, it was so obvious that, like, he was just like, oh, this is when I lock in, this is when I don't lock in. Like, literally, that's Nick's modes. Like, oh, I'll lock in now. Like, I won't lock in now. Just how he was with the Jeremiah vote. He wasn't too pressed. But when it came to the Ola vote, he was very pressed. She was not going home after Castle. Like, there was just no argument there. And, like, I think everyone keeps talking about, like, the last time Nick saw Ace was at the Disney. It wasn't. It was at Selena Gomez's event. I believe Selena Gomez had the perfume launch thing. Ace and Nick were there. That was the day before Ace's birthday, maybe a day or two before. Actually, it was the night of Ace's birthday. Ace turned his birthday that midnight. They were taking pictures together. They were all together. They were talking. And you know what's so funny about that day? That same day was the day Ola signed her contract with her management. She signed with UTA that day because there's clips of her signing with them at lunchtime. That's why she wasn't at one of the events. And people were like, oh, where's Ola? She wasn't at the Variety event or something. And then she pops up at the Selena event. And everyone was like, oh my gosh, she wasn't invited to one. She wasn't invited to the other. No, she was having lunch with her big boss company. And, then she joined her man afterwards, like, to take pictures with Selena Gomez. They all saw each other that nice. What happened then? Then Ace is celebrating his birthday all over the places, but they're not invited. Ola has to technically invite herself to Shelly's birthday when they went on Twitter because we all saw it. They were never extended an invite. They had to invite themselves or extend the conversation like, oh, what are we doing for your birthday, Shelly? it's always something like that. Like, so there was conversations, there was link up, there was a way you say at that party, at the Selena Gomez party, they looked so beautiful together, Ola and Nick. They were together. Everyone saw them. They were, they weren't they're never overly PDA, but they were holding hands, they were hugging each other, they were taking photos together. People saw them. Ola was doing TikTok challenges with other like people. People were saying they were obsessed with her. She looked so beautiful that day. Like, so they saw them. They saw their interaction. Ace saw them specifically. Ace saw them. Ace saw their interaction. Ace was there. So like, forget the whole Disney thing that happened weeks ago. It was very recently. Like, anyway. But my last thing, sorry, I'm rushing through my points. I know I've overtaken my time. I apologize, Tina. But my last point is that like envy and jealousy has to be a disease. It has to be something more insidious than that. Like, look, Ace is 22 or 23, sorry now. Ace is a big head. Ace is this, Ace is that. But more insidious than that is that Ace is completely emotionally unavailable. There is nothing, he has no, it's complete disdain. Once you're not in line with what I'm doing, I will completely vilify you. Like, I know they only met each other 6 weeks ago, and we've talked about, I know, Tina, you've talked about trauma bonding that these people have experienced, like, since being in the house and all the chaos they experienced very early on with Huda. And they're the only ones who experienced that situation, so they've been together. I don't know if it was you, Tina, sorry, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I think somebody else has alluded to it. But the problem I'm having with this is that, like, Ace completely, like, he's such a shapeshifter. He's such an actor. The look he had on his face talking about, like, who his friends were was completely... I talk about Taylor, the look Taylor gave Olandra in that stand-up business challenge all the time, like how literally I felt chills in my body, the way he switched up. There was a look like that with Ace, the entire interview. When he was talking about like the producers pulling the strings together, he's laughing through it. Like he's laughing through the whole thing. And it's not a funny thing. Olandra was humiliated on that show many, many times. And he's talking about humiliation very callously. It made me feel like, I think that's the only point where I actually felt like crying, the whole thing, because I'm not a big crier, but at that moment, like, I felt very, as a Black woman, it's very difficult to hear it. I'm not going to lie to you. And, I have a lot of empathy for my darker skinned sisters. I'm not dark skinned, but like, I remember growing up, it was always a very big thing in Europe as well. Like we have our own issues, very like lighty, darky, all of those things. But for a light-skinned man to sit there and the way he talked about it, it was very frivolous, Tina. I'm not going to lie to you. It felt very wicked. It felt very, very wicked. Like, I just cannot believe that he would go up there and do that to her. Like, look, there are many, like, they never were for her the whole season. That's fine. Like, they played around with her, all of that. To hide behind the whole producer excuse, to speak about her like that and be like, oh, we love her. The word love has lost its entire meaning. What the hell? No. Seriously, like, what's going on with Black men? Like, I'm actually being very, very honest. I had to have a conversation in the group chat with my brothers, actually, literally, I think it was last night. I was up very late and I was talking to my brothers. I was like, no, we have to talk about this. Like, because my brothers are still somewhat young. So I had to be like, we can't be doing this. Let's call to order. Like, we need to talk. Because, like, you can't, why? You are too, but even for Speedy, the joy they had. Like, I know I've been saying it in comment sections, like, salivating about, like, how, about the downfall of this woman, but like, it was so callous, Tina. It was very frivolous. It felt like a throwaway comment, like, oh yeah. The producers told us to do it, so yeah, we conspired to do it. What? Like I've always disliked Ace. Like, I'm on the verge of hating him. I'm gonna be honest with that. But that made me very, very disturbed. I'm not gonna lie. I don't. Maybe I'm overdoing it, but like, it was very, very. I just what everything we know about her. Everything we know about her is looking after people, making sure everyone is included, making sure people are all right. She was the villa therapist. She was the mom there. She's the big sister. She doesn't take things to heart. Even when she's hurt, she takes it on the chin. She carries forward. Like, you know, people have disappointed her many times, Shelly, especially Jesus, Shelly. Like, I will not tolerate this babying and infantilization of Shelly. I will not do it. But like the fact that he could just sit there and Speedy grinning and gulping at all of it, and then doing that stupid live of like, if you know what I know behind the scenes, like, what are we doing? What are we actually? Have we lost the plot? This is someone's real life, and I know people talk about like, oh, like Olandra needs to watch the show, and the tone people say it on these panels, like, Olandra needs to watch the show, Olandra needs to watch the show. What? She went. That's trauma. You want her to relieve her trauma? Of course, at some point she would like to watch it. But we have to be careful the way we talk about her. Like, she's a human being. I know this is entertainment for us. This is real life for her. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Like, what are we doing? Like, she's a real life human being. We have to be more mindful. We have to be more careful. I am sick and tired of these men, the black men. What's going on? Like, I know it's not all black men, and I know like there's an endemic of like really bad behavior, but like we have to be careful. Like, it's too much. She's a human being. She doesn't deserve this. The disbelief that she could be attractive is bizarre to me, but it's obviously not surprising. But like, we have to, there is lack of care. There is lack of like, you know, just common decency on how we talk about each other, on how we talk about this woman who has been nothing but kind and appreciative of the opportunities that she has. Like, she did not expect any of this. We followed her. I remember the first time she came on my screen, I thought, wow, like literally that was my only reaction. I was like, oh, really? Where did they find this woman? Like, but for people to just be like, she's discarded. No one cares about her. No one cares about her feelings. Like, everything is a joke. Everything is a gag. Like, we're sorry, Tina, I'm being long-winded. I apologize, but like, I really want us to have a call to order. Like, all of us. Like, seriously, women, men alike, the people who find this entertaining, the people who let's please let's all have a call to order, please. This is a real life human being. This is her first time in the spotlight. This is her first time dealing with this overwhelming barrage of hate. She is experiencing something really loving, really kind, whatever reiteration it is. And I keep saying my last thing. I apologize, Tina, but this whole thing of like everyone obsessed with whether it's fake or not, they're dating. What the hell? They did not win the show. They are dating. And they've expressed many a time that they're taking it slow. She has said she's a slow burn from the very first episode of this goddamn show. Like, what is everyone's obsession with? Even if tomorrow they come out and they're fake, and so the hell what? What is this gotcha moment that nobody deserves except this black woman? Everyone has broken up except this couple in the top 4. What is it? Stop. I just stop. Everyone, please. Let's just have a call to order. Like, let's just be kinder to this woman. Let's just be more careful about how we talk about this woman. And I don't know. I'm just very disturbed about this whole thing. I'm not surprised at all. I'm slightly disappointed, but I don't have a lot of disappointment for people I'm not surprised about, including, you know, both Shelly and Alan, or whatever you're called now. All of my concern is about Nick and Olandra. Nick was blindsided. It was very obvious. But Olandra has just been hit over and over and over again with very little empathy. And it's really concerning to me. And I cannot imagine what it's like to live in her skin, or to live in the world that she's living in, or to present the way she does. She's a very beautiful woman. And obviously she has a lot of privileges in the way she looks, in the way her body type is, all of that. Does not mean she's not a human being. Does not mean she's just an avatar to just receive hate and dislike and judgment and the whispering and the eyes and everyone not saying the quiet part loud, but like implying all of it at the same. Please, 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 please. Thank you so much, everybody. But she is a human being. Let's be careful in how we talk about it. Just don't throw away the whole thing of like she watched the show. She was there physically. She experienced something very traumatic. You know, we are entertained, but this is not entertainment for her. Please, let's be careful. Let's be kind. Let's be honest. And let's hold our black men to account. Enough. Enough is enough. We've had enough. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Kev. Y'all, I'm gonna let Kev hang out as for y'all to continue to gift. Thank you so much for gifting Kev along the way. I will say a couple of things. Banna, let me find out because I'm about to do some work when I get off tonight too. Clock it. Not for this, for some other shit, but clock it. And then also, yeah, like fantastic point, right? About the unaliving that happens. The thing is that y'all need to understand, right? It's like, not that I think that the people in my life don't get it, because I think y'all do get it, right? Like I think y'all get it, right? She's the only one of the Islanders that has come out and told us how her mental health was impacted the way that it was. That she had to stay off of social media. Nick is like, I'm taking the phone from her so that she's not in the comments, right? Like she had a significant hit to her mental health that we already know about. We already know about that. Okay? And Ace, Alan knew about that. And then went on this podcast, wanted to talk to us about how he felt bullied because Amaya made the height joke, but then contributed to the narratives that he knew people were using to bully and harass his person that he loves and respects. So it's like, sir, at what point you can hold the tension of like, and the nuance of trying to like be gracious towards someone, and you need to be accountable for the shit that you are doing. Your growth cannot constantly be at other people's expense. And I've made this critique about 404 before, right? You cannot, well, you can do whatever you want to do. You should not, whatever it is that you're feeling about Nick, don't let someone that you say that you love and that you respect be caught in the crossfires as you feed into a narrative that you know has already been used to push harassment and hate toward her when she has already been explicit about the impact to her mental health. I don't understand how you do that and in the same breath say you love that person. Yes, let's change it to Nikki. Like, I don't understand how you say you love and you respect somebody and you feed into the shit that you know was already contributing to that for them. It honestly, everything, because the reality is, and it's not that we don't have the ability to see and hear all the things he said, right? But he needs to know, and I think he does know, that the people that are listening and watching this show, this podcast, right? A lot of them are hate watching. They're watching because they don't fucking like you and they just need to hate watch it, right? And they're looking for whatever they can latch onto to further their narratives, to continue feeling justified in their hate and in their harassment. So it doesn't matter that you said, I feel like she dealt with a lot and she held herself well and she was valid for what she felt. What they heard was, oh, Nick doesn't like her. See, they're scammers, which has been the number one thing that people have used against her to justify their harassment of her. Why would you do that? And to y'all's point, and I talked about it in this live before, he was not only intentional about who he went to, he said that in the podcast, I wanted to sit down with you because I respect you as a journalist. He looked at them questions beforehand, if not had a hand in creating the questions. You knew what the fuck you felt before you came on this podcast. So you should have been practicing how you were going to navigate that conversation to make sure that she didn't catch no flack from it. The most honest answer from you, well, the most honest answer would have been, yeah, he mentioned times to me where he felt things in his body and he was realizing that he was feeling things that he didn't expect to feel because at first he thought it wasn't romantic, but he realized it couldn't just be friends because that was what Nick fucking told you, right? That was what Nick told you. We all watched that shit in the fucking villa, right? But if you didn't want to say that, what you simply could have said was, I haven't had an in-depth conversation with him since the villa about their relationship. I don't know where they are today. And you could have been done. Because not every thought in your fucking head needs to come out of your mouth. And that goes to, and people be mad when I bring it up, the fact that he's fucking 23. Not everything you think needs to come out of your fucking mouth. And as a and I've told y'all before, I was a person that was very mature for my age. When I was his age, I was the same. Very mature for my age and still fucking immature in a lot of ways. And I was definitely the person that was like, well, I'm going to just say what I think. You know, that's me thinking I'm just being honest. My friends joke about it all the time. They're like, Christina's the type of girl to be like, sorry for telling you the fucking truth, bitch. Like, that would be my apology, right? I've grown, y'all. Okay. And I wouldn't be that aggressive, but y'all get the point, right? They tease me about how, like, I would be like, well, I'm just being honest, you know? But the reality is that you have to grow up and you need to learn that sometimes you need to season your words with grace. We are not using that shit no more, right? And so you don't need to say everything that you think in your head does not have to come out of your mouth. And if it's going to, you need to be mindful of how it does. Because it's going to impact people that you say you love and you respect and you care about. He's going to look back at it in 10 years and absolutely cringe. He's going to be like, damn. And so I don't think it's anything wrong for people to be saying, you handled this very poorly. Period. Because he did. Thank you, Rachel. He did. He handled it. He needed to respond differently. He needed to be more measured in what he said so that he could consider the impact on other people. And it's twofold here, right? Like, yes, he quite literally, his frontal lobe is not developed and he can't think through all of his decisions all the way to the end. That is true. And you could also, you know, when you're being an asshole. You know when you're being an asshole. Even if you didn't think about the impact on Alandria, you know when you're being an asshole, you could choose to just be a grown-up. You could just choose to not be a jerk. Even whatever you feel about Nick, you could choose to be grown and not fucking say everything that you think. And yeah, I mentioned that, right? All that smiling, all that smirking. It wasn't no, oh, Rachel, thank you for extending. It wasn't no like, damn, like, yes. I feel so much for her because yeah, it does. You know, production really had us doing her dirty. It was like, my conscience. It was a fucking joke to you. And the same way I called out Hula Hoop about her fucking giggling down, about her fucking wild ass behavior when they played the tape back, the same goes for him. Why is that something to kiki about? Y'all are like gloating at the fact that this woman had this experience while in the same breath saying that it was unfair. Your body language is not matching what your words are saying. So I agree. Okay, for me only, are you ready to share your thoughts? Oh, wait. Chris wants to say something.
I can say that crazy.
Wait. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Be kind.
I'm trying. Okay, I know this dude about to come on here. I just want to say to you, bruh, please be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Secondly, never refer to a black woman as angry when she is just accessing her full range of emotions, because that's perfectly okay, right? Like that angry black woman probe, I'm not gonna tolerate that shit. But again, when you come on, be respectful.
Okay. That was so kind. Y'all have heard Chris not be kind before. That was very kind. Okay, for me only, please share your thoughts.
Hi, thank you for letting me hold. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to say I'm going totally against the grain, but not what he did with their speaking on their relationship was wrong. I'm not going to excuse him for that. He was wrong. But I feel everything else he expressed, he's valid. It was his opinion and how he felt. But him talking about Nick and Orlando and their relationship, whether he felt it was real or not, that wasn't his business or place to say. Because you don't know the ins and outs of the relationship. Now, the other thing that I'm kind of sad about is I feel the name calling and stuff like that is dehumanizing him. And I see that when I see people who look like me, language matching the oppressors, then there's something wrong. And I'm going down For You pages, and we sound like them when we're talking about him. Now I'm looking at him. He's 23. He's young. He's going to have flaws. How he handled that situation was all wrong, but he wasn't accused of DV. He wasn't accused of SA. He didn't line women up in a bar and pour drinks down their mouths. He didn't have women lined up shaking. What he said is he spoke something about another couple that we liked. And I don't think that warrant this hate, because I hear hate. I don't think that warrant this. This is something else. And I've been on your panel for 2 hours, and every single person, it was all negative. Yes, what he did when that instant was wrong. I'm not going to say that. But he did good things. He prayed every night. They said he prayed. He bent on his knees and he prayed over all the cast members every night. They said just like Alondra was the therapist for the women, he was the therapist for the men. Whether or not we liked it, they felt comfortable enough to go to him to express it. And I didn't see no negative thing inflicted on those women by the men in that villa. So whatever he was doing and telling them, it had to be good. The only bad thing we saw was the Hood and Jeremiah thing. Everything else, and the Zach and Amaya. But I think that's more of a culture across the pond thing. The other thing is bringing his mom. Like, I think that's just uncalled for. I've seen other villas. Austin recently came out saying he had a whole substance abuse. I'm not going to say which one because he didn't disclose it, but we've seen his behavior in the villa that co-signed that of a substance abusive person. And then not one person of his peers said, "Where's your mama? Where's your daddy?" Not none. And we saw how he acted in our villa. We saw how he acted towards Amaya. We saw how he acted, period. We saw how he acted at the reunion. No one said, "Where's your mother?" So I don't agree that. So again, what Ace did, calling their relationship was wrong. But when we are subjecting him to all these belittling names by his height, by this, even though he has proven and said that he's 5'10", when we stick to a narrative that's now is negative just to hurt him, that's wrong. The man say he's 5'10". They verify he's 5'10", but we want to still use this dehumanizing, saying he's a short man, he's a little man, to dehumanize him, and I don't like that. I don't like that. Like I said, how he handled relationship is wrong, and we could critique that and that. But when it's over and over of calling him names, then it becomes. Because let me just say, they're not going to decipher the bad ones from the good ones. We're grouped together. So because we're harping on Ace like that, now I see Taylor, now I see Clark, now I see Alandra, now I see Shelly. They grouped us all in one and they attacking all of them. They're not going to separate them like the good blacks from the bad blacks. We're all harped in one. So I feel the couple of days we get on him, what you did was wrong. But after that, let's come to understanding and move past that, because I don't like the way that they are dehumanizing him. Because the same way they're dehumanizing him, they're doing Alandra and they're doing it to Shelly. And another thing, what a man do is not a reflection of what his woman says. I have a relationship with my husband and we have a difference of opinions.
You went out for me. I can't hear you if you're still talking. It shows that their mic is on, so I don't know why I can't hear them.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll finish because I'm getting other calls. We're going to have this as opinions with our partners. So I'm not going to never attach Shelly to what Ace do. I like Shelly because of Shelly. I like Nick because of Nick. I like Orlandia because of Orlandia. I'm never going to not like them because they're hanging with another person I may not like. And I heard a girl on here who even gave Yulissa a pass. And she's I'm going to digress. She gave Yulissa a pass over Ace. Come on, that's just wrong. With that, I would say, I love you. I am going to subscribe. I be forgetting because I'm a little old. So I'm going to subscribe because I do like you and I've been watching you since the beginning. I just forgot to subscribe. So I will, because I do like, this is a healthy dialogue. I feel like we're older, so we can move in different ways than the younger crowd, because I'll be having to pray after I finish. But I appreciate you. You have patience. I want the patience that you have, because I'm working on that as a therapist myself, the patience to allow people to speak their own truth and just listen and hear what they have to say before I react, because our nature is to react. But this really gave me patience to sit and listen. So I appreciate that. And you have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for coming up. I know that you're gonna get off, but I do wanna name. I see y'all going crazy in the comments. Y'all know that we do nuance up here, okay? The request went crazy just now, okay? let me hold that a lot of things can be true at one time, right? Like I can understand people feeling uncomfortable because people are like, and I think that might be a part of what's happening for Jess. We'll hear from Jess in a little bit, right? I can understand people feeling uncomfortable because they're like, oh, this feels icky, right? About somebody having something negative to say about a Black man, right? I think this goes back to, because we went deep for a second, so let me just go deep for a second, right? Around like how we do allegiance to identities, right? And so I've told y'all this metaphor before, right? But if you step into a room and you're the only Black person in a room full of non-Black people, your Blackness is probably what's going to feel the loudest in the room. If you go into a room with a bunch of Black men and you are a Black woman, your womanhood is probably what is going to feel the loudest in the room. And so based on the company that you are in, certain things might feel louder. And so I think as we're having exactly, Biba, intersectionality, breaking down very, very quietly, right? And so, but I think what is happening, right, is as we're having this conversation for some Black folks, what they hear is us talking about all Black people. And so Blackness is what feels like it needs to be the loudest, right? That's okay. That's okay. It might feel like our Blackness is what needs to be the loudest because we're having this conversation in public, right? Around all these people that are not Black. And so we don't want to, and I can appreciate that. I can understand that. I can understand people saying, I don't want us making it seem like it's okay for, because that's what she said, right? It sounded like the oppressor, right? We don't want to give a pass to these other people to do this. I hear that. I understand that. You know what I mean? And I will say that at least in this platform, right? We often are talking about stuff in-house, right? Like, even though I know it's not only Black people in here, because I've had white women come into my inbox and tell me how much they learn in this space as they're just like listening to what we're saying about our experiences. So I know it's not only Black people in here, but a lot of our conversations are in-house. Like, I typically don't even talk about Austin on my platform because in my mind, he doesn't exist. He has views in politics that I don't align with, and so I don't choose to give any space to him on my platform. The fact that I said Charlie's name today on the platform is only because somebody said it in the comments, right? So there's some people that I just don't even engage with in order to be having any conversation around them. That said, y'all know me as a Black mama to some Black sons and some Black daughters. One thing that my boys have to be accountable for how they show up in the world the same way my daughters do. And so to ask Black women who are, and not that I'm saying that you were asking this explicitly, but I do want to address it, right? To ask Black women who are listening to Alan say these things, who not only are feeling empathy, not only feeling empathy because, wow, that's really fucked up in general for her, but who also are like, damn, that's a familiar feeling where I have invested into a relationship with a Black man. I have wanted to be protected and covered by a Black man. And now that registers something in my body because it's familiar to the betrayal that I resonate with. To ask them to continue to hold space for a man that has shown up in this way is simply unfair to them. Right? And I would never ask that in my space, right? And I need us to understand also that accountability is not hate, right? We can say what he said because it was, yes, a lot of it was about what he said about their relationship, but that wasn't all that he said that was out of pocket. The fact that he said, he basically told everybody that watched this podcast that he and Taylor conspired to love bomb Alandria and to string her along. Why can we not feel righteous rage for her around that? Right? The fact that we listened to him basically say, to say nothing around the HSV1 rampant rumors, right? Is basically him stigmatizing an STI and spreading something that's a false narrative in general, right? And so it's okay for us to have righteous rage around, why are you attempting to assassinate people? That's not okay. And it's okay for people to say, yes, he is young. Y'all know that I have made that argument a lot, that like a lot of what he's doing and saying is because he is literally too young to think through his choices and his decisions, right? And it doesn't make him any less accountable. I have a 13-year-old son. Yes, I'm gonna let you come up, Jules. I have a 13. I see all my subs jumped up. I have a 13-year-old son, and I'm mentioning him explicitly because my 18-year-old, well, 17-year-old, he's much more meek, right? But my 13-year-old, he gonna get in your ass, okay? If you go to hell, or if you go low, he's literally going to hell. He is going to the core of the earth, baby. He don't play, okay? And it doesn't matter who you are. If you talk to him crazy, he gonna come back at you, right? And at 13 years old, he still, when he has those moments, when they go there, he'll still be like, yeah, I was tripping. I got a little too mad. You know what I mean? Like he knows that. He knows how to be accountable. He can come back and say, yeah, I was tripping. I shouldn't. But he's also 13 doing that. So at 23, you got to know some shit. I'm sorry. And that does boil down to how you're parented. Y'all, he's a Gemini. He's a June Gemini. He's a June Gemini, and he does not play that shit. All of my kids, honestly, actually, my two youngest are the ones that really will they will go there, right? And it takes a lot for them to go, but they will go there. But they also know when I did a little bit too much and how to be aware and accountable around their behaviors. Why? Because we've been practicing holding them accountable since they were little. Right. And so he at 13 is being coached around and parented around. How do I express what I'm feeling? Because I deserve access to my emotions. If I'm angry, I get to be angry. I get to be hurt. I get to feel all of those things. How do I do it in a way that does not harm other people? Right. So for Ace to be 23 years old and have went into that space and acted how he acted and said the several things that he said, not just about Nick Alandria, the several things that he said that were shots at Nick and that left Alandria and in some respects Shelly in the crossfires, right? Because now people are having conversation about Michelle, is irresponsible. It's irresponsible. And love, like somebody said in here, love looks like correction. He is a Christian. Just because you get on, and let me say this, just because you get on your knees and praying don't mean you living right. I'm sorry. Not sorry. As a person that grew up in the church, that was a minister at one point in the church, that has done all of that. I've divested in a lot of ways and have deconstructed in my own, but that does not mean anything. Sometimes they be the nastiest spirits. So that don't mean shit. And you getting on your knees and praying for every contestant, but feeling how you feel about them, it's giving performative. So it really doesn't mean shit to me. So I want us to be able to, in this live, right? To be able to hold the space of both. And if we are really resting in his faith, if we're really resting in the Bible, love is correction. He needs to be corrected about his behaviors. And the reality is all of us know that he don't fucking know us. He don't fucking know us. He ain't gonna listen to shit we say. So when the question is posed of where is his support system, the question is, where is his correction? Who is sitting him down and saying, baby, this is not the move? Who is loving him enough to chastise him when needed? Right? Because sometimes you got to hear some shit you don't like, but if you love me, you're not just going to let me be out here ass cheeks in the wind making a fucking fool of myself. So I would never be for somebody coming up here and shitting on him as a Black woman, or even Michelle as a Black woman, right? But the question that I think they were clear is about, where are his people that are saying, hey, babe, this is not it. This is not how we move. You're going to have to be a little bit more mindful when you out in the public, because you are, right? You are destined to ascend to heights and whatever, right? Who are speaking those things over him and who are pulling him in love and holding him accountable. Because again, he doesn't fucking know us, right? Us having these conversations is not because any of us think that we're going to change that man's mind. He doesn't know us. He has no reason to respect anything that we're going to say. These conversations are really about when y'all are moving through the world and you're interacting with people, are you able to clock the things? Are you able to show up the way you need to? Are you holding your people accountable in love? I just made a video today, posted a video today for my subs about how literally we listen to him in some ways say that he's like a yes man to production. And I think he likes yes men around him. And that is not how you grow. Iron sharpens iron. Iron sharpens iron. He can't have no people that's holding him with white gloves and expect to actually develop into a capable, competent, wise, wonderful human at the capacity that he could if everybody simply says, well, he's a black man and so I don't want to pile on him. We have to be able to do both, right? And when we have these conversations on these panels, again, it's not about us saying that we think we're going to change Alan's mind, but it is about us saying, how do we complicate it? How do we hold that actual tension? How do we make space for all of the nuance so that we can actually raise up people that go out into the world and are humans that everybody they think they're a joy to interact with? Because like I told y'all, they like when I get rowdy. They be coming in here when I get rowdy. But like I told y'all, my 13-year-old, right? Like I said, he will go to hell. And the teachers at his school know that. And sometimes the teachers be scared to get him. Right? And then they get him and they're like, oh, like, yeah, he goes to hell when he needs to, but he's actually such a fucking joy. He's such a pleasure. He's such a leader. He's so kind. He's so helpful. Like all of these things can be true, right? So nobody is discounting. I've said a lot of positive. Nobody is discounting the positive around Alan. We're saying this part right here, baby, this part is the thing to pay attention to. This is the thing that we as a community have to say, whoa, hold on. How are we raising and sending our boys out into the world? How are we teaching our daughters to interact with boys? How are we teaching our gender nonconforming kids how they show up in the world? How are we complicating the conversations? And to that person, to somebody's point, yes, I understand how sometimes accountability can feel like punishment, but typically that's when we're accustomed to never having to be accountable. Shay with the jokes. Yes, my positives about Ace. He is someone, I do appreciate that he sought feedback from his siblings when they came into the villa. To me, that demonstrates that he is willing and open to hear some things from people that he respects and willing to adjust his behaviors. I love that for him. I think he has empathy for certain people in certain situations. I love that for him. You think he was pretending, Vanna? I don't know. All I can go off of is what I see. It seemed genuine. That he really wanted to know what he felt like he needed to do. Maybe. I like to give the benefit of the doubt where I can, you know. And again, I know I talk about a lot in here though, right? The more data I get, I'm not one of them people that likes to live in cognitive dissonance. The more data that I get, I will change my fucking mind. I will change my mind for sure. Definitely not Brandy. I was responding. We were talking about Alan. And that would be the problem, is if the family only ever co-signs him, right? And this goes back to when accountability feels like punishment because you're not used to having to be accountable. Does that make sense, y'all? So I want us to just be able to hold the tension of all of it in this space. Okay, Jess has something, and I want to not have a full panel while Jess is up here because I feel like Jess, I don't want you to feel, I feel like my panel might come for you based on what you said, and not thank you. And not that I think that they would be mean to you, but I don't know how you might receive that. So I want to ask you first how you would feel about a panel being up here where maybe the majority of the panel might disagree.
Oh, first, I would like to say that I don't want you to think that I came up here to yell or anything, or I wasn't actually called like calling you angry or anything. When I came in, I saw you in the middle of like that reaction, and I was just like, hey, like, why does she seem angry? I wasn't saying it as like to call you angry. I was just genuinely curious to know what was going on. And then I immediately got muted. I was like, oh, I just wanted to know. But then I wanted to come on because then you mentioned me and said, hey, don't call me angry. I was like, oh, I don't want her to think I'm this guy that's calling her angry. So that's kind of why I initially came on.
Okay.
But I know you said that you think that we might have a lot of disagreements. I actually don't disagree with a lot of things you said. So if you want to bring people up, that will be fine to
Okay.
answer your question. But what I the only thing that I guess wanted to talk about was, even though I agree with a lot of the things that people are saying, I think the conversation around, well, a Ace kind of doing something that negatively affected Alondria as an indictment on the majority of Black men, and really that conversation, because I don't actually agree with what Ace did, because part of the issue is I think Ace views himself so highly that if he doesn't really see a benefit of you being around him or that friendship, or it fizzles out, then he kind of throws you to the wayside. Because I'm of the belief that if him and Nick were friends still right now, that in that interview, he probably would have never said what he said. He probably would have took a different approach, because I guess they would have still had that connection where he felt it was a benefit to keep him as a friend. So I see a lot of the things that people are saying, but generally I think one of the comments that I made in the comment section was, I understand why people would view the Nick and Alondria relationship as well as fake. Me personally, I don't know what it is, but I also wouldn't put that energy out there to say, oh, this is a fake relationship, and kind of bring that negativity towards it, because it might have been a relationship where maybe they're just friends and then it kind of blossoms into that. I'm not the person to judge that, but I think it's one of those things where I understand where both sides are coming from. And I just think really the conversation that I was having was mostly about, well, I think a lot of people want to see Alondria in a really good space and be loved on and get everything that she wants. But I think that conversation versus really can I think it's really a Black man versus can he provide that? And then that's when I kind of have like, I try to give pushback, because me personally, I'm in a relationship with a dark skinned Black girl, and I don't view her the way that I think that is being pushed as, oh, well, she's dark skinned and we don't, and a lot of Black men feel that she doesn't deserve love and all these things. Because I personally don't feel that way. And then when you say, well, Black men feel that way, personally, I feel attacked. And I know that that's like, why would you feel attacked? It's not like, you don't really live by that. But just hearing it constantly over and over, I just felt the need that I had to say something. So that's really why I came up, really to have that conversation and to also express to you that I wasn't calling you angry. It was really just me trying to understand what was going on, because I came in halfway. But yeah,
Okay.
I guess I'll just stop right there.
I appreciate you just offering clarity around that. I do want to, I'm gonna be, because I feel like I perceive you as okay, real quick, Jules, I'm gonna drop you real quick request again because Chris wants to come up. Okay. I'm gonna approach you. Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say, Jules. I really perceive you as having like genuine desire to like to share, and I perceive you as being open. I hear what you're saying. So I'm going to handle you in like a very therapist-y way. Because, you know, I might have popped off if that wasn't true. Right. But I want to offer to you, and I know that Chris, you wanna share thoughts too. I want to offer to you, right? Because I tried to listen to everything you said, and so I know I heard you say, right, like you feel attacked personally, right? Like you feel that when you hear that about Black men. I'm just gonna offer this thing, and then I'm gonna let Chris and everybody else on the panel share. The American Dream Girl, are you talking to me or are you talking to him? He's not at home, Jules. He went to go pick up our son. Wait, Chris, he asked to stay after school. You're not letting him? I forgot. Sorry, y'all. We're having a whole separate conversation. Just drop it in the chat. Are you saying me? Oh, him. Yeah. So I will say this, y'all. So a lot of people, this has to do with your own deconstruction around certain things, right? So like, okay, I appreciate the clarification. It has to do with like your own deconstruction around things. Like when I hear people make comments about, I'll speak as a light-skinned Black woman, right? About how light-skinned Black women have really bad takes around colorism, how they think they're their preference, how they think they're above. That doesn't offend me because I know that that's true by and large within light-skinned Black women community, even if I don't move that way. And so I can hold space for the fact that this is your truth and this is your reality. And instead of me sitting in a space of feeling offended by something that I know that I don't engage in, like you said, right? You know that you don't engage in that. For me, what I see my role is someone to do the work within light-skinned Black girl community in order to make sure that that is not happening around me, to make sure that I'm challenging, to make sure that I'm pushing back on that. Because just because my singular experience is different than what they're saying does not make the larger truth of what they're saying about their experience not true. You see what I'm saying? So like, for example, I'll put it this way, because just you're a Black man. Are you a Black man?
Yeah.
Okay. So like, for example, if you have a white friend and they're like, well, I'm not racist, so racism must not exist. You'd be like, well, that's ridiculous because you're talking to me about your one singular experience of how you are. That doesn't change every experience that other people are having with white people and experiences of racism, right? Or anybody could actually dabble in anti-Blackness, right? It doesn't mean that you don't experience anti-Blackness. It doesn't mean that you don't experience racism simply because you as a white person don't engage in the behavior. So when people make that statement, it's not about attacking, Thomas that I met at work as a racist. It's about saying the system, this is what is true for the larger system. And so when Black women are having this conversation, and some Black men, right, are having this conversation around Black men feel this way, really the conversation is not about any individual Black man as much as it's about a system. Chris is here in the present and the flesh. I'm going to let him share. Jules, request again. I'm going to drop Chris so that you can come back in because I know you had something you wanted to say. But like, I want you to know, right, that like, this is not, and I don't know, like, again, I do think this is like deconstruction work that obviously takes much more than just one conversation. But I want to offer into the space to you, right, that this is not about them feeling a way about you as a Black man or their dad as a Black man. I mean, maybe their dad is that way, right? But it's not about any individual Black man. It's about a system by and large and what that experience is. And the reality is that we know that colorism, right, is going to make me in Black community the preference. Even if I'm not that Black man's preference, light-skinned Black women often are the preference. And so when we're critiquing how Black people and Black men explicitly are responding to Alandria experiencing this love and this care by this white woman, that is about critiquing the system by and large, not any particular Black woman. Black man. Okay, let me let Chris talk. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, y'all.
What's up? First, let me say to just I appreciate you coming on and clarifying. And I hear all that. I think I will say I think there is, if you're trying to be curious, there is like ways. It did come off a little like crazy. That's why I said something. But there are ways to like be curious. Like, hey, what's up, and my Sagittarius twin. Ways to be curious and be like, hey, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is it, the space feels a little heightened. What's going on? What's up, y'all? What's up? Furthermore, I'm just going to piggyback on kind of what she said. I think it's important that for men, like, right, like, yes, if you don't, I don't think that it's an indictment on all Black men. I know that when things, especially in this live, are being said, it's about that one said person, right? I think it's important as a Black man, right, that I think, like she said, you might need to do some deconstruction or some work on yourself. For like, why does that bother me? Why does that feel like an attack on me? Because for me personally, I don't ever feel like it's an attack because I know the larger scale, on the larger scale of things, the overall thing systematically. This is how the majority of Black men show up. It is. And that's just the truth. So I never get offended because I understand that. For me, what it does for me is it lets me know that I got work to do. There are more Black men out there that need to hear that need to hear my voice, need to hear even Joel's voice, and even you probably, if you have something to say. I don't really know you, right? Even another guy, Peter, that comes on here, and the things that we have to say and the way that we hold Black men accountable. And I think it's important also that Black men hold Black men accountable. It shouldn't always be a woman's job, the woman, especially the Black woman's job, to do that as well, right? So I think it's like, so I wanted to speak on those things because I don't think that it's an indictment on Black men. I know that it's not. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody that has come on the panel, anybody that has spoken in this space is just like, oh, we hate Black men. I don't think that that's the truth at all, right? Especially not Tina. She's married to a Black man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
And I'm raising two future Black men.
And we raising two future Black men. Yeah, just to reiterate again, it's just important to like, don't be offended by those things.
Well, you can be offended, but be curious as to why.
Right.
Where's that coming from?
Be curious as to why you're offended, and then try to look on the larger scale of what they're saying, right? It's like when we say fuck 12, right? We're not talking about a specific person. We're talking about the whole system.
Clock it.
It's the whole system. The whole system is fucked. It ain't about this one person that's your cousin and he a pig. I ain't got nothing to do with him. It's the whole system. Now, if he do some fuck, I mean, now there's other things to that because now let's talk about why he wanted to be. But anyway, but you know, yes, we're talking about the whole system, and we're talking about historically how Black men have shown up in Black community. Let's just be real, especially when it comes to dark-skinned Black women and light-skinned Black women. There is a whole bunch of truth behind the way Black men carry what's the colorism, right? In the propaganda behind that, right? Because it's let's just be real. There's a whole bunch, and I know some of them, and trust me, I go around with niggas because a lot of Black men have a lot to say, a lot of bad things to say about dark-skinned Black women, right? I knew a dude that he dated and married an Hispanic woman, or whatever she was. And I asked him why. This dude literally told me, because I don't want a woman that looks and acts like my mama. And then that's when I figured that was one of the red flags for me, is why I could never be that nigga's friend again. But so there's a lot. So I mean, there's a lot I can go into. I'm not going to go into everything, but that was just a little bit about what I was thinking when you were talking. And I was trying to fly home so I could talk. That's why I was like, let me on right now. But anyway.
So I know that probably more folks on the panel. I know that some people want to respond to the last person that was on. Some might respond to you. I want to check in with you though. I'm being very intentional about how we have this conversation, because if the intention is to ever move the needle forward, then like I can't just be an asshole to you, right? So I want to check in. How are you feeling as you're hearing these pieces so far? Before I let
honestly,
you back.
I really appreciate a lot of the things that is that your husband? That's your husband, right? Yeah, I really appreciate a lot of the things that you're saying, and I think I guess just to give context, like everybody that I know, like all my friends, they're Black, they're married to Black women. My parents are married. Everybody in my family is Black and they're married. So like, I think part of it is that maybe my experience is different than what is kind of conveyed out there. So then sometimes I'm like, well, I don't feel this way. Why do they continue to make it? Why do I feel like it's like all and not given the context? But then just the way that you explained it makes sense to me, where it's like, yeah, they're not necessarily saying all. It's
Yes.
just really the way that the conversation is conveyed. So I definitely understand and I appreciate that.
Of course.
We appreciate you for that.
Yeah, thank you for like
Yeah.
letting yourself. That's what this space is about. My followers, y'all know this.
And
right?
I understand that, right? Sometimes we do have individual experiences that then can allow us to believe, or not even necessarily. Let me not say believe, that can move us in a direction of being like, well, that's never happened. Like I haven't experienced that in my whole life, so why does it feel like, you know what I'm saying, like that's a problem or something? So like I totally get that, but yes, but also I just want to let you know that yes, sometimes your one experience isn't the
larger norm.
The larger norm.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah. So.
And I'll say this too, Jess. I agree. Like my daddy is married to a Black woman. My aunties and uncles is married to Black people. Me and all my sisters are married to Black men. So I know that it's not all Black men, right? And I know that I'm not raising my boys to be that way, right? And I understand that when people are making that critique, it's about a larger system and a larger conversation in the system.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I definitely understand that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I really appreciate this though. Thank you.
Of course. Yes, Gigi, please go ahead and share your thoughts, friend.
Hi. So I just want to start this off by saying, if you didn't see me in the comments, I am now off work so I can be a menace. They had me in the office today, which, you already know. So I do want to start this off by saying, now that it's after 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and I can say this, do you see, you dreadless horsemen, how Chris has a full head of man hair and how he treats his wife and how he treats women? Very mindful, very demure, very why he has all his head of hair. I just wanted to put that out there. So that being said, see, yes, not a bald spot in sight. That's because the ancestors have touched down and said, "Bless you, young man, and how you treat your family." That is what that is. So you see, just a lesson to all you men out there: if you don't want to go bald, follow Chris's example.
Hair follicles
I'm
went
just saying, right? Right, Chris has at least 100 dreads. I see it. So that being said, because you gotta give Chris his flowers. He'd be up in here. I gotta ride for my dog Chris. So that being said, I do want to address just the greater conversation surrounding Ace. There are a lot of conversations that I see surrounding the age aspect, and we understand that he is of a certain age in which he doesn't have, as I like to quote Tina because I think she puts it beautifully when she says he doesn't have enough life data to be able to process certain situations, and to be able to have certain correct reactions, right? Ooh, look at that. To love me some black love. Love it. He doesn't have enough life data to be able to move forward. There is another side of it, which is why we approach this from an arena of criticism. The same way when I pull up to a drive-through at Chick-fil-A, and I expect the workers there to know how to do their job, is the same way when I walk into my office or I'm working from home, they expect me to know how to do my job because this is my chosen field. The same way when a teacher walks into a classroom, we expect them to be able to do their job because this is their chosen field. Is the same way we expect and hold a standard for Alan Labubu Green to be able to get in front of a camera and do his job because he knows his job and he knows how to spin a narrative. And this is why he does these things intentionally, thereby opening up space for us to be able to hold him to certain levels of criticism. My issue is when people harp solely on the age aspect, we create this excuse that it's like, oh, we have to give him room to be able to do these things, when that's not entirely accurate. We can hold space for understanding that he does need more life data and he does need more room to grow and develop. At the same time, especially as a Black man, holding him to a certain standard, because what I have seen time and time again, this is for Black men and women alike, but mostly Black men, because I do see from my experience that Black men are the ones who usually turn the tide when this happens, is that Black women are such low-hanging fruit that it's so easy to use them as sacrificial missiles in your quest for social hierarchy, to climb the social hierarchy. And we see that especially in social media. And when the previous young lady was saying something that really sort of touched touched something in me when she was saying, it leaves a space open for people to be able to, for the others on the other side of the racial line to be able to criticize her. And I would posit out there that if we don't hold our own to a certain standard, if we don't hold space for correction, that's when they begin to use excuses like, look at black on black crime. Y'all say nothing about that. This is when they go ahead and make those excuses that, oh, you're being critical of this black man, the world is already critical of him. How dare you? So then when something does happen and we need to make that correction and we don't do it, they say, well, see, you don't even police your own. These are the openings that we don't want to leave. This is why we want to hold him accountable, because this man has gone on here and confidently made a declaration that he willingly was a participant in playing in a black woman's face on national television, not once, but twice. And not just this particular black woman, sacrificing the low-hanging fruit, sacrificing his own black woman to step higher on the social hierarchy. This is an issue that must be addressed, because and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've said this before in our lives that the part that I hold Michelle responsible for is that she needs to take control of her narrative, because other people will start to shape those narratives for her. And I knew that, but the same thing is the issue with 404. Slorella, who used her as a shield to do the social labor for her, now people are expecting Michelle to go on and do this social labor for Alabubu as well. And this is the issue. This is what happens when we don't hold our own people to a certain standard, when we don't offer criticism for them, because much like his counterpart, Sega Dredesis, who plays in people's face, it's clear that he's grown up in a system that fosters the behavior. Yes, he checks in with his family. Who does he check in with? He checks in with people who are going to prostrate to him. He didn't want Nick to defend him. He wanted Nick to bend the knee. That is what he wanted. And I need people to identify it and see it what it was. Yes, Sega Dredesis, because he likes to play in people's faces. But this is what he actually wanted. And I need us as a people to recognize that and rally around our own the same way the other races rally around their people, to be able to pull them in and rein them in. And understanding that we have to move away from this understanding that criticism is not hate. Criticism and correction does not mean I hate you. It means I want better for you. And if you want to grow out of a Labubu to a full-blown Ken doll like we know you want to do, I need you to open your ears.
Wow. Y'all better stop playing with Gigi.
Thank you, Gigi.
Listen, I like to put my MFA to use every once in a while. The names won't stop. I can get creative. I got a master's degree in it. Don't play with me.
Let me can I
rolling off. It was rolling off the tongue. I'm like, wait, did she just say Slorella?
Where do y'all keep coming up with these names? But anyway, let me say something really quick. I know there's a bunch on here that want to talk and everything about Alan. That's his name, right? Alan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I hear I hear and I understand that he is young, right? I get all that, right? But something my grandpa used to tell me, back in the day, I'm a little older than some of y'all for sure, but my grandpa used to tell me, when somebody show you who they are, believe them, right?
Yes.
For me personally, there's a lot of what he's doing is immature, but more to me, what I see is his character, because it's behavior. That's character. Yes, there's a little bit of immaturity in that, you know what I'm saying? A little bit to his age, but it's also, this is who his character is. This is who he is. Can he change that? Yes, if he wants to go through the process to do that, for sure. 1,000%, you can change that, right? But this is who he is. This is who he is. He's showing us who he is. So it's just at the point to where, okay, we got to believe the type of person that he is, the type of man that he is, that he shows up in this world. And especially when it comes to the type of man that he is, and especially for me, when he how he shows up when it comes to black women. Like, period. I look at his character. That's what I see. So that's possibly my last 2 cents. But yeah.
Absolutely. And if I can add one more cent to that, this idea that, and prayer is great. And I'm going to tell you another thing my grandmother said to me, since we're throwing out grandma-isms, because those old wise drinking heifer. But she always said to me, you don't let everybody pray over you.
So this idea that he is praying with everybody really just didn't even sit right with my spirit, because you don't know what their intentions are. There are plenty of people that what is it? Black people always say, be careful of false prophets. I'm just saying, you don't let everybody pray over you. So the fact that he is praying over them or praying with them means nothing to me, because we have plenty of jokes about the Catholic Church that I tend to attend. I'm just saying.
Like,
So not every
their downfall.
And I'm not calling him the devil, but we know the devil knows the Bible better than any of us.
The devil was an angel.
Okay.
So, like,
Wait, what did John Constantine say? The greatest trick the devil ever played was making people believe he didn't exist. I'm just saying. As said by John Constantine, played by Keanu Reeves. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? But this idea that, you know, because he's such a Christian, like let's be real. We all know, especially as a Black people, that there's no love like Christian hate. Like that's how a lot of us got here. So let's keep it a buck, if we're gonna keep it a buck, right? And so this idea that, oh, he's prayed with them so they felt safe with him, that's fantastic, because that's how he wanted you to see it. That's the narrative he was trying to push. He was playing a game ultimately. And that's not to say that I'm questioning his faith. However, I'm just saying the way your faith moves for you may not be the same way my faith moves for me.
right. That makes sense.
It's just all I'm saying.
And yes,
But that
somebody
was all.
asked if this is recorded. Yes, these are all recorded, and I will post on my YouTube afterward. I have everything up until this past Sunday, which was when I had Glow Up on here, who did the astrology reading between Taylor's chart with us. And we ping pong back and forth around clinical and astrology pieces. That's the last thing uploaded. I will be uploading all of the lives from this week as well. Okay.
And subscribe to the YouTube. That one's free.
Clock it. That one is free. Okay.
All you gotta do is subscribe.
Jules, go ahead and share your thoughts. I know you had some thoughts for Jess.
Okay, yes, I'm gonna try and be concise, because y'all know I can be all over the place sometimes. But I'm gonna start off with, some quotes once again. As Common says in the song, I used to love her. Black love is black love. I love using that quote because I love the movie Brown Sugar, and they, use that line in the movie On the Bench. If you want to, please go watch that movie, because it really shows you how men play with Black women until they realize their worth. But what I want to say to Jess is, I'm only 21. Which this is all gonna go hand in hand, even with the Ace thing. I'm only 21. He's only a year older than me, because I'll be 22 in December. But
December
I
what?
think December 5th.
Oh,
But
okay. You was a
yes,
Sag. That's what's up. I'm a Sag too. That's probably why we click for sure.
yeah, I be screaming it with Ann. You just be missing it, but it's all right.
Oh, my bad.
You're good. But yeah, I think a lot of it with being a Black man, we always see, that's why I don't have a problem with it at all, so I don't want it to come off like I do. But when people say the thing like the protect Black men, and even the question Shelly was asked that I mentioned the other night, how do you feel about your Black man? It just all kind of invokes like a lot of thoughts through my brain, because I've experienced the way my mother has moved through the world, watching her as I've grown up. So I think as Black men, we have to pay attention to what Black women say when they are going through their hardest moments. Because then when you really pay attention, you hear everything that they always try and scream so loud about when it comes to their problems with Black men. Because it's not always about what the Black man is doing wrong. It could simply be the microaggressions that they're facing from other communities. When I was a baby, up until I was like probably in middle school, like my mama always says, I was light skinned. My mom is a dark skinned woman. So there was constant like thing of like, oh my God, is this your son? Is this your son? And like people didn't believe I was her son for like the longest, until my melanin started kicking in. And that would really bother her, and I would kind of see how that would bother her. And then like we were at the gas station one time, and this person came up to her. I don't know if they were a woman or a man, but they asked her like, oh, is that your real hair? Because she has real long hair and stuff like that. And that always gets on her nerves when people ask her that, because they always equate it to, oh, you must be mixed with something. So it's like certain microaggressions that I've seen has really built up. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. If somebody got it, you can drop it in the comments. But it's just built up a lot of wisdom. I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for. But as I've gotten older, with how I look at the Black women in my life, because I truly listen to them. Even with my dad, like he's one of those people that, you know, we have to teach him a lot of times because he is an older man. He just started getting into his 50s now. And we were all having a conversation one night. And me and my mom were kind of jokingly talking about dating because my sister is a teenager now. And I don't know how we got into race, but we kind of just, me and my mama kind of had that same comment of like, now, if you want to date a white boy, like, you know, be okay with that. So don't, you know, stray from that. And then my dad was like, no, don't tell her that. And he was like, why not? And then it became like this deeper conversation, which we had to kind of explain to him, like, you know, sometimes black men always don't be loving up on the sisters. Like sometimes these white men or these non-black men show up better. And if somebody's going to show up better for my sister, that's what I want for her. And so, you know, we had a few conversations after that, and he kind of like has came around that corner. You know, I brought my first significant other, and he was not, you know, fully black. You know, he was a quadroon, as people say, but yeah, like it's just become like this whole learning experience. So I really encourage like black men and black people in general to have these conversations and hold each other accountable. And I agree with the whole Christian thing because like, child, that was forced on us to begin with. So y'all gotta open your mouths and open your ears. And yeah, I don't know. And I say this as a Christian, but yeah, and also we do owe Ace this ass whooping. Like no shade, he needs all the lashings. He can move on. We're all gonna move on in like a couple weeks from now anyway. So like this will be nothing. This will be one penny in a big ass jar. He'll be all right. I promise he'll be all right. With how self-centered he is, he will be fine. We need to start whacking these niggas more, whacking these women more that, you know, that need it. Not all women, but you know what I'm saying. The women that really need it, they need to be whacked because this is how we end up with Diddy. This is how we end up with niggas like 50 Cent. This is how we end up with niggas like Tory Lanez, Chris Brown, all these problematic ass black people that y'all always codify and be like, oh, like they were young, they didn't know no better. Yeah, that's why Diddy had all that baby oil. He was only 23. He didn't know no better. He was messing with them girls. He didn't know no better. 50 Cent, you know, yeah, he blackballed Maya. He didn't know no better. Like all that stuff is because we don't hold these niggas accountable. Do better, be better. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Jules. Hang out so that you can get gifts as people send them. Okay, P, I know that you've been hanging out. Girl, please give me your thoughts, and then I will go to the rest of my panel. Oh, wait, actually, let me check in with Jules just real quick. Just how are you feeling? You good?
Yeah, I'm good, and I appreciate a lot of the things that people have been telling me and some of the comments as well, because I definitely understand the other perspective. I think it's definitely something I need to think about and I guess have more conversation with my therapist about why I guess I would be I guess why I would think about that in that way. Because obviously if my life doesn't really like I guess move in that direction and I'm somebody that doesn't really abide by certain negative things, why would I be, I guess, negatively affected by that? But yeah, I guess that's something I have to really think about.
Yeah, I love that. That's a
I
great
love-
perspective.
Yeah, that's dope. And let me shout you out for being a black man in therapy. I think that's dope. I love that for you, brother. Stick with that. I also do therapy, so you know I know how important and I know how I can't think of the word, but let me just say monumental that is for us as black men and as men, period. But yeah. And let me say something about accountability, right? Because I think what is kind of what Jules was saying, let me piggyback on that, is like it's we have gotten away from holding black men accountable, right? And I hate that because why can't we as a community hold ourselves accountable? Why can't we hold black men accountable, right? That's why, like, and like I said in a live before, I think it's a lot. I think a lot of that comes from because a lot of black men want to be white. They want to be able to do some shit and get away with it. But you don't have that
Right.
privilege, right? And they shouldn't be able to have that privilege either. But that's not. You know what I'm saying? That's not.
They're
the
not
issue here.
our community.
Yeah, they're not our community, right? And I'm not saying this directly to you, Jess, but I'm just saying, like in general, like black
No, I
men
understand.
hold other black men accountable. I think that is that is going to be one of the many pieces of helping to heal and build for a better black community, right? I think it goes back for me. I think back to to the Panther days, and that's something that they did. Now they had some issues. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? The nigga Huey Pugh was a snow bunny lover, as what's his name would say. But one thing that they did though is they held black men accountable, and I think that that's something that we need to get back to on a larger scale, of course. But it starts with us, right, or whoever.
Yes, thank you for saying that, Lamanda. I appreciate these conversations so much. Thank you to all of your panelists from the last chat. Y'all are doing a great job. Like, again, just I appreciate, again, I know that's why I wanted to ask you, right? I don't ever want anybody to get up here and feel like they gonna get like heaped on. That's not the point of my lives at all. I want you to feel like you can come up here and whatever is coming up for you, for us to be able to talk about that and hold space around that. So thank you for being open to that and for receiving. Yeah, I don't want nobody to feel jumped in my life.
Also, before you move on, I do want to say I agree with a lot of the things that you're saying about Ace. He's completely wrong about doing that, but I think that's partially with his age, and I guess we kind of saw flashes of that in the actual show when I guess he kind of played like the puppet master a little. So now when I guess things don't really benefit him, he's just like, well, I'm just gonna say this, even though we know that he said the opposite a little bit earlier. So yeah, I don't really disagree with a lot of the things that people have been saying. So I get that context.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being up here, Jess. And thank you y'all for gifting Jess. I appreciate it. We like when y'all know we like when people come in here and are open to learn. We don't all have to start at the same place, but if we can move the needle for everybody in the space, I like us being able to do that with each other. Yeah. Okay, P, please share your thoughts. Not y'all getting on CB in the comments. Y'all are funny. P, please share your thoughts.
I really appreciated the previous conversation with Jess. I'm glad that you had the curiosity to investigate, a Black woman's heightened emotions against this topic. And even though you may have not conveyed it in the best way, you still stood while she was saying what she said and was willing to come up here and say your piece. And I'm just saying, there's not necessarily like, oh, as a Black woman, I'm proud of you as a Black man, but as a human, to you, a human, I'm very proud of you for identifying what you were feeling, and being willing to take critique, because I know as a human that's difficult, and especially as a man, men aren't necessarily taught or socialized to have those kind of skills, and it pleases me a lot. It just makes me happy. So, and I'm glad that there was a resolution and both sides came to an not necessarily an agreement, but an understanding.
Yeah.
Of what both of you guys were saying. So I just want to acknowledge that, because as a human, I am very happy, and obviously as a Black person, I am happy. I was on a previous live, I believe 2 days ago, when everything dropped, and I was one of the people who were crying, and it was heart-wrenching, because not only did, to me, the first thought, Ace had betrayed a friend. That friend was Nick. Because to me, the content of what he was saying, I was like, isn't this like personal business? You know what I mean? Like, even like how he said like, oh, Nick never supported me. And I was like, okay, what does he mean by that? But like, does he mean like never supported me, period? Or didn't support me in the way that I wanted? You know what I mean? And I was like, as far as I know, Nick has always been in his comments, because I'm a Nicolandrian, so I'm always seeing like his things, and Ace has never responded or liked anything like that. And in fact, Nick has always been saying like, oh, Ace is my bestie, I love Ace, Ace is my boy. He can joke sometimes, but he's also been very real about it too. So that kind of frustrated me, and I felt the betrayal, and that really hurt. And then I also thought about, why would he say he loves Olandria when he's basically doing the same thing that Olandria's anti-fans do, is get at Nick and fake their concern for her, when really they just don't understand that a woman like her is receiving care and consideration in spite of the things that are supposedly, quote unquote, holding her back, like her Blackness and her
her prominent African features, and so on and so forth. Um, and so that really disgusted me because that was another betrayal of Olandria, someone who you blatantly said you love. And then I have ADHD, so I'm neurodivergent, and so I was also thinking about Nick in the sense of like, if I like, it's hard to be understood as a person with a neurodivergence, and it's often hard to gauge how where you stand with people. And I could see myself in the way that Nick was always loving on Ace, and he wasn't receiving the love back. And so when Ace went and did something so cruel as to speak about something that honestly I thought to me was like petty, extremely petty, and could have been cleared up with a few phone calls, especially since he even admitted he hasn't spoken to Nick like heart to heart properly, like a proper pull me for a chat convo since the villa. You know what I mean? I felt sick to my stomach knowing that Nick loved someone to the point that even his father, his own father, had said he approved of Ace. Like Nick's father had only approved of two people, Olandria and Ace. You know what I mean? And those are two important people to have around you, like at least in within his context. You know what I mean? And he had like Nick even said that in the Modern Love podcast. He thought that he was going to be close with some people. He was going to be hanging out with some people a lot, even named Ace. And so it twisted my stomach knowing that Ace, someone who Nick cared for, and was even making excuses for not even calling him back because he assumed he was busy, had done something so cruel and backhanded. Because, you know, when you're neurodivergent, knowing you're standing with other people, especially if they're neurotypical, is so difficult because we communicate completely differently. And I feel like that was is probably a part of Ace's issues with Nick, in the sense that he doesn't understand Nick. I think you said that earlier, Tina, that like people don't listen to Nick, they don't understand him, they're always surprised by him, even though he's very straightforward. And I think with Nick, he's kind of like, you know, some people just kind of like divulge things about themselves, like openly. I feel like Nick is the type of person who he'll give you something, but you have to reach for it in a sense. So if you're not looking for depth, he's not going to give it to you. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of the same way. And so I just thought that was extremely cruel. And I spoke about this 2 days ago, that I have rejection sensitive dysphoria, and I often ice myself off friends because I think they hate me. And honestly, the past year I've been working on that to great effect. I'm still surprised that people like me, like enjoy my presence, but I've become confident in my personality, in my ability to be loved for no intrinsic reason. I don't have to give something besides my personality for someone to think that I'm worth something. And so I'm not saying like, oh, I understand Nick just because of this one thing that we share. Obviously, he's a completely different person, but it's a common trait with people with ADHD and neurodivergence in general. And so the pain is deep. You know what I mean? Nick, like, you know, he can play it off like easily, but guys, let's not pretend that like Nick isn't a person as well. This is horrifying because this is my worst nightmare. And to see someone who, I'll say it, I care about Nick. I like his personality. As far as I know, the Nick I've seen, he is really interesting. He has a lot of depth, and he's multifaceted. And to me, that makes an interesting person. And that's someone who I like to see in general. So as a human being, I felt deep empathy for Nick in that moment. And then also for Olandria as well, because I share more things with her. I'm a Black woman, just like her. Now, I'm not as dark as her. I'm on the darker side of light skinned. So I'm in the cusp. I don't know how to explain it, but like my where I would sit between brown skin and light skin is very situational in the sense. But just trying to explain what kind of privilege I would have as a Black person in relation to Olandria. So to have someone completely toy with her, you know, like the way Ace and Taylor did, and he basically said that, oh, production put us on to playing with Olandria in the sense to keep Taylor in because that's my dog or whatever the hell. It was sick to me, very sick to me, and it frustrated me because I was like, okay, production can only suggest things; they can't force your hand. That's illegal. You willingly did this, and it was very frustrating as well because for Ace has truly blown up something what could have been very beautiful and fruitful, not only in terms of money and image and success, but as like a friendship with Nick. Because I believe that someone like Ace, who's obstinate and can be a bit self-obsessed on occasion and is too focused on image and maybe rigid sometimes, definitely needs someone like Nick who's adaptable and isn't unafraid of confrontation but can do it gently to balance that out and to help him see different points, if you know what I mean. And to see that he so callously threw away someone who cared for him because of a small disagreement that could have been hashed out with a chat in a coffee shop or a calls that he's been dodging, but somehow he manages to pick up Brian's who he's known for less weeks than Nick. Him and Nick walked in together. They're OGs. But somehow he has time for Brian, the winner, who scammed, who's the real scammer, then Nick, someone who he called his brother. That's sick to me. The fact that he still associates with Taylor, someone who was willing to harm Olandria multiple times by touching her face, is insane. You know what I mean? And I was always side-eyeing it, but like all the things are lining up like, you know, like 1, 2, 3. I've even noticed, you know, there's this joke between like the Nicolangians that like, oh, 3 is their special number. You know what I mean? I've clocked that this is the third time Ace has not disrespected but betrayed Olandria. First was not telling her that Taylor wasn't interested in her. Second was saying that Coco should come in over her. You know what I mean? And just so that he could feed his ego and punish Shelly because she had options in the villa and he didn't necessarily and wasn't able to do his little master plan or whatever. And third was this, throwing Nick under the bus over some petty bullshit, and insinuating that she's been fetishized by Nick, which is something that she said multiple times that she was afraid of. You know what I mean? So cruel to me. And even now, I don't necessarily think that I'm not getting all my thoughts across because I'm still not necessarily emotional, but I'm very heightened in this. As you can see, I'm doing a lot better. I'm not crying. I have like full sentences, but I kind of wish I was explaining what I'm saying better in a more interesting, not necessarily interesting, but pointed way. But in general, I agree with most of everything that everyone has said. Oh, and I was also disappointed because I had been defending Ace down, because I didn't like the fact that people were coming on, piling on him for the way he treated Amaya. Because to me, when I watched the show, he just expressed boundaries, and people were mad saying that, oh, he did this, he did that. Now, I'm not going to take that back because I believe that is true, regardless of his intentions or whatever. I do believe it's important that Black men feel like they can express their boundaries when it comes to romantic and sexual relationships because of the buck stereotype. It's not something that is respected. Black men are always supposed to be sexually available, especially to non-Black women. You know what I mean? Which is extremely dehumanizing, and I saw a lot of that. So I wanted to defend him against that and whatnot. And I like his personality, but I'm seeing many with this situation. I'm having to reevaluate my how I saw him, and it's really disappointing because I believed in Core 4 and I thought they would soar very high together. And I saw a lot of things for Ace, and it saddens me that I won't be able to see those things, at least in the way that I had hoped for, because he showed his ass. He showed he's not a good friend. He's not loyal. he's petty, vindictive, kind of dumb because he doesn't realize that the fandom he kind of went after the Nicolangians know how to read and remember things very well. And he doesn't protect black women. He couldn't even protect Shelly. How does he go after two of her friends? I don't even like 404. I hate. Okay, I won't say. I very much dislike that girl. I have a lot of disdain for 404 for Slurella, but the fact that he couldn't even he still had to call her a cloud chaser, knowing damn well that she's close with her, and he does that to Olangia. That just means he doesn't even think about Shelly at all. He's very self-centered. And his age thing, I'm 22. He just turned 23, so I'm his age. This whole thing just reminds me of a college breakup, like a friendship breakup. Someone does something, and because the other person didn't communicate their feelings well, the resentment just builds and builds and builds, and the jealousy just builds and builds and builds until they do something sneaky shit like this, and the group chat's popping all over. Like, oh, what do you mean X, Y, and Z did this, did that? And you know what I mean? It's just very petty, and it's so embarrassing because this could have been avoided. That's my frustration.
I appreciate it, Pete. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Okay, and you asked me, thank y'all for subscribing. And you asked me why I dropped you. It's because I wanted to bring up Sparkle. I was trying to get space for them. Just re-request. Nurse Brain, please share your thoughts.
Hello, good evening, everybody. It's 6:35 over here on the East Coast, so I had a lot of thoughts, and I'm trying to keep them all together, but I was losing some as I was listening. First, I want to say I understand the caller who was saying, who was talking about saying things in certain spaces and other people latching on. I do agree with that because I have been in spaces where, there are a lot of men who talk derogatory about Black women, and I do feel like certain, other ethnicities see that, and so they feel they can dogpile on Black women as well. So I understand where she's coming from. However, I don't know the ethnicity or the nationality of the people in this space. All I know is what the host looks like and who the host is. Another thing is it seems like she wants us to give recognition for praying for somebody at night, but not give any type of criticism for deceiving them in the morning. So I don't understand the aspect of that. And another thing is, I don't think this is this isn't, for me, it's not a ethnicity or race topic, him being a Black man. Is a character flaw topic, and his character is just flawed on some of the things that he has that he has said. Another thing, I'm trying to run them all down. I want to know what his real problem is with Nick, because the problem that he's saying he has with him, it's not correlating with me, because I've watched just about, I don't think I've missed the interview with Nick. I don't think I've missed the live. He has always talked about Ace in high regards on everything I've seen him in. So even the conversation about, Ace is trying to attribute it to him saying the Final Four is who should have been the Final Four. But even in the Keke Palmer interview, he said he was surprised that Ace and Shelly were, I don't know if it was that because they weren't in the Final Four or that they was ranked so low, but either way, he was surprised, you know what I'm saying, that they weren't ranked higher. And so I don't think that's his real issue with Nick. I really don't think that's his issue. I don't think he really wants to say what the issue is, but I don't think that's the issue. What other point that I've been saying, Ace, he's just not seeing it for Nick. Ever since they left the villa, like maybe even the event where they had the Young Entrepreneurs event, I don't think he was seeing it for him then. And why do Ace want Nick to vouch for his character? Why can't he vouch for his own character? Why you wait until now to want to come out? Like, you could have done, and you didn't show up for interviews. You weren't showing up for press things like what is Good Morning America or the Today Show? You didn't show up. Like, vouch for your own character. That's not Nick's job. you know, and you gave yourself the villain edit. You say you stand on business, you this, you that, but you let producers or influencers, you know what I'm saying? You let them guide you in your dealings on the island. So you either are grown and you stand on business and you your own man and you speak your own thoughts, or you're a sheep. It's one or the other. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Nurse Brain. You always have great thoughts. I'm going to leave you up here for folks to offer gifts as they see fit. I will say this too, y'all, because I keep thinking the thought and then I keep forgetting the thought. But somebody just said something in the comments. Somebody has said before that they couldn't believe that people were giving like Michelle a pass because like, don't y'all talk to your man? And like the reality is like, even if I disagree with Chris's thoughts, I be knowing what he think and he be knowing what I think. So like I agree that I think it's unreasonable for people to feel like she just didn't know anything about what he thought. That doesn't seem real to me. Whether she knew he was going to go on the podcast and say that or not, I'm sure they've had conversations about it. And yeah, they've been spending like the majority of their time together. I think y'all told me that there was one point where she went to New York and Miami. I think he was with her for at least one of those trips. So they've actually had a very similar path to 3D and Clark, you know what I mean? And so yeah, I would say, Mika, that I would not be shocked if he felt like he could say what he said because they have been having certain conversations. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like Chris, he definitely, like, I just don't believe that they haven't had, that she was like, she watched the interview and was also caught off guard. I don't think that that's true. And so I would say that she knew what he thinks, or what he thought, or what he thinks. Yeah, it's present tense. What he thinks, even if she didn't know he was going to say that. You know what I'm saying? So I do want us to, you know, we're all old enough to have dated someone where we know you talking to your person like they're your friend, right? Like y'all are having certain conversations, you know?
For sure.
And so, yeah, especially they're in love and all of that. Like, yeah, you're definitely talking about certain stuff. Yeah, they've spent a total of 6 days apart since they left the villa. So again, this goes back to me telling y'all it's giving much more like young Taylor vibes than I think people are realizing, because his doesn't look the same, not exactly the same, but yeah, I definitely think that she knows. Okay, let's go to Jelly. Jelly, will you give us your thoughts?
Yes. Hi everyone. Okay, first and foremost, I wanted to say that like something that I really despise when it comes to like my interactions with people, especially people that I considered friends at one point, is when at the little drop of the hat or something, like one little disagreement or dispute, they now use that as like the opportunity to weaponize anything you've told them in confidence. And I personally feel like Ace took something that, in all honesty, it wasn't anything wrong in what Nick said or bad or malicious in what Nick said. They had just got together. Like, obviously, the romantic aspect of it needs time to develop. So what Nick said wasn't wrong. So for Ace to try to like bring that back and spin it into something bad to the world was very like major side eye. And then I also kind of am very bothered by what Nick said. I mean, not Nick, what Ace said as far as like his quote unquote conversation with Nick when he said he was upset at Nick because he expressed something to him about how he felt, and Nick said, "I don't care, I'm over it." I don't believe that's how the conversation went. I generally feel like Ace purposely left out lots of context, especially knowing what we know about Nick and how Nick comes off, especially to the people he cares about. I don't think that's how the conversation went, and Ace is very like, what's the word I'm looking for? He knows exactly what he's doing and what image he's trying to spin in terms of Nick. And I feel like he wants us to make Nick feel the way that he felt. And then I also agree with you too. I honestly feel like Shelly does know to some extent, because you have two people that you're close to that know about the whole like Taylor didn't like Ola, and then of course what Nick had said, like Shelly definitely be pillow talking with both of those guys. So let's not even like. I'm sorry. Right now my eyes are on Shelly. Like I don't want to join that train and like jump off the ship and hate her because of it. But it's like now I'm looking at you. Like, what steps are you gonna take now? Like, because it's getting suspicious. It's getting real suspicious. And then I honestly feel like I forgot who said it. I think it was either Nurse, I forgot her name, Nurse something, or P, where they said that it's losing me, it's escaping me. I'm sorry. I'm hearing kids yelling and it's distracting me. They had said, I'm just skip that thought. But either way, in a nutshell, I don't want to take too much time from everyone else, but yeah, I just feel like Ace has a bigger problem that he's not trying to reveal, and I feel like the reaction to the quote unquote issues he did express that he had with Nick, I don't think those warrant the response he gave and how he's acting now. Like there's something deeper and he's not letting us know, because I feel like if he really let us know the real issue, we're still gonna all look at him crazy. But yeah, that's all I have to say in a nutshell.
I appreciate you, Jelly. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your thoughts. Okay. So I will tell y'all, so Snoop, I popped you in because you had requested to come up. I'll drop you if you want me to drop you, but you can hang and share your thoughts. I go in order from my subscribers. I'll go first and then it'll be everybody else. So now I'm going to go to Sparkle, because Sparkle, this is your first time up on the panel today and I want to hear your thoughts.
Thank you. Glad to talk to you today. Okay, so I have a lot of thoughts. The first thought that I have is kind of in response to a lot of the people who are surprised by why we all feel so passionately about this situation. Because what Ace said is something that we've seen people say all summer long. He didn't say anything about Nick and Alandria's relationship that we haven't heard before. It was the fact that this seemed just completely out of nowhere and so unnecessary. There was really no reason for him to discuss them at all at this point. They've made it clear many, many times they are dating. The question from Speedy didn't even make sense. Are they real? What do you mean? What is real or false? They've said they're dating. They've been on dates. They have dates planned. They're dating. That's a fact that cannot be disputed. So Speedy being a journalist, it's shocking how people can be so blinded by hatred that they lose all sense of reality and logic. Also, the people using community and identity and race as a way to deflect from these conversations, it is very bizarre, because to me that aligns exactly with a lot of the things that the HQ community was using to shield the behavior from that individual, saying, well, she's a mother. Well, this is her ethnic background. That has nothing to do with the topic at hand. We're trying to figure out why Ace decided to come out of nowhere after being silent, after seemingly watching this whole show back, seething in anger and resentment, and choosing to really target people who had no idea that this was coming, from the way that Nick was hyping up the podcast, was saying that he was really excited with it. He was with Alandria a couple days prior. She seemed to have no issue with Ace. And then you're saying that, behind the scenes, you've also told Speedy some kind of hidden information that the rest of us don't have access to, which also makes no sense. If you have this information, why would you not take that to Alandria? That's insane. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was about the claims about production, that Ace seems very set on the idea that production crafted a narrative around him, even though we saw production show many nice sides to Ace during the show. But his insistence that the situation with Taylor and Alandria was 100% production, why they could not speak on the fact that Taylor was not physically attracted to Alandria, it makes no sense. We saw Pepe turn down Huda, turn down Andriana, and also he turned down Grayson. Ace himself turned down Amaya, sat her down and told her 25 things that he didn't like about her. So if production, yes, just wants every woman on this show to be embarrassed, and all of these other men, including Ace, have free reign to say whatever they want coming out of their mouths, what was stopping Taylor? What was stopping him from saying, hey, I do still want to get to know you. There's really nobody else for me here, but right now I'm not feeling it. Also, people who watched the show last season, Serena did the exact same thing. She was in a relationship with Cordell. She sat Cordell down, told him that she was not really feeling a romantic side to their relationship. Production is not stopping anybody from doing that. They create situations. They do encourage them to have chats with people because they're not going to let people sit around and do nothing all day. But we also know that the only people who were really interested in Taylor were Bella and Alondria. And Bella was also more interested in Nick. So I'm not surprised if they encourage Taylor to say, hey, you need to get up. You need to go talk to her. That's not shocking news. Nobody told Taylor you also can't be forthcoming about what you really think about her. That was his decision. That was also Ace's decision to withhold that information. Also, Ace has been very specific when he has answered the question about who are your friends. He said, my friends are the people who support me. Like you said earlier, Tina, the things that he views about Shelly that he likes, they are things in relation to what she does for him. He is only friends with people who benefit him, who serve him, and who follow him like his minions, even though he is so, also convinced that production created that narrative. It was not created by production. That is just simply who he is and how he operates. What else do I want to say? Yeah, that this was just also a really unfortunate side of what happens when somebody allows perception to dictate their reality. He could have taken part in the press tour, all the opportunities. He decided not to do those things and really just let anger and resentment rule him. So we hated to see this coming. Lots of people were coming around to Ace. Lots of people were saying, let's just let the resentment, the anger go. This was a choice that he made to go on this podcast, say these things, to shoot shots at his friends, alleged friends, people that he loves for no reason. We didn't make Ace do this. Production didn't make Ace do this. Ace wanted to do this.
Clock it. Thank you so much, Sparkle, for sharing your thoughts. Y'all, I'm going to let Sparkle hang out up here for y'all to send gifts as you see fit. Jelly remembered her thoughts, so Jelly, please.
Yeah, so like while I was listening to everyone talk during this live, I had a question and I was like, wait, what does Ace even know about what's real or fake in a relationship when he's never even been in a relationship before Shelly? And at the same time too, in his mind, he believed that Brian and Amaya were endgame, and let's see, where the fuck are they at now? Except two different places, not together. Like, how would you know what's real or fake about a relationship? You're not very informed when it comes to the apartment. So why do you feel like you can speak so much about other people's relationships and you still haven't even made it exclusive with Shelly? Like, hello. And then two, I also was very confused at the level of anger Ace had with the whole like ringleader narrative, because you're literally giving the production something to work with. They're not gonna show us what wasn't already, like what you didn't display. Like, you're saying you're not a ringleader, but you're upset that Nick is not kissing your ass and feet. Like, I'm so confused. And then I really knew something was wrong with him when, even though Nick was still like trying to keep himself under that bus when it came to the whole like Jeremiah being sent home decision, when Nick was vindicated at the reunion, it was like he was so, like, Ace was so irritated by that, because it's like he's no longer trapped under that bus with you, and you wanted him to be, knowing damn well he had no reason to be there, and he did not, join you guys in that decision. Like, it was just so like, yeah, he really wants people to kiss his ass. Like, he wants to have his cake and eat it too, and I don't fuck with that. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jelly. Thank you so much for those thoughts, y'all. I'm going to rotate in. I have two more people that I'm coming up, and I'm not bringing anybody else up to the panel. So, Jelly, thank you so much for your thoughts. Tata, will you give us your thoughts, please?
Yes. I've been feeling very angry ever since that lady came up on here. I was driving on 95 and I couldn't come down. Because it was just like, I think what triggered me the most was the fact that she said she's a therapist herself. That triggered me even more because in that moment I just felt like we will never be free because we all watch Ace on international television. We did not necessarily have the right words to convey what we were feeling, but we all felt that something was off, right? But I'm silently watching Black women especially go against their intuition, go against their gut feeling, their nervous system, go against everything they were feeling in order to provide safe space for this Black man that we just watched help another Black man hurt this Black woman on international television. We were holding out space for him, speaking up for him. We were waiting for this reunion so he can be vindicated, even though we knew damn well he did the stuff that he did. And then for this man to come out into the world to confirm that he, yes, in fact, did what he did to this Black woman who's a representation of all of us who at least at one point in time have been hurt by at least one Black man in our lives. And then for the lady to come up here to tell us yet again to find it in our hearts, find it in our guts, find it in us to provide safe space for Ace again. It's like, at what point can we say we have nothing left to give? We don't have anything to give. I don't owe Ace any safe space. If Ace is feeling suicidal, go check yourself in a fucking mental hospital. If you need to talk to someone, go talk to a therapist. Stop asking Black women to keep on giving and giving and giving when they're telling you that they're hurting. We don't have space to do. We don't have it. And it takes some. And I kept thinking, if you're a professional that this is the message you feel comfortable saying out there, what are you telling to the next Black woman who sits in front of you, is telling you, I'm hurting and I have nothing left to give? It's just so scary because I just feel like I don't think anyone sees us as human. And even when we're expressing that we're human, we're feeling human things, it's like, yeah, but you still need to find it in you to do this because the Black man needs safety. Fuck the Black man's safety right now. Because Alandria is just, I'm hurting for Nick. But I just keep picturing Alandria because I'm someone who I know exactly what it feels like to not only be hurt by people, but for you to be next to someone who cries with you when you express your pain. So you feel understood by that person. And then when that person goes to another space, they change and they say something completely different. So you start to question, do I feel what I feel? Should I feel what I feel? Am I valid in what I'm feeling? Am I understood? Am I heard? Am I ever going to feel safe? Because this person made me feel safe because when people are saying, he defended Alandria and Shelly at the reunion, I'm like, okay. So imagine what that feels like for her, for you to hear her voice breaking when she says that mess with her mental health. And then you see the glee in that man's face when he said what happened to her. That experience is traumatic, it's humiliating, it is just hurtful and painful. And he just threw it out there to the world like it was nothing. I don't care how this affects Shelly because Shelly made a choice to be with him. Shelly's not dumb. She's not stupid. And I'm sick and tired of trying to give space for Shelly because Shelly is a grown-ass woman. What I care about right now is Alandria feeling like I can't imagine how she feels when this man made her feel like he had her back and then to turn right back around. It's like she's not even human to you. I kept saying every time they say, oh, that's my dog, it's like it's dehumanizing to refer to her that way. Is because you see her as just she's not a woman to y'all because she's not desirable to you because you can't get nothing out of her, so she's like garbage. And then to hear someone say give him space because he's young, give him space because he's this, fuck all of that. Why do we have to? Why should we? What do we? We're not professionals. If he needs that much help, he needs support. Then he has money, like he says he has money. Go get the help elsewhere. Stop asking us to create safe space for Black men. Just stop. The conversation should be asking Black men to create safe space for Black women. Stop asking Black women to give more of themselves when they're telling you they're hurting. I don't understand it. And it blows my mind that was a professional that we're supposed to be counting on on a deeper level that was telling us to give this black man yet more space. It's crazy to me.
I hear you, Tata. And I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. Y'all, I'm going to leave Tata up here for y'all to give gifts as you see fit. I'll say this, right? Like, this is why, like, I know that y'all know I say this all the time to y'all, right? But this is why I hold this space, right? Like, yes, we're having a little kiki, we're talking all the tea, blah, 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 blah. But I know that a lot of this shit is like people need to get that shit off. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit be like on your body, on your heart, on your mind. Because to a lot of y'all's points in the comments, again, it's yes, you see what's happening and you have empathy for them as people, and as black women, you can relate to this experience. Someone said a lot of black women have been a Landria before, where you feel the betrayal from a black man. You understand? I'm sure that some of you can relate to this in a work environment, right? Where you're like, damn, I thought I was going to be safe. It's the black man in this environment that is doing this to me as a black woman, right? Or you felt it in your family system, or you felt it in your friendships, right? Like a lot of you all can relate to that feeling. And wait, what? What, Kiana? And so I get that, like, this hits different. Oh, I love that you stopped at 308 because that's my birthday. So I get that. I get that y'all feel that. And so that's why I hold this space for you, because the reality is it's not y'all's job to make space for his healing. The job is you're watching and you're interacting, and yes, it's just entertainment, but it also is a reflection of life. And we talk about that a lot in this space, right? Media is a social experiment. It's about what's happening in the world, and it's often a reflection of what's happening in life. Oh no, yeah, exactly, Kiana. Exactly. I get it now. Sorry. It wasn't clicking. But yeah, so like, right, you all don't need to hold the space for that. To your point, Tata, that is why we exist as professionals, right? It's so that, and the reality is, like, if I'm keeping it a buck, I don't hold space for everything in the clinical setting that I wouldn't hold space for things in my regular life that I maybe hold space for in a clinical setting. Right? But we're clocked out. Y'all are just living your regular lives, right? And so even professionals, right? Like, y'all know we had that one person that came in here that one time that was like trying to bring, like, even as a professional, at some point I do clock off, right? I'm not a therapist all day long every day, right? And that shit hits because I'm also still just a human. And so yeah, you don't have to hold that space. If he needs that space, my hope is that he is going somewhere to have that space held for him. But the reason why I hold this space is so that y'all have a space to talk about these things and to get some of this off, because I know how triggering this has been. And then I really want us, like, again, I said to y'all the other day, like, I really thought we was about to, kiki about the reunion and move the fuck on. I'm actually annoyed that we're having to talk about it so much still, because he threw such a monkey wrench into things. And yet here we are, because the reality is entertainment is never just entertainment, right? It's never just something you're watching on TV, right? Like, and not when it comes to like reality, you know what I'm saying? Not when it comes to reality TV. Like, yeah, maybe a TV show. And even that, sometimes you might not watch certain things because it triggers certain things in your body, because it recalls certain memories, right? And so, yeah, I just want to affirm that never in this space am I going to ask y'all ever to hold the space for that shot. Yeah, Amphitech, it's always that deep, right? I'm never going to ask y'all to hold the space for certain things around things, because that's not your role. That's not your job. You know what I mean? So thank you so much for saying that, Tata. Thank you for sharing so transparently. Gigi's going to come on and do a quick PSA. Then I'm going to do Ann, Bad, Snoop, Ann, Bad, K Boogie, Snoop, the hair verdict. Okay, let me drop you, Titi, so I can bring up Gigi real quick and give us your PSA, Gigi.
Hello, Tina fam. I just want to get on here. We're having wonderful conversations, guys. I'm gonna be nice now because I've had a couple Red Bulls and I think I'm coming down and off of my caffeine high, but I got my cafecito brewing, so we got this. We are currently at 337.7K. I want you guys to continue to tap this screen because we're not bringing anybody else up on this panel, but before the last panelist goes, I want us to be at 400K. I know we can do it. Please, please, please. Let's make sure we are tapping and we are sharing. If you haven't done so already, please make sure that you have checked out the subscriptions. We have 2 levels of subscriptions. For Tina, we have 2 tiers. I think she's about to pull it up for us to see, right? We have 2 tiers here. We have our yappers, and then we have the other one with our book club, and it has a book club, it has a Discord, it has the both tiers have the sub videos, but we also get the exclusive book club. So make sure that you are subscribed. If you have not subscribed yet, I know we could low-key do 500K, right, Bays? So let's keep tapping. If you have not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube. That is free. All of these videos are being recorded. The lives will be posted on the YouTube when Big C gets a chance to get around to editing them for us, but we all know that he's going to do it because he does it for our girl, and we love it. And if you love Tina, you love this content, you want to keep seeing this content pushed out, please be sure that you are liking and sharing. All right, that is it for my PSA. Please return to your regularly scheduled programming.
Thank you, Gigi. Jelly said if your thumb is not cramping, you ain't tapping enough. Thank you so
Not forget,
much.
in the comment section, if you're not keeping it cute, we will mute.
Happy. I see that you've been having some comments in here. I haven't been able to keep up. It seems like y'all have been going back and forth though in the comments, so I'm gonna let it ride. Okay. Thank you so much for subscribing. Real quick, y'all. Real quick. Let me do this before we have our final panelist speak. Seattle Slim, Party of 5, Sparkle, Mish, Me Only, For Me Only, Mimi, Nurse Brain, Bella Rose, Coochie's Library, Miss Ellen, Joanna, Lamanda, All Hail Brooke. Oh my gosh, so many of y'all today. Pia, Jamie, Mir, Fontaine, Nay, Ray, Sweet Username, Tristana. Thank you all so much for being new subs, literally as of today. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to all my other subs that are on the live. Bad, Confused Vagabond, Jasmine, Violet, Athena, New, Neek, Lambdy, Tay, Kimberly, Bay, Denise, Kiana, Paulina, Camilla, Love Note, Team Candy, Erica, K, Gigi. Oh, O'Shea, you also subscribed today. So did Carmel Goddess. So did Just Silver. So did my flower person. Money. Oh my goodness, it's so many. Y'all, it's so many. Okay, Minaj, Apple user, Zaria, Social Butterfly, Sarah. Oh my gosh, Pokebook. Aya Papaya. Okay, I think that's everyone that is today. Thank you so much for subscribing, for being part of the community. I really appreciate y'all being in this space with me. I say all the time, like, I appreciate y'all like engaging with my content and appreciating my content enough to like subscribe to my content. Oh, thank you for saying that, Bella Rose. I just really thank you so much for being here. I'll see you next time, Sweet Username. We'll be back on Sunday. I appreciate y'all so much for just like trusting me and appreciating my content enough to subscribe. Thank you, Cheeky. Thank you, Amina, Mika, all my people. Yes, I be doing the LL Cool J shout outs. Yes, I love y'all so much for being in this space with me. Okay, and please give us your thoughts.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. What I wanted to say is that, unfortunately, I think Ace's beef with Nick is like that Nick is not a yes man. And he has a mind of his own, and he's not going to be the quote unquote sheep, like Tata said, to the way Taylor is. That's one. Secondly, I think that that Alan wants Nick to use the white privilege that he uses on Olandria to protect his image. He's mad that Nick won't extend his white privilege to him. I don't know why Alan feels like he deserves it, but really? I don't know why you feel like you deserve it. Literally on the Kiki Palmer podcast and it's just so much content we've seen of these islanders. But literally I can say without a shadow of a doubt on almost any podcast that I've seen, anytime anyone says Ace is a ringleader, Nick has always been like, no, he not. I could be the minion to his group, but he's like, no, basically he has a mind of his own. He's always stood up for him. Why does Alan want Nick to speak for him in the way he wants him to speak for him? Like he said, he the realist, right? And he's stand on business. Like many of you have said, you could have spoken for yourself. he said that he was bringing all of this energy to the reunion, and it could have been the editing, but most of the reunion he sat there he looked mute. Somebody said, excuse me, that he doesn't have a poker face, and that he was very like, how do I say this? I don't know, he just kind of looked stoic, like when he was sitting there. Somebody said Taylor is the leader and Ace is the executioner. Kiana, you may have a point to that, because I was surprised to find out during the reunion in the extended deliberations, I'm glad we got to see it, that it was Taylor heading up the removal of Jeremiah. And now knowing all the discourse I've seen, like the way they gaslit Jeremiah into believing that he was the love bomber whole time, Alan was orchestrating things, and Taylor was orchestrating things. Taylor's the one being the love bomber. Like, you're misleading her on purpose, knowing that you don't have feelings for her. Alan, I think you blaming production is a cop-out. Like Blue said, it's not nothing new. We know production does have their influence. However, I did see Janae a few months ago go on the Kiki Palmer podcast, and she said the way that season 6 came off as authentic as it did is because, yes, we had suggestions from the from production, but we didn't take it. She said whenever they came to me and said, "Hey, I'd like this and that," she said, "Yeah, I didn't play into that." And so I think that, and Blue is so wise, like, that they got season 7, they got archetypes of certain characters from season 6, and they try to remake it. And yeah, sorry about that, Tata. She said she's mentally drained. It's just very like hurtful, because as Black women, like, we're already at the bottom of the totem pole, quote unquote, and to see people react in 2025 to a biracial couple like this is really disheartening. It doesn't matter who is giving us the love or treating us right. You should be happy for us. And someone had brought up earlier the dichotomy of dating outside of our race. When a Black man does it, most of the time, Black women were unbothered by it. The thing that bothers Black women, and I can speak for myself, is that you disparage your own race while going outside of your race. Now, the thing that white men and Black women have in common is that we're extremely race loyal. When a Black woman chooses to go outside of her race, that's why the Black woman effect was such a big thing, and I saw a lot of Black men get pissed by it. When we choose to go out of our race, it's because we've tried everything with our own, and unfortunately had to give up and go find love elsewhere, right? You got to go where you're celebrated, where you're appreciated, because these Black men obviously weren't doing it for us. Like, the amount of hate, oh God, I even hate saying that word. The amount of hatred that they're getting, the amount of, like, there's so much misunderstanding. I believe that if it was the other way around, no one would bat an eye if it was literally a Black man with a white woman, because we're just so used to it. I don't even question. I used to be in a place, Tina, I'll be honest, where I used to feel like, and I spoke to a man like that, like he was kicking it to me, and at the time he had a white girlfriend. I said, "Do you not like us?" I used to really take it personal. I'm like, "Are we not good enough for you? Why are you dating, her?" She's like, "Oh no, I love you guys, but I just wanted to try something different." Whole time this lady was about to call and this is in Philly, was about to call the popo on him because she was mad. I was like, and I honestly, Tina, I have a Black son. I honestly get nervous when Black men date outside of their race, because I don't always know that they're safe. We're seeing that she is being loved in a safe way. So unless anyone is genuinely concerned, then please shut the fuck up. Because I know y'all don't care. It's not genuine concern. She's obviously safe with this person. He's the only one that keeps saying, and I think, he keeps saying on the island, her best attribute is that she's fiercely loyal and it's not reciprocated. He's finally the person to reciprocate it, and y'all have an issue with it. I think that Black men are very triggered when we are treated better with people outside of our race. But the thing is, Black men, like, where's the that's hypocrisy, because why are you guys so mad when you don't treat us right? And obviously some black women, all this divest talk and all this stuff, sometimes as black women, oh, thank you, Nikki, we are pushed to date outside our race because we're not respected even where we come from. And then sometimes I do get nervous when black men date outside of their race, if there are malicious women, like the whole Emmett Till thing that happened, or if there are malicious, and you know who gave me that energy? Honda Civic. The way she treated the black and the black women and men on the show was horrific. And Blue even said it, like there was a question. Yeah, Ace got that question from Speedy. Like, how do you feel like the black people are treated? You know, what is it when a man is mammified? Because he said that we were all the therapists. Like, he
First of all,
basically felt like he was in.
I don't believe him when he said that, honestly. I think he was trying to ride the coattails of the girls.
You make a valid point, but what about his quote unquote leadership skills or puppeteering?
Of the boys in there?
Yeah, the boys. Ace in particular. Because he came on the podcast and made it seem like he was such a sage. But okay, here's the thing. I looked into his eyes that 1 second. He looked kind of drunk off the power. And Tina, I'm gonna find that lady because you reminded me of her, the really pretty light-skinned lady with the locks, who's basically the body language expert. Thank you so
Yes.
much for reminding me about her. I thought I had followed her on YouTube. I checked all my subscriptions. I don't have her on YouTube because she does have a YouTube channel where she goes more in depth. But I will definitely try to find the information on my TikTok and relay it to other people because she does so well. Well, my thing is like my son is 9 and he's autistic. So and I used to be a medical assistant. So I learned to read body language because I had
Guided inspiration. That's who it is, y'all. Guided inspiration. Y'all know who we're talking about. Yes,
It is.
is
Is
great.
it? Thank you so much. I will look that up. Um, yeah. So I've had to learn body language because I always say whatever the mouth doesn't say, your body says it. And even though sometimes you could be saying yes, notice that someone's head would be nodding no, because your body, it just never like lies on a like level of the nervous system in terms of like, that's why I said clap for Tina, y'all, for doing somatic healing. Like literally, you're a great therapist. Mind you, I love my therapist. She's a beautiful black woman. I've been with her for 3 years. It's the most important relationship of my life. Um, yeah, I don't care, y'all. Therapy is great. I will literally well, I don't want to live on that hill, but therapy is great. Y'all get some help. I don't mean it in the wrong way, but um I think Alan has potential. I honestly I see most people's potential, but that's where we get messed up at. I think Alan has potential to have a good life if he gets the help that he needs. Um Alan, oh yes, that's her. Alan is Alan has good qualities in him. Oh, darn me for being empathetic and seeing good in people. But he has certain qualities, and it would be good if he just learned to heal. And last thing I will say is, Mr. Just, if you're still in here and if you weren't in here before, respectfully, black women being passionate isn't a black woman being angry. I'll say that. Also, if you're still here, just please work on why you were triggered about that. That whole "it's not all black men" argument gets me so tight. I ain't gonna hold you because we know that. And Tina, you had a video about that, like, you're all going by your own lived experience. I get that's your lived experience, but that's not the lived experience of everybody else. And at the end of the day, thank you, Ginger. I'm gonna think as a scientist. There's so many variables out there. Like you gotta think of it like that. You know what I mean? Like, and to be honest, when I hear black men say shit like that, another thing that pisses me off is the perpetual victims that y'all like to be. Cut the shit, cut it out. The mom came out at me. No, seriously, cut that shit out. Stop being a victim all the damn time. You know the black woman was right by your side during slavery, right? Cut it out. God damn. That's why we're like, black women are the most educated. You know why? Because we got off our ass and went to work. Meanwhile, you sit there in your fucking pity all day. Grow up. The fuck? Goodbye. Thank you.
that has to do with like the coddling that happens in larger culture around boys in general. So yeah, I think we definitely have to like push back on that, right? Because the reality is like too, I think Chris's point earlier is that black men and all men of color, but I'm going to speak especially in the United States about black men, right? Like y'all are not afforded the same cover that other, you know, races are. And so the coddling that happens in like white households or in other households, right, is like you don't have the privilege of sitting in that. You know, you and Team Candy always, right? It's the boy mom syndrome, right? And so we have to be mindful of how, which I appreciated just being able to someone else.
I'm gonna say what the other lady says. I'm a boy mom, but not the creepy kind. Don't play with me.
Right. I appreciated what the other person said about like just being able to come up, waiting, explaining himself, hearing us. Like that's the work that happens when you truly want to step into being a good human. Does that make sense? Like, and that's really powerful to him for him to have chosen to do as a black man explicitly. So I appreciate thank you, Anne, for your thoughts. I appreciate him being able to do that. And I think that like again, we have to be like that was the pushback on the other person, right? It's like we don't want to when we're looking at Alan's behavior and people are having all this discourse on the internet about it, it is the responsibility of us in community that are older to be like, no, actually, we're going to call out the behavior for what it is so that when y'all are having this discussion, you're not making excuses and then tolerating continued bad actors, right? You need to know that it actually is something wrong with showing up in some of the ways that he did. Okay, I'm going to go K Boogie and then Bad because K Boogie, this is your first time up on the panel today. Please share your thoughts.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is my fan too loud?
No.
Okay, great. It's hot in here. Anyway, I've only been like in and out of here for the past couple hours because I had a whole bunch going on. I want to preface this by saying earlier today, I almost had a panic attack. I was in a space that got crowded really, really quickly. First thing I did was look to my friend who brought me there because I don't have a car and said, "Hey, can you take me home?" He said, "I'm sorry, the tournament I joined is starting at 6 o'clock Eastern Standard and it was like 5:40. Thank you for the gifts, guys." So I started calling people. You know what that is? That's me taking the time out to do something about my mental health without having to have anyone else worry about my mental health. That is what I did. I am sick of having to coddle these men. I am sick of having to hear about people telling me to coddle these men. I'm not doing it anymore. I've been doing it my entire life. I've been coddling my whole family, other people. It's disgusting that you guys want us to sit here and be like, "Oh, poor baby, that you have to go through this whole issue that you created yourself." I'm not doing it anymore. I do not care. I stopped doing it like 2 years ago, and I feel so much lighter having done that. Hold yourself accountable. Now, my second part to this. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but people are bringing up the fact that Ace has said this previously about Nick, about him, saying that Nick isn't there with the romance part. Why are we not paying attention to context and body language and general energy? First of all, he went on a podcast where Speedy is actively against Nicolandria. He's been that way since the beginning. Secondly, he knew that Speedy would be messy. Of course. This man's been messy his whole career. Thirdly, if you just looked at Ace, you could tell that he had malicious intent with saying it this time. If you saw the first time he said it, there was more of a light air. He was comfortable. He was sitting next to Shelly, who was giggling all the time. Why are you guys acting like you can't see it? I don't understand. Please. I'm very over this. Shelly knew very obviously. There's no way Shelly didn't know. Why would he not tell her if they're sitting if they're in each other's skin every 3 seconds? Why? Just like see the context. I'm so irritated. Like, and I feel bad because every time I come on this panel, I'm irritated. But it's like, y'all just don't see it. Like, how? Back to school, take one psychology class, and then act like the pretentious people who think that they know everything after taking one psychology class or something, and figure it out for yourself. I'm not holding hands anymore. No one is stupid. No one is stupid. Actually, well, that's a lie because Taylor be looking. Never mind. My nicknames for Alan and Taylor are Super Gremlin and the Loser King. If y'all want to take it, you can, because they both suck, and I do not like them. I don't care if Ace has some type of growth as he gets older. I don't care. You're still an adult, and you've been an adult for 5 years. Therefore, you should learn to care about the people around you, because that's the only thing that's holding society together at this point. Actually caring about people and opening doors for other people. Because as we see by the current government, no offense to anyone who likes that loser in the office, he doesn't care about people, and our society is slowly crumbling. So pay attention to the other people around you. He has completely ruined his brand. I decided to go look at the complex video that him and Shelly did, and it barely hit 35,000 views in a 24-hour span. Meanwhile, Nick is on Snapchat of all places, and his thing is like hitting hundreds of thousands of views within the first 20 minutes. Maybe pay more attention, understand that you have a freaking brand, whether you are media trained or not, which you are because they literally give it to you before and after the show. Stop acting like we don't know things. The internet is humongous. We can literally look up anything and everything, and you act like we can't, and you act like we're stupid, and you act like we're not older than you in this generation watching this freaking show. I'm 27 years old. I've been watching. I watched Jersey Shore when it first came out with my mom. Come on, stop acting like people who watch reality shows aren't people who have been watching it basically their entire lives. But that's all I have to say. Thank you guys so much for the gifts and for being so kind in the comments. And have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much, K Boogie, for sharing your thoughts. I'm gonna let her hang out while y'all give gifts as you see fit. Bad, will you please give us your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm so sorry if I repeat anything that K Boogie said. I had to step away from my phone for a second. So, the first thing I was gonna say is I completely agree with Data about Black women always being asked to give other people grace when it's not afforded to us. Just like we've talked about in other lives, how Michelle is always the one to have to hold the emotional weight when it comes to any conversation with Ace. Why are we always the ones that are expected to hold the emotional weight for somebody else who's just as capable of regulating themselves and understanding the impact of their words? I don't think that's fair at all. Yeah, there was something else I was going to say and I can't remember what it was, but I just think that's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, I was going to address, I don't remember the woman that was up here, but I feel like she was addressing me at one point when she said that I was making excuses for Yulissa, or that something about me agreeing with Yulissa, and I just wanted to say I absolutely do not align with Yulissa and her views in any way at all. I don't agree with her stances on anything really. I was making a point that this whole situation is so insane to everyone that I am finding myself in agreement with a statement made by people that I usually do not agree with at all. So I wanted to make that clear. I am not apologetic for Yulissa. I don't have any sympathy for her. I don't align with her in any way. I just thought it was crazy that I saw one thing she said and I was like, you know what, that kind of makes sense. But I'm not saying that I am a supporter of her at all. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you for saying that, even though I think the majority of us knew that,
Yeah.
like, right, because you said, like, even a clock, like, even a broken clock is right twice a day. And
Yes.
this situation has gotten so out of hand that it would make even this person have a take that was like, God damn it, why does that make sense? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Oh, one more thing. I wanted to say, Jules, I love your comments and I love all your takes, and I feel like we need to be friends because I'm 21 too, and I'm also a December baby. I am a Capricorn though, but you like our minds are here. So that's I just want to say that.
December what, Bad?
December 30th.
Okay. I've got a lot of Capricorns and Sages in my life. My nieces, my little sister, I have twin nieces, my little sister, my nephew, and my brother-in-law are all Capricorns. Two of them are December Capricorns, and then the other three are January Capricorns.
Yes, I love Capricorns. Lots of Sag friends. I love a Sag. So, Chris, you eat every time. I love your takes too.
Thank you. We got love for the Sagittarius Capricorns.
Yes.
I mean the December Capricorn, excuse me, because we know y'all really want to be Sagittarius. But anyway,
here you go.
I don't know about all that now. I don't know about all that.
I agree, y'all. That's part of the beauty of this community for me too, is that I really do notice that in this community, I have folks as young as like 18, 19 years old in here, all the way up to like, I've had like definitely, I know 50-year-old in here before. And I appreciate the way that we can come into community together and have these like complicated conversations. Because, and I say to y'all all the time, and there we go, we got a 57-year-old. So like I say all the time in here, right, that I really do feel like it is the older generation's job. You know, they say that we're gossiping, but gossiping is what keeps people safe, whether people like to admit it or not, right? They call it gossip in order to demonize it, right? But it was women sharing little secrets. Oh, when I whisper to you about this person, then you know to avoid that person. Like gossiping can be safety too, right? And so as we're having these conversations, we are having them in a way that then passes the information and passes the recipes down so that our young people are not falling prey to certain behaviors or tactics, right? We're able to name 3D and Alan's behavior and Brian's behavior and clock those things so that when they're in their relationships, they're able to be like, oh, wait, they already told me that when it looks like this, right? And so, yeah, I appreciate y'all being able to hold the space in this way.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Bad. I appreciate you always.
And we appreciate you too. You're great when you speak as well.
All right, I am gonna go to Snoop. Snoop, this is the first time that I feel like you've ever been on my panel. Exactly, we are comforting each other.
Yes, it is the first time I have been on the panel. I was in here earlier. I think I had walked away from the phone and everything. I was up here, so I didn't know. And my phone just turned on. I was like, okay, wait, what's going on? And then I was just up here. Okay. Now, I am very passionate about this, but I'm not gonna lie, I forgot everything I want to say. It has been so long. So let me just start with this. I want to say that I love Olandria. I love Shelly. However, Shelly, you got to be collateral damage because of Ace. And I'm sorry, I love you, but you got to be collateral damage. I'm sorry, baby. But I love you, but you got to be collateral damage, and I'm sorry about that. Now, I just feel like if people paid attention to this interview, Ace said very clearly that he did not like the fact that Nick didn't stick up for him because of that whole Final Four shit. He wanted Nick to say that he and Shelly should have been in that Final Four. And to me, that sounds like you were jealous. Secondly, you said when y'all came out of the villa and you noticed that it was a Nicolandria was a whole thing. You didn't know that. So let me put this on you real quick. They weren't expecting Olandria to come out of there and be a star. They weren't expecting that. They was expecting Olandria to come out of there and be the sidekick.
Yep.
They was expecting that from Olandria. They wasn't expecting her to be a main. They knew that. I feel like everybody was in there. They felt like they was just a little bit higher. They pedestal was just a little bit over the top. Because they don't think black women, dark-skinned women, could be desirable. When people are really attracted to dark-skinned people, oh no, he ain't supposed. No, that ain't supposed to go like that. Like what's happening here? It was all about. They had this whole thing going on. The people were standing behind them, and what I think Ace failed to realize is we don't care if Nicki Landry got with somebody white, black, yellow, green, orange, purple. Tender, we don't care. We love Olandria because of her story was authentic. You know, she was trying, but y'all was treating her like she wasn't a bad bitch, and she was. And then for you to say production had this thing where they was enforcing Taylor to get with Olandria, he said out loud that he didn't find Olandria attractive. That did it for me. When Olandria sat down with him and said, well, you know, do you like me? Because you never said that I'm attractive. You never said I'm beautiful. And he said, oh, bitch, that did it for me. Get your ass up and vote that summer bitch off this show. Get him off right now. And I'm dead the fuck serious. Get him off here right now. I'm sick of it. You know? So for Ace to know all this stuff Olandria went through along the way, and then you say that that's your fault, and then you say you know that that's your girlfriend person as well, then you get up on this podcast with Speedy like everybody say. I never even knew Speedy was talking reckless, you know, about Olandria them. I never knew until somebody told me. But then you decline Keke Palmer show. You decline these other podcasts where you knew that it was going to be at least fair game because Keke Palmer said, wait a minute now, you know, but you went over here on Speedy and he just let you talk. And for Speedy to even ask you a question about somebody else's business and then you answer, you wanted to bring Olandria down as well as Nick. That's what you wanted because you feel like the love and respect that they getting, it's supposed to be you. You supposed to be getting that. That's how you feel. That's how you feel. You feel like you and Shelly are the better couple. And Shelly, that's why you got to be collateral damage. Because guess what? If he did not say anything to you and you see how he moved and what he said right now, and you hadn't had a phone conversation or something with your girl, I don't care what nobody say. Shelly knew he was going to say that shit. He told her. She knew. I do not care what nobody say. And that's why she got to be collateral damage as well. That's just my thing. But for him to go on there and say, oh, Nicki Landry ain't real, let me make this little point real quick. Thank you for saying that, Ace, because, you know, at first you was out getting a schoolgirl when they first got together. You was slapping your leg and jumping up in the background. Yes, Nicki Landry, hear my theory, Shelly, hear it out. What if Nick and Olandria get together? What if they do that? That's where you was with it at first. Now all of a sudden, they not real. But let's clock this real quick. I just want anybody in the comments to answer this question real quick. Did Nick and Olandria, through all this shit that they've been going through, have they ever said, yes, we are a couple? No, never. So for you to get on here, act like you spilling tea to say their relationship fake, when they said they was together, when they said we going together, when they said that, they never said it. You just wanted to bring them down a notch because you quote unquote mad at Nick and Olandria, your girl, but yet you taking digs at Nick, not thinking that it's gonna bring Olandria down. You come on now, Ace. You're jealous. And if y'all don't see that, that's on you. That man is jealous. And he wanted to be him and Shelly. So, child, that's where I'm at with it.
Nikki clocked it because that's really what it boils down to. Like, yes, his feelings are hurt. Yes, he's young and he's an egomaniac. All of that is true. But also that man thought that he was going to come out of the villa. And then I'm just going to keep saying what he said out of his own mouth. They were going to be Beyonce and Jay-Z. That is what he thought. And that is not what happened. I want him to just be
As
honest.
he say all the time, clock it.
I just want him to be honest. You know, Snoop, I have to follow you. You're funny. I love it. I love it.
He wanted to.
Y'all
He wanted
continue
to be
to
a top dog
exactly.
for sure, and then his feelings is hurt that he's not, and then I'm sure he's probably I'm sure he's probably feeling even more some type of way that not only are these other people him, but it's a white man. That
Yeah.
Nick is a white man, and that Nick is getting more of the fame and the attention that he wants, and it's a white man doing it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this real quick too. I hate the fact that Ace did this because you making us have to defend Nick, and it's not even about Nick.
Yep.
It's not even about
Exactly.
Nick. But the
Exactly.
fact that you making us have to defend him because of how you trying to catapult Olandra and bring her down. We like them together. Let's not lie. We like them together. But this shit not about Nick. This is about Olandra, to be honest. Whether they break up tomorrow, we're gonna be cool with Nick, but we're gonna be riding for Olandra. That's where we at with it. And I
Yep.
think he didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I don't think he realized that at all.
he don't. He don't. For sure.
It's almost like, you know, y'all, he really told on himself in a way, right? When he was talking about how, well, I don't like to say, you know, it's because of race. I don't like to be a victim. And we could talk about, and somebody mentioned that we could talk about how that plays into like the way that he was socialized into his racial identity. Because what do you not understand how systemic oppression works? Anywho, but him even saying that was him telling on himself a little bit, right? Because why are you even like really naming that, right? Because really what the question didn't call for that to be a part of the answer. And really what that was him trying to say, like, I don't want y'all to think that I think it's like this because Nick is white, but that's what it is. That's what's coming up out of that. So out of the abundance of our hearts, so do we speak, right? So yeah, he be telling on himself all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. Thank you, Snoop, for sharing your thoughts. I appreciate you.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. I missed a couple things I did want to say, but I missed it because it was so long I forgot it. But yeah.
That's okay, y'all. We have been on here for so long. I thought I was going. I'm like, I'm gonna get on early so I can get off.
Okay, well, all right, y'all. It was good. It was good getting up here to talk to y'all and having some.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Snoop. The hair verdict. Please give us your thoughts, my friend.
Hi, thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so, seeing Ace's interview, it was very, disheartening and just kind of sad because of what Olandria had said in her interview that came out, right before his, And I just kind of looking back at it, it's just like he always have these manipulative tactics. I don't know if you remember, back in the beginning of the show when he kissed, I guess, Huda, and he tried to cause confusion in Jeremiah's mind. It's the same tactics that he did this go round, where it's like, oh, well, the last time we spoke, which wasn't the last time you spoke. It was a time you spoke, but it wasn't the last time you spoke. They weren't into each other, I guess, like that, or romantically. And it's just like he is very calculated in what he's doing. The other thing is, with him wanting Nick to pretty much, I guess, vouch for him or whatever he was looking for, Nick was focused on him and Olandria, and you can kind of see them piggyback off of each other because in the beginning, Olandria was really down and you could tell, and he was still trying to, I feel like, kind of have them out there to kind of change their narrative or how people view them, which really aided in that, to be honest. But Ace and Shelly chose to pretty much, not do any press when he had the highest, I think, subscribers or members, or he had the highest amount of followers, and so he could have taken a step back and but do the same thing, but no, he opted not to. But you wanted Nick to do that for you when he was battling his own thing with Olandria, and then you could kind of start to also see where Olandria started to kind of take the front lines, where she was now trying to go on live and kind of help with the perception that people was having on Nick and all the backlash he was receiving and stuff like that, because you could kind of see the joy dim from his light as well, from everything he was receiving. So it's just kind of like disheartening for Ace to do that, and he was they were blindsided. But the other thing is, I'm almost happy that happened, because I feel like Nick and Olandria, everyone have said how loyal they are, and I feel like it has to be something big to wake them the hell up, right? Because in everything that they were doing, as far as as they were continuing to grow and capture more of the audience heart, they try to, every single time when it comes to 3D, talk highly about him, and people will start to be like, okay, we're gonna leave him alone, but then he'll open his mouth again and people be like, hell no, and then they still keep trying to say these positive things, and then it will kind of go up and down. I feel like the same thing with Ace and Shelly. They continue to uplift them, they continue to say positive things about them. She continued to be like, oh, that's my soul sister, that's my soul sister, and as many times as people would be like, oh, she need to get away from them, she need to get away from them, because they kept pushing it down our throats, it became where it's like, you know what, if you want them in your space, we're just gonna go ahead and accept them, and when something happens, we're still gonna be here for you. And then look what happened. I feel like before they got them, before they elevated all the way, because if I feel like if Ace would have been quiet, they would have been just as high, because of everything that Olandria and Nick was trying to do, just bring them up. And I think because he did that, people was so hurt, because that came from out of nowhere. If anything, I think people was expecting it to come from 3D before it came from Ace, and it was just like, whoa, where did that come from? And I think also Ace didn't expect for the backlash to be like this, where it was turned on him, I feel like, versus them getting the backlash, because Nick I personally feel like he thought he was going to capture the black audience, and it was going to be backlash on them, where he didn't care of what the outcome was, because like everyone else is saying, you knew what the questions were, you knew what was going on, you went to a person who clearly numerous times showed disdain for that relationship. And so you knew he was going to just relish in what you were going to say about Nicolandria. You know what I'm saying? And so it was just, I think he deserved all the backlash that he's getting, to be honest with you. And honestly, I don't feel like Shelly is innocent in it, and I feel like she continues not to warn Olandria in anything. Like, it's just like, so people want Olandria, from what I've read, they want Olandria to make a statement, but Shelly hasn't made nothing. So why are you expecting Olandria to make a statement and you haven't made a statement denouncing what he said or anything of that sort, but the expectation is being placed on her when he's the one that did that? Everyone was ready for kumbaya. Everyone was like, okay, the reunion's over. Okay, we rooting for Shalace, we rooting for Nicolandria. Okay, core four. Everyone's always saying that. And then for you to go do that, what the hell did you expect? So, I mean, that's kind of my stance on that. And then when it comes to 3D, I feel like people underestimate his placement in it. I feel like he's more like, oh, he's the goofy cornball, when he's actually the one that's putting things into Ace's head to stir the pot. He's done that when it came to Jeremiah. He's done that like with other things. And I feel like he's the one kind of in the middle of it because people have their guards down when it comes to him, and I feel like he's the one that's actually stirring the pot.
You know what? The hair verdict, that sounds good to me, baby. Yeah, that sounds good. Fried ones. No, they can learn how to do it. It's Friday night. Our kids cook on Friday night, and we're gonna do fried pancakes. I think we're making the kids learn how to learn new things. Anyway, I actually agree that that people. I mean, I don't remember. I need to go back and rewatch it. I agree that like Taylor is probably a little bit more hands-on in some of it than people realize, and I think it's because Taylor pretends. Well, I don't know if he's pretending always,
Right.
but like I think I think that. Oh, and I'll say, we want to call them Apple Jacks. You want to call them Apple Jacks?
Okay.
I think that Apple Jacks, he definitely like. And this goes back to what I said in the beginning of the live. I do think that he pretends not to have some brain cells, right? I don't think it's a complete act. I do think that he might be a little slower on the uptake around some things. But I do think that he uses that as a way to disarm people.
Yes. And I feel like people just don't think about that. And so they're giving him all this information. And then he is, I think a commenter mentioned that Alan is the executioner. And I feel like people are divulging all the information to 3D. I can't remember what name, Applejacks. And him and Alan, they're coming up with whatever scheme they're trying, and he is, executing it while he stays in the background, and it's like trying to, oh, I'm in the middle. No, you're the one. That's the same way he brought the information about Jeremiah, and then they came up with a plan to get him out. I think is the same thing that they're doing.
Yep. Yeah, I think, again, y'all, it's going to be, I've always said, and I stand by, it's going to continue to be interesting to see what happens as we are further from it, right? And so I do think that like Applejack sped up the dissolution of his relationship with Nick. I think it was always going to happen. I did not realize that he would be an active participant and really speeding it up. I thought that Nick was going to have to just come to a place of realizing that he didn't align with who Applejack was as a person. But I think, to lots of people's point, Alandria and Nick are very loyal, and I think that they make a lot of space for even like people's like faults, I mean, not to I mean, I'm not trying to like boil everything down to astrology, but as a fellow Pisces, if you look back at my old content, I have a video where I'm like, I will give you that sometimes it might take me too long, right? But once I'm done, I'm done. And that is because oftentimes we are the mutable sign. We do try to see all sides of the situation, right? We are very nuanced in the way that we do our relationships. And I think at this point, though, it feels disrespectful to the cereal. Y'all are funny. But I do think that at this point, right, like sometimes it does have to be like in your fucking face. And now they can't look away. Now it's right there.
Exactly. And that's why I'm like, as hurtful as it was to everyone, I literally cried because I was so heartbroken, especially with Olandria already telling people, when you guys hurt Nick, you're hurting me as well. You know what I mean? And for it to come from the people who are close to you all. So, I don't know. Yeah.
I appreciate you, hair verdict. Tam, I don't know what you're talking about, friend. If you want to share in the comments, you can, but I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I feel you. My daughter is an Aquarius, and she'd be like, yeah, I'm good. But I will say that my moon is an Aquarius, and my rising is a Capricorn. So it's like, I try to see it all, but like once I'm done, like you just don't exist in my world anymore. Like I don't give a fuck. And I'm very petty. But yeah, tell me, Tam, what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean about this new information about Nick. Thank you so much for coming up. That came out. Thank y'all so much for getting us to 450K. I know, Kiana. I'm like, what is it? What is it? You're a Scorpio delight for life? Yeah. My dad and my brother are, well, my brother is passed, but he was a Scorpio. My dad is a Scorpio too. I really like Scorpio men. Scorpio women, sometimes they're a challenge for me, but maybe it's just because I've had bad experiences with them. Right? I know. I feel like, okay, well then, Tam, don't say it. Here's the thing. I will say, I will say that, you know, I am looking forward to, do I like Capricorn women? Yes, me and my little sister get along really well. I also get along really well with Taurus women. Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Virgo women, I'm not gonna lie. My mother has definitely tainted my perception of y'all. And not because I think Virgo women are bad, but I feel like they are so meticulous in a way that feels really hard for me as a Pisces. Because I'm just like, bitch, like, relax. Chill out. Go with the flow a little bit more. Okay, y'all, we on Sunday we're live again. I also do get along a lot with Aries. No, it's not even that. Again, yeah, Ginger, it's like y'all be like having a plan for the plan, and I'm like, we can't just like go with the flow. Like, why we gotta plan everything out? God. And my mom used to make me feel like it was something wrong with that about me, and so that's why I have like a little like about it, you know. But I get along with pretty much everybody. I think that's because I'm a Pisces. Like, there's no sign that's just like, oh, I cannot fuck with them at all. Like, I think it goes back to, right, like, I understand that people are nuanced. So y'all, on Sunday when we go live, we always have like a full section of just the questions that you all submit. I know me and Nick are astrological like cousins. I'm March 8th, which is International Women's Day. That's why I be telling y'all I'm here for the girlies, the gays, and the days, okay? But yeah, so I am a March Pisces. But the Google form, if you go to my profile at the top, it says in my like bio, it says questions and tips here. If you click on it, there is my YouTube is in there and the Google form is in there. It says questions and YouTube here. Click on it'll have like one link and then it says like +1. Click on it. You'll see the YouTube that you can subscribe to, and you'll see the Google form that you can go to, and you can ask questions, and I will prioritize answering all of your questions on Sunday. Your mom is March 7th. My sister just came in here, y'all. Your mom is March 7th. How do you feel about her? What's your sign, Brianna? Alexandra, I am going to try to post all of the lives tonight. Izzy, you're a February Pisces and a leap year too. Okay, period. Oh, your sister is March 8th, period. Is she a healed Pisces or no? Honda stands making up rumors about Nick. It's weird. I don't know why they do this. Y'all, I really do want to let Love Island rest. My little sister is a Capricorn. So I have 3 sisters. So my oldest sister is a July Leo. My younger sister is a January Capricorn. And my youngest sister is a January Aquarius. And then my brother, he's passed on, but he was a Scorpio, a November Scorpio. Oh, my son is an October Libra. You're almost done with Are You My First? Y'all. Thank you, Banna. Thank you. Who do I get along with the best out of all of my siblings? Honestly, thank you, y'all, for the RIPs for bro. My tattoo is actually for him. Can y'all hold on? Let me take my background off. Hold on, let me show you. Can you see that? It's a land snail and then a sea snail, and then this is his date of death, and it says it's okay to rest. I think I think that I get along with all of my siblings pretty well. I think that really our relationships are more determined, like more influenced by our birth order. So like my oldest sister was definitely parentified in our household. And so our relationship, like she was all, like I used to slip and call her mommy all the time. So that should tell you something about our dynamic. So, but like I also partied with my sister when I was young. Like we were close in that way. And my little sister, my older sister also was like a huge support for me. So I was a competitive cheerleader and dancer. I feel like y'all know this about me. And my sister was always at all of my shit to the point where, and she was always screaming my name to the point when, like when she had my nieces, when she went into labor with my nieces, my twin nieces, I knew that she must have been having the babies because it was my dance concert night and I didn't hear anybody scream my name. I didn't hear my sister scream my name. So I was like, oh, she must have gone into labor. And people were like, where's your sister? Like they expected to hear her. So that was like our dynamic. And then my little sister is like 11 and a half years younger than me. So by the time she was going to first grade, I had graduated from high school and moved out of the house. So our relationship is kind of like what my sister and I's relationship was like, but she also lived with me once she became an adult and had her first child. She lived with Chris and I and our kids. So we also have like a pretty close like sister relationship, but I think our relationships are all impacted by birth order, honestly. And then my youngest sister is the daughter of my dad and my stepmother, and our relationship is a little bit strained because of my stepmother. So yeah, that's so funny, whole snack. Pray to have a big sister because you didn't understand how reproduction worked. You're like, so can we like go back in time and when she's born, she's older than me? Thank you for saying that, Banna. You know, listen. I don't always get super transparent, but there is a lot to say about the way that stepmother moved and contributed to the way that my brother experienced life, all the things. Okay, so y'all, Google form, add your questions. I really, again, am ready to like let Love Island go. I will say that Shay, I think also my sisters from my mom, we have the least challenging relationship. I feel like honestly that is like the strain with my youngest sister really has to do with her mother. Ebony, you know what? You can have a relationship where somebody is like a big sister to you. Hey, we get to choose family too. Yeah, I'm really ready to let Love Island go. Beyond the Villa, I'm going to watch the finale today. I will make a video for the general public about it. Subscribers, you have a video coming about that Essence article as well today. What else do I need to cover? I appreciate y'all so much for getting us as many likes as we did. So West Indian Goddess, it's not that so my stepmom used to, I'll give you this example of how my stepmom used to, so yeah, that's a good question too, Shay, I'll answer that in a second. My stepmother said to me when I'll tell you two things that she said to me and that will tell you a lot about her character. One thing she said to me, I was 11 years old and she was mad about my dad about whatever she was mad about. And she used to always take it out on me. And what she said to me was, you're not his real child because you don't live in our house. Okay. And then the other thing that my stepmother said to me was, I was cleaning up the kitchen one day and she was like, I'm like your evil stepmother and you're Cinderella. Ha 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 ha. That's how my stepmother related to me growing up. And I always thought it was about me until I saw the way that she also acted with my brother. And then I realized it was just about anybody that had a strong personality that was themselves, she was going to have awkward energy around. Because she was actually the same way with my brother. So in a lot of ways, I was fortunate because I didn't have to live in the house with her. So that is who she was. And unfortunately, my youngest sister, once our brother passed, I think it's hard for her to want to hold her mom accountable about her behavior because she feels badly because her mother has lost a child. You know what I mean? Oh, I love that, Shay. That's so funny. She's not a Leo. When is her birthday? I haven't even committed it to memory because I literally don't care about her as a human. Hold on. I don't know when her birthday is. I will say she's also the type of woman where my dad and my stepmom's wedding anniversary is the day before my mom's birthday. That's the type of human she is, y'all. That's the type of human that she is. So that should tell you a lot about her. I appreciate y'all. Like at this, I'm so like grown and like I've done a lot of healing work around it. I appreciate y'all. Some shit still comes up in therapy, you know what I mean? But yeah, so and then as far as the questions on the form, West Indian Goddess, because listen, that's the question. That's the question. Oh, it did when I was a kid, Vanna. I'm just grown now, right? And I've been in therapy for a really long time working through a lot of that stuff. The questions on the Google form, y'all, I give you two options. You can either you can ask me about pop culture, you can ask me about a show. Just let me know if I'm going to need to watch something and where I need to watch it. You also can ask questions about like parenting, marriage, whatever. Like you have a choice. And then you can just fill out so you can choose the topic. And then I will respond to it on Sunday. Okay. I honestly, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna go through my text messages, and I'm sure my dad at some point has mentioned something about her birthday, and I will let y'all know. I will say this to the person that said, how did my dad marry her? He asked me what I thought about her. Even at 5 years old, I was like, I don't like her. And I didn't know why, but I knew that I didn't. I knew something was off. Even though she was being nice to me while they were dating, I knew I didn't like her. And I said that to him, and he married her. And then she was exactly who the fuck I thought she was. I had discernment from a young age, y'all. The Google Doc is in my profile. If you go to my page, there are two links. One is to the YouTube channel, and one is to my Google Doc. I did, Bella Rose. I've had discernment for a very long time. A very long time. They do need to listen to their kids. Thank you so much. I appreciate my panel. Y'all, exactly, Lilac, exactly. I don't know if my friend Banna, you're on here. I know you was about to, I'm about to go do a little left hand work, okay? They are still married. They are still married, I feel like I'm saying your name wrong. Nawera? They are still married. You too, Gigi. Thank you so much for that, y'all. We all can. We all have you got to get good therapists. You know what I mean? Good therapists change the world. You just got to do a lot of work around vetting them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. This will be posted hopefully today or tomorrow. Love y'all in this space. I love that, Gigi. Enjoy your night, everybody. West Indian Goddess, you're so funny for that.